I want to identify some of the stuff, right? I'm going to identify some of the stuff. So he's wearing like a football jersey type situation. He's just trying to be like me again. I will say that. Like, I will once again say Benito's trying to be like your boy, trying to have the little head, big shoulder situation going on. But we're going to be watching the Bad Bunny Super Bowl halftime show. Okay? I watched it last night after the stream and looked through the different notes that he had, like the different things that he was pointing to, talking about. We'll obviously talk about the Republican reaction to the Bad Bunny Super Bowl halftime show. It's, I think, the most watched Super Bowl halftime show. So it was a spectacular experience overall, as opposed to the idiotic experience that I put ourselves through for no real reason, which was the Turning Point USA halftime show, which was ass. But I think there is utility in watching the Turning Point USA halftime show as well, because we want to understand what America B is tuning into, except even America B seemingly had not tuned into the Super Bowl halftime show put together by Erica Kirk. They were all mauling at their televisions, watching Bad Bunny, and the Latinx dancers shake their asses. I will say that the fact that it was a fully Spanish broadcast actually allowed Bad Bunny to go and make as many political statements as he wanted to. I think he could have gone harder, but I'm not going to get into that. I know everybody will yell at me. I wish he would like go extra hard on the Cuban stuff. He did go pretty hard on Puerto Rican independence in general. Please don't say Latinx. We hate it, bro. Yeah, that's the joke, chatter. Do you ever hear me say Latinx, like under different circumstances? Oh, yeah. Turning Point USA's bass boosted, totally botted YouTube video is sitting at 20 million views. But let's start.
The National Football League welcomes you to the Apple Music Super Bowl 60 halftime show.
Qué rico es el latino. Hoy se ve!
Benito Antonio Martinez Ocasio. I do love that that's his like real name, right? And people saw him wearing a jersey with Ocasio in the back, and they literally were like, "Oh my God, he's promoting AOC!" Like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is the only person with the name Ocasio. Él es, yeah.
Ey, Titi me preguntó si tengo muchas novias. Ey, muchas novias. Hoy tengo una, mañana otra. Pero no hay boda. Titi me preguntó si tengo muchas novias. Ey, muchas novias. Hoy tengo a una, mañana otra. Ey, me las voy a llevar a todas pa' un VIP. Un VIP. Ey, saludan a Titi.
Okay. No, hold on. Well, this is for my Americans, okay? Hold on. I have to play it. I have to play it. Where is the, someone send me the link. Come on. Let us have this one thing. My aunt is asking, why so many girls? I take him to the VIP.
La Patricia, la Nicole, la Sofía, mi primera novia en Kinder María y mi primer amor se llama Batalía. Tengo una colombiana que me escribe todos los días y una mexicana que ni yo sabía, otra en San Antonio que me quiere todavía y la TPR que todita son.
Via's Tacos is a Los Angeles institution too. Bad Bunny ran for more yards during his performance than the Patriots did in the first half. Oh my God, devastating. Oh, here. Let's just play it real quick.
Hey, so my auntie asked me why I got so many girlfriends. Hey, a lot of girlfriends. Today I got one and tomorrow I got another one.
Here.
But I never marry. Yo, my auntie asked me why I got so many girlfriends. Hey, a lot of girlfriends. Today I got one and tomorrow I got another one. Man, I think I want to take them all to the VIP. Hey, where they can be my auntie and we're gonna take a selfie and say cheese. They smile if they already been with me in the VIP. Hey, where they can be my auntie and we're gonna tease. They can smile the ones that forget about me. Man, I like the Gabrielas and the Patricias and the Nicoles and the Sophias. My girl in kindergarten name was Maria.
It's literally perfectly synced.
I got a Dominican girl, body insane. Ooh, body insane. And one that flew from Barcelona on a plane. And she's always bragging on my thing. Man, I let them play with my heart a lot. I want to move them in a mansion, top from spot. And when I wipe them up, I'm going to send you an invite, bro. Just quit with all that now. Hey, when my auntie asked me, why I got so many girlfriends? Hey, a lot of girlfriends. Today I'll have one, and tomorrow I got another one. But I never marry. Oh, my auntie asked me, why I got so many girlfriends? Hey, a lot of girlfriends. Today I'll have one, and tomorrow I'll have another one. The breakdown, here we go. And my auntie asked me.
Do we have this? Do we have this in English too? You're going to lose your weeb status for watching a dub on stream. Song changed at this point. So when the song change comes, do we have a, y'all are doing this to reinforce sub versus dub supremacy? Wait, you do have the.
She's coming over here and she never comes alone.
Oh.
She never comes alone. And it's a whipping out the chrome. And tonight there's gonna be.
God damn it. I'm just gonna try to fix it. It broke. So I had to turn off the desktop audio so it doesn't break your. Okay. You can set the subtitles to auto translate in the YouTube video settings. Okay, hold on. I fixed it. Or I didn't fix it, but like subtitles, auto translate. Why do I have to auto translate the subtitles, man? What the heliante? I thought this was United States, not Unidos Estados. Okay. I thought this was not Unidos Estados. What the hell? Speak American, goddammit. Speak American, goddammit. It was funny. He was singing about the national transportation. What? I mean, let's be real. He was actually singing about he was unironically singing about the blackouts. Like, that's not a joke. Like, he straight up was singing about the blackouts. Anyway. The problem is, like, this is going to break the Google subtitles anyway. And part of that is from, and look, I'm not a Spanish speaker. You guys know this already, even though I'm a Flexican, so I might have actually confused some of y'all. But from what I understand, Benito's accent is like difficult to discern by other Spanish speakers as well to a certain degree. Like, he has a twang. Benito Bowl. Yeah. He said, if your boyfriend doesn't eat ass, isn't that the one? Isn't that the line? My coworker said he sounds like a hillbilly. Yeah, I know those are people in the bushes. So here, I want to identify some of the stuff, right? I'm going to identify some of the stuff. So he's wearing like a football jersey type situation. He's just trying to be like me again. I will say that. Like, I will once again say Benito's trying to be like your boy, trying to have the little head, big shoulder situation going on. You ain't slick. Okay? You ain't slick, Benito. You know, hit my line. Let's swim to Cuba together. Okay? Let's go. Let's purchase a bunch of petroleum barrels and let's just bring that shit to Cuba together. Break the blockade. You know, let's do it together. Flexicans and Boricua rise up. Okay, like, that's copyright infringement. I'll let him have it. He had the shoulder pad tech. He was trying to be like me a little bit. Okay, many of you won't understand this. But some people were saying that the 64 was a reference potentially to the first false numbers after Hurricane Maria of like how many Puerto Ricans had died in Hurricane Maria, because the government said that it was 64, but it was actually in the thousands, right? It was a tribute to his uncle. 64 was the date of birth for his uncle. Is that what it is? 64 is for his grandpa. It was his football number. Jesus Christ's chat is showing his ass right now, saying he's not speaking Spanish, but Puerto Rican is so wildly racist. What's wrong with you guys? No, he has a accent. No, like he has like a Puerto Rican dialect, Puerto Rican accent. When he sings, I mean, it's a beautiful thing. It's not like a bad thing. Like, and nobody is saying it's a bad thing. It's a cool thing. Our Spanish is different than Mexican Spanish for sure. Lots of slang. Yeah. Benito is a poet. My dong is running away and I need you to hide it. Chatter's going to flip when they learn about regional dialects. Yeah. I am Puerto Rican. Yes, it's an accent from the country. This is how my mom's side speaks. Yeah. Bro, the production on this shit is fucking nutty, by the way. Like, think about how much time and effort goes in to making a live production like this work. It's shot beautifully, okay? There's incredible dolly work, especially in the end too, but like, it is fucking nuts. I want to give a huge shout out to the IATSE folks, the union folks that fucking poured their blood, sweat, and tears into making this production work in real time. Shouts out to the dudes who are in the trees. Like, every part of this is incredible work. Okay. Yet another testament, by the way. I'm gonna do a quick glaze to like American diversity, because America is once again fucking carried. Okay, Puerto Rico is a territory. We have dominated them for years and years. We have destroyed Puerto Rico. We have abused Puerto Rico. We have taken advantage and exploited Puerto Rico. Without Puerto Ricans, this doesn't exist. Okay, once again, if you want to see the difference of like what white culture looks like, this is what the fuck was going on in America B.
If you got a chance, take it.
Like, it's not even a, like, think about the difference in production quality. Think about the difference in respect to arts, having a fucking history that you can tap into. I mean, all of this shit. That's why I get so fucking mad, on top of everything else, on top of my background, on top of like, my principled stance, my principled internationalist stance, my principled socialist stance. It's additionally fucked up and self-defeating to try to eradicate the one aspect of American culture that is so redeemable. Okay? Diversity is unironically our fucking strength, and that is so offensive to these stupid white supremacists who, once again, don't even realize how much they actually eat off of the cultural output of all of these other cultures that have merged into American culture. Hassan, you're a disgraceful piece of shit. Hell yeah, brother. This is what I mean. People that get incredibly bent out of shape, incredibly bent out of fucking shape when they see some of America's best. Okay? That's it. There is two different Americas, okay? There's the America that most normal people live in, you know? They go, they eat Mexican food, you know, they work alongside, second generation, first generation, third generation, seventh generation, people that have become Americans, right? People that have brought pieces of their culture, pieces of their experience to the United States of America, right? And have made it whole, made it better overall. And then there's the people that just like don't see that, don't recognize that, and think that's actually a negative thing, think that's actually a burden. Just tasteless, cultureless dipshits who just look at something like this and they mauled. And they're like, meh, why is he speaking Espanol? I need you all to understand, no matter how much those guys chirp, this is what America is about, okay? No matter how much those guys chirp, they're chirping to no one. They're chirping to a tiny fucking sliver of society, okay? It's not real. It's not real. None of it fucking matters. Okay, you gotta fucking, now I have to play the subtitled version. Can I? Don't get too mad at me, but I have to play it. Okay? It's coming.
Comes alone. She never comes alone. She's coming over here and she never comes alone. She never comes alone. All the bandits are whipping out their chrome. And tonight there's gonna be twerking, rubbing, grinding, clubbing, twerking, rubbing, grinding, clubbing. She's coming over.
Buenas tardes, California. Mi nombre es Benito Antonio Martínez Ocasio. Y si hoy estoy aquí en el Super Bowl 60, es porque nunca dejé de creer en mí. Tú también deberes. Tú también pienso. Créeme. Dime. A tú es lo que tú querías.
Pues claro, marido y mujer. Puedes besar a la novia.
That's a real wedding that took place. Now, listen, some people don't like Lady Gaga because she may or may not be pro-Israel. I don't know. But, you know, let's take a look. That was an actual wedding.
Lost in the words that we speak. I don't even want to do this anymore. 'Cause you already know what you mean to me. And our love's the only war worth fighting for. Wherever you go, that's where I'll follow. Nobody's promised tomorrow. So I'ma love you every night like it's the last night. Like it's the last night. If the world was ending, I'd wanna be next to you. If the party was over and our time on earth was through, I wanna hold you just for a while and die with a smile. If the world was ending, I'd wanna be next.
Brother, I'm sorry that other Hispanics don't understand how incredible, impactful every little bit of the show was. I had a hard time keeping from crying. To hear the show almost entirely in Spanish was something I never thought I would experience. No, I get it. That's why I'm like piecing it up as to the best of my ability right now to like explain the important cultural undertones, like starting from a sugar plantation, walking through the contributions that Latinos have given to the United States of America, all around the country, from New York to Los Angeles, and certainly Puerto Rico as well. Like even down to the light blue, because the Puerto Rican flag with the light blue is the independence flag that, from what I understand, was illegal, right? So this hue of blue, even that level of detail, which you'll see later on when they're waving the Puerto Rican flag as well, like every single aspect of this show has a shit ton of politics baked into its DNA, which is, of course, the immigrant experience in general, right? Obviously, Benito is not an immigrant, but like that is what the experience of being a non-white American actually is, where every aspect of your existence represents some form of resistance, whether it be the historic anti-colonial resistance or whether it be the ongoing resistance towards white supremacy and things of that nature. So that's why it's in a way it's very beautiful. In a way, it also showcases that same like I think it's cool to be able to do this do this at the Super Bowl in a way where like Americans can watch and shake their asses to it, right? Without even some people recognizing like what the actual politics, what the actual representative politics of every aspect of this show truly is, right? They're like, oh, I can fucking vibe with this. Like that's mostly That is most people's takeaway from this, right? They're like, oh, yeah, hell yeah. Okay, I like this Benito guy, this bunny guy. He's making me shake my ass like I never did, okay? And yet every part of this is slammed with symbolism, slammed with resistance, slammed with like the experience of both like immigrants and the anti-colonial struggle, right? But he's able to get away with it because most people, one, don't speak Spanish, two, don't understand all of these different notes, right? And that's just kind of how it is. You're being the chronically online white Reddit friend from the video. Dog, I'm a political commentator. What the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean the chronically online white Redditor? I'm a Turkish American who literally talks about these sorts of things as a part of my fucking job. And I'm explaining it to my fucking audience who may have not caught on to some of the fucking subtle and some of the not so subtle political messages baked into this fucking show. And then reflecting it back to the experience that the experience that like migrants go through in this country, like the transformation that they go through. The fuck's wrong with you? I will say, I got to point this out, but it's official. One, woke is obviously back in spectacular fashion. Okay. But not only is woke back in spectacular fashion, and this is like the death blow to anti-woke, the wokes have also taken ownership over marriage. In an unexpected outcome, the wokes now own marriage as well. Because when you compare this to the most divorced halftime show, the most divorced dad halftime show of all time, there was a literal fucking wedding that took place, man. Unexpected. But there was an actual fucking wedding that took place in the woke halftime show. And in America B, they're talking about how their bitch ass ex-wife, Deborah, took the kids away. You understand me? Now the anti-wokes have dropped football. They say football is gay. They dropped beautiful women dancing and shaking their butts. They say that's gay too. Wokes now have women shaking their asses, people getting married, and American football is fucking over. What do the anti-wokes have? What do the anti-wokes have? They got nothing. They're fucked. And even Fox News had the fucking genuflect to Benito. Said love wins. The couple featured in Bad Bunny's Super Bowl halftime show got legally married during the performance. A representative for Bad Bunny says the singer asked the couple to get married on stage after they invited him to their wedding. He even served as the witness and signed their marriage certificate. What a fucking awesome, what an awesome story, by the way. What a banger. Another I think overlooked aspect to this is that this is generational as well. Like this is also generational as well. Like there is every generation of Latinos, Hispanics are represented in this show as well. Down from the different industries that they go into, the small businesses that they own. Like every part of that is also represented here.
Y los míos en el bronce, ¿sabes la que hay? Con la nota en high, por Washington hay Willy Colón me dicen el malo. Ey, porque pasan los años y sigo dando palos. Frido Gala, el perigo es blanco. Sí, el tú sí racista. No te confundas. No, me revita. Ey, Un shot de cañita en casa de cañita. Y PR se siente cerquita.
This is another like cultural institution from Nueva York, which is what we're calling it until further notice. And it's like the actual address of it as well, 244 Grand Street. Right? This there's a YouTube live stream that is a pirated YouTube live stream, but the broadcast ended due to copyright issues. Yeah, therein lies the problem with YouTube live streaming, huh? There you go. Yet another Nueva York. This is styled after the 1970s streets, New York City, if I understand correctly. The shop styles, the bodega design, the barbershop, even the fashion of hairstyles. This part is beautiful too. And no, this is not Liam. This is not the 5-year-old that was arrested by ICE. Okay, this was not the 5-year-old that was detained by ICE. I know that was like a big fake news moment for a lot of liberals. No, I mean, I don't know if he's supposed to be representative of Liam, just young Bad Bunny. And the point here is like Bad Bunny winning the Grammys as a Spanish-speaking artist, as a musician, is going to obviously have a cultural impact on the younger generation that comes after. He's influencing them that they can also follow their fucking dreams and not have to compromise. Okay? Not have to compromise on their values, not have to hide who they are, not have to hide their culture, and that they can put it on. Okay? Like, that's the obvious analog here. He's just saying, like, you know, you too can also thrive. And he's giving that award back to his young self, telling him, like, you followed your dreams and here you are at the Super Bowl.
Quieren quitarme el río y también la playa. Quieren el barrio mío y que abuelita se vaya. No, no, suelte la bandera.
That's crazy. Hasanabi heads. Hasanabi heads at the Super Bowl. Ricky Martin was forced to sing in English, and now he gets to sing a song about independence in Spanish at the Super Bowl. Let's go. So there's that significance there as well. Like Ricky Martin, in order to gain like mass prominence as a Spanish-speaking artist, like he started off his career singing in English, right? Click this. Yeah, Benito handing himself a Grammy as a kid. That's so cute. And the song that he's singing here, this is yet another instance where, like, because it's in Spanish, I know a lot of people, listen, I know a lot of people look at the songs and he's like, what do you mean? Like, oh, he has a lot of cultural undertones that he's presenting about, like, you know, getting his dick sucked and shaking ass and, like, having sex with women. This is an instance where, like, the song itself is the fucking a very obvious form of resistance, where the song that Ricky Martin is singing in Spanish, which is, again, significant, is about not turning Puerto Rico into Hawaii.
Quiero que hagan contigo lo Hawaii. No, no, suelte la bandera, ni olvide el Lelolai. Que no quiero que hagan contigo.
And then this obviously is about the electricity grid of Puerto Rico. Dude, it's so fucking, this part is so nutty. Because, like, this is, once again, a major issue. And it's not just a major issue in Puerto Rico as well. I want to think about the symbolism that this has for Cuba as well right now, as the American government is literally enforcing this incredibly cruel embargo on Cuba after starving Cuba for its successful revolution against American empire. Has been starving Cuba since the inception of the Cuban Revolution. And these last months, they have decided to put the clamp on even harder. And Cuba is running out of oil as well currently. It's not even that Cuba is running out of petroleum. Cuba is being forced to run out of petroleum with Venezuela, with the Venezuelan handover, basically, the kidnapping of Maduro. Venezuela was one of the few countries in the region that was able to send Cuba petroleum. Pemex, Mexico, is the other country in the immediate vicinity that was also consistently sending oil to Venezuela, or not Venezuela, sorry, to Cuba. and now they have almost completely run out of jet fuel. I believe in like the next 24 hours they're going to completely fucking run out of jet fuel in general, and it is disastrous. But outside of Cuba, this is obviously very consequential. This is obviously very consequential for Puerto Rico as well. The Puerto Rican grid. If you were to read Shock Doctrine, you would get a much better understanding of what's going on in Puerto Rico, which is yet another instance of like capitalist collective punishment upon this territory that we have exploited for years and years, for decades, and have destroyed their electricity grid. There's like rolling blackouts. This is a common experience in many Latin American countries, but specifically in Puerto Rico is a huge, it's a huge deal. Save me, Hassan. I just lost power this morning. Man, Puerto Rico was never the same after Hurricane Maria, making the already horrible electric grid even worse alongside a bunch of other nonsense. Yes. So like this is not subtle at all, right? Like it's very obvious what happens. Like Ricky Martin's song gets stopped. There is a blackout in between, and they go to the fucking electrical grid. Like, why would that happen? And there is the Puerto Rican independence flag.
Puerto Rico, cabrón, de Carolina sale reggaetón y los higües te vayamos, ey, ey. Quieren montecito pa' abuela en el este perro y de Barel que fue campeón. Primero que LeBron, maldita sea, otro pagón.
A lot of it is rampant corruption. No, that's just compradors. That's not like corruption in the way that like you have a bunch of people who are just like, oh, they're getting the necessary funds, but they're just not adequately and evenly distributing the funds that are coming in. No, the corruption of that sort is one that many people outside of the periphery, many people in the periphery are quite familiar with. Compradors that advance the interests of empire, that are specifically in that position to advance the interests of empire. That's a different type of corruption. Corruption almost feels domestic, right? Corruption makes it seem as though this is like a domestic affair, as though they have the necessary resources and the people that are elected into power are actively taking away those necessary resources. Puerto Rico has been actively starved on purpose. Okay? It's very different. Starved by those who are working at the behest of empire. I think this is a necessary distinction to make. Okay? Yeah, we got the Olympians speaking out against America as well, but we'll get to that in a little bit.
Puerto Rico está en cabrón. Puerto Rico está en ca. Ey, ey, ey. Pichea Maldivas, yo me quedo en Palomino. Ey, si no me voy PRD, un saludo a mis vecinos. Ey, aquí el calor es diferente, el sol está ahí, no. Ey, la capital del perreo, ahora todos quieren ser latinos. No, pero le falta sazón, batería y reggaetón. Ey, ey, pido con mi corillo que somos un montón. Le falta sazón, batería y reggaetón. Ey, ey, pido con mi corillo que somos un montón. Welcome to the calentón. Por la mañana café, por la tarde ron. Ya estamos en la calle, sal de tu balcón.
Also, wait, hold on. Before we continue with this, like, no, this is not just a reference to post-Maria, because the Puerto Rican electricity grid was already in a state of dire disrepair, deliberately kept that way for exploitative purposes even before Hurricane Maria. But Hurricane Maria was like a devastating blow to the already crippled infrastructure of Puerto Rico, something that I've covered extensively in the past on this broadcast. Okay? But the issue here is not just about Puerto Rico either. The issue here extends to the Dominican Republic. The issue here extends to rolling blackouts experienced in many other Latin American countries, many South American countries. So it's not just about Puerto Rico as well, but like that's kind of the point of this entire this entire story, is that there is this united, shared experience in many South American countries. The Caribbean is the West Bank of America. Hi, Kirk. Family is St. Lucian.
América, sea Chile, Argentina, Uruguay, Paraguay, Bolivia, Perú, Ecuador, Brasil, Colombia, Venezuela, Guyana, Panamá, Costa Rica, Nicaragua, Honduras, El Salvador, Guatemala, México, patria, Puerto Rico. Seguimos aquí. Ahora sí, de cuando te tuve, debí darte más besos y abrazos. Ojalá debí tirar más.
The national
He said Haiti too. No, he did. I think the only country he forgot to say was Suriname. But Bad Bunny carried the ball for more yards than the Patriots. You skipped the kid on the wedding chair moment. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff that I didn't like fully dive into in the beginning, but this is a pretty powerful statement. It was beautiful, and it had the reason why I think it was beautiful. He said Guyana, yeah. He forgot Belize, yeah. So the reason why it's so perfect is because it has something for everybody. Okay, if you're a white guy with maybe some conservative opinions, you watch it and you're like, man, this is good. I can bob my head to this. Okay, I'm not talking about the weird whites. I'm talking about the normal whites. Okay, there's a distinction there. The normal whites watch this and they go, okay, this is kind of fun. This bunny guy, he's got some hops. Okay, the weird whites obviously are going to get mad because they have to get mad, but that's I'm going to get to that part, the hog analysis, in a second, right? But the normal whites will be like, oh, this is good. Even if they themselves are, somewhat reactionary, somewhat conservative, they got something in there. They don't look too deeply into it. But if you come from any sort of like South American background or origin, if you come from a Hispanic background, Latin American background, there's a lot of cultural undertones here that directly speak to you, but it's sheltered by the fact that it is being delivered it is being delivered in Spanish. Okay, so that's like they don't see it. If you pronounce the H in white, there was nothing for you in there. Yeah. So obviously we're going to talk about the weird whites in a second. Like this one was 600,000 likes. It's fucking crazy. Because there's always a weird white in there somewhere, right? Now, this final piece where he talks about America is not America in the way that, us here in the United States understand America, but America, the continent, both North and South America, right? So it's this beautiful tapestry. It hits all the angles, and it has this like uniting message at the end of it. Obviously, I'm not going to be one of those guys who's like super woke and then be like, wow, it doesn't hit hard enough against like the one country that's kind of played a formative role in keeping down every other fucking country here, including Puerto Rico, even though that is mentioned throughout the entire process, because that is a part of your history, that is a part of your culture, that is a part of your existence, your ongoing existence, and the generational trauma that you have withstood. Okay. Should have burned the U.S. flag. Yeah. Like I said, no notes. It's fucking fantastic. It's awesome. It's got something for everybody. And woke is fucking back. As a Sigma White, I do not bop my head to the style of music. It is far too energetic and noisy for my superior taste. However, I do enjoy the complex political messaging and subtle hints to anti-colonial movements. My superior intellectual capabilities enjoy a layered presentation. Hell yeah. He even mentions Canada a single time, which is all we ever need. Yeah, he even does Canada. Speaking of weird whites, this is my favorite type of weird white, the schizophrenic weird white. New video of Bad Bunny looking visibly shook as he's trying to leave the Super Bowl, pausing to look back several times with visible concern in his eyes. You'd swear he saw the devil himself and was terrified. Afterwards, he was abruptly deleted his Instagram account with 51 million followers. Well, the first point scored in the game was a 33-yard field goal, so there's that.
Benito, how was it out there? How was it? That was great.
Have you seen them talking about the hand signs? No. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Benito, he's being pursued by the devil because he did devil worship in that halftime performance. Yeah, before you laugh, remember that guys like that do vote, and they love voting, and they will continue voting for the most reactionary position. Just want to point that out real quick. Okay. But continuing along with the weird whites, here is another one that was that went to the Super Bowl, paid like 5 bands for a ticket, paid like 5 bands for a fucking ticket, and then did this shit. Like, imagine getting done up, doing your makeup, bringing your fucking friend with you. So that's 10 bands, right? That's 10 bands for the tickets. And you're in the fucking nosebleeds. And during the fucking historic halftime performance, you voluntarily choose to put earbuds on, connect it to your fucking iPhone, and watch the pre-recorded dog shit Turning Point USA Charlie Kirky halftime show, which we all know Kirk wasn't watching. Okay? He was looking up, watching the Super Bowl halftime show, shaking his ass. Okay? He was watching Benito. Let's be real. But it is spectacular watching the American halftime performance of the Super Bowl instead of Bad Bunny. Incredibly performative. Okay? Incredibly fucking performative. Imagine sitting through that goddamn traffic alone, paying $100 for a parking, to be able to park next to the fucking stadium, walking for like 45 minutes to an hour, getting there, sitting through the Super Bowl, getting to the halftime show, trying to turn on with the dog shit Wi-Fi slash, not 5G, but probably like 3G edge at that point, stadium service of people around you, putting the fucking earbuds in and being like, hey, telling your boyfriend, gesturing to your boyfriend, it's time to film me. It's time to film me having the best time of my life. And you know she chose the wired earbuds because if she put the fucking regular AirPods in, then people might not know that she actually was fully connected to the song or fully listening in. You are a fucking clown. Please film me doing this thing. You can't boycott something you're already attending, you dumbass, says this person who got 600,000 likes. They do all that because they're all Americans, unlike you. Daughter of Kane 29 says, have a Floridian Republican friend who said, got no clue what he's saying, but it sounds good though. Hi, Hassan, respectfully asking, can you take me as your Ottoman wife? You heard the woman, make the program more elderly friendly. Eugenics, bro. She got Tsar Bomba ratioed? Yeah. This is what Zach Bryan said. Said he thought it was cringe too, lol. Zach Bryan on the Turning Point USA halftime show. I don't care what side you're on. A bunch of adults throwing temper tantrums in their own halftime shows, embarrassing as hell, and the most cringe shit on the planet. Yep. What the fuck happens to you? Boy, you turned into a Hollywood sellout bitch quick. You were my favorite artist. Now you're nothing but another dumbass out of touch elitist. Shit happens quick, homie. Awesome. Oh my God, they're screaming. They're running around like headless chickens. He should never speak English ever again, okay, for the rest of his life, I think. If this is how hard you get triggered by this performance, I mean, oh my God, it's so beautiful. It's a gift that keeps on giving. I love this coat, man. Give it to me. Inject it directly into my fucking veins, baby. Inject it directly into my fucking veins. I want to mainline this fucking copium. I want to mainline it. Oh, it's so good. I'm saying it. We're going to start off with something fun and something cool. Super Bowl halftime show. Okay? I watched it last night after the stream and looked through the different notes that he had, like the different things that he was pointing to, talking about. We'll obviously talk about the Republican reaction to the Bad Bunny Super Bowl halftime show. It's, I think, the most watched Super Bowl halftime show. So it was a spectacular experience overall, as opposed to the idiotic experience that I put ourselves through for no real reason, which was the Turning Point USA halftime show, which was ass. But I think there is utility in watching the Turning Point USA halftime show as well, because we want to understand what America B is tuning into, except even America B seemingly had not tuned into the Super Bowl halftime show put together by Erica Kirk. they were all mauling at their televisions, watching Bad Bunny, and the Latinx dancers shake their asses. I will say that the fact that it was a fully Spanish broadcast actually allowed Bad Bunny to go and make as many political statements as he wanted to. I think he could have gone harder, but I'm not going to get into that. I know everybody will yell at me. I wish he would like go extra hard on the Cuban stuff. He did go pretty hard on Puerto Rican independence in general. Please don't say Latinx. We hate it, bro. Yeah, that's the joke, chatter. Do you ever hear me say Latinx? Like under different circumstances? Oh, yeah. Turning Point USA's bass boosted, totally botted YouTube video is sitting at 20 million views. But let's start. Benito Antonio Martinez Ocasio. I do love that that's his like real name, right? And people saw him wearing a jersey with Ocasio in the back, and they literally were like, "Oh my God, he's promoting AOC." Like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is the only person with a name Ocasio. Yeah, we got the Olympian speaking out against America as well, but we'll get to that in a little bit. But Bad Bunny carried the ball for more yards than the Patriots. You skipped the kid on the wedding chair moment. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff that I didn't like fully dive into in the beginning, but this is a pretty powerful statement. It was beautiful, and it had the reason why I think it was beautiful. He said Guyana, yeah. He forgot Belize, yeah. So the reason why it's so perfect is because it has something for everybody. Okay, if you're a white guy with maybe some conservative opinions, you watch it and you're like, man, this is good. I can bob my head to this. Okay, I'm not talking about the weird whites. I'm talking about the normal whites. Okay, there's a distinction there. The normal whites watch this and they go, okay, this is kind of fun. This Bunny guy, he's got some hops. Okay. The weird whites obviously are going to get mad because they have to get mad, but that's I'm going to get to that part, the hog analysis in a second, right? But the normal whites will be like, oh, this is good. Even if they themselves are, somewhat reactionary, somewhat conservative, they got something in there. They don't look too deeply into it. But if you come from any sort of like South American background or origin, if you come from a Hispanic background, Latin American background, there's a lot of cultural undertones here that directly speak to you, but it's sheltered by the fact that it is being delivered it is being delivered in Spanish. Okay, so they don't see it. If you pronounce the H in white, there was nothing for you in there. Yeah. So obviously, we're going to talk about the weird whites in a second. Like this one was 600,000 likes. It's crazy because there's always a weird white in there somewhere, right? Now, this final piece where he talks about America is not America in the way that us here in the United States understand America, but America, the continent, both North and South America, right? So it's this beautiful tapestry. It hits all the angles, and it has this like uniting message at the end of it. Obviously, I'm not going to be one of those guys who's like super woke and then be like, wow, it doesn't hit hard enough against like the one country that's kind of played a formative role in keeping down every other country here, including Puerto Rico, even though that is mentioned throughout the entire process. Because that is a part of your history, that is a part of your culture, that is a part of your existence, your ongoing existence, and the generational trauma that you have withstood. Okay, should have burned the U.S. flag. Yeah, like I said, no notes. It's fantastic. It's awesome. It's got something for everybody. Woke is back. As a Sigma white, I do not bop my head to the style of music. It is far too energetic and nosy for Noisy for my superior taste. However, I do enjoy the complex political messaging and subtle hints to anti-colonial movements. My superior intellectual capabilities enjoy a layered presentation. Hell yeah. He even mentions Canada a single time, which is all we ever need. Yeah, he even does Canada. Speaking of weird whites, this is my favorite type of weird white. The schizophrenic weird white. New video of Bad Bunny looking visibly shook as he's trying to leave the Super Bowl, pausing to look back several times with visible concern in his eyes. You'd swear he saw the devil himself and was terrified. Afterwards, he was abruptly deleted his Instagram account with 51 million followers. Well, the first point scored in the game was a 33-yard field goal, so there's that.
Benito, how was it out there? How was it?
That was great.
Have you seen them talking about the hand signs? No. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Benito, he's being pursued by the devil because he did devil worship in that halftime performance. Yeah, before you laugh, remember that guys like that do vote, and they love voting, and they will continue voting for the most reactionary position. Just want to point that out real quick. Okay. But continuing along with the weird whites, here is another one that was that went to the Super Bowl, paid like 5 bands for a ticket, and then did this shit. Like, imagine getting done up, doing your makeup, bringing your friend with you. So that's 10 bands, right? That's 10 bands for the tickets. And you're in the nosebleeds. And during the historic halftime performance, you voluntarily choose to put earbuds on, connect it to your iPhone, and watch the pre-recorded dog shit Turning Point USA Charlie Kirky halftime show, which we all know Kirk wasn't watching. Okay? He was looking up, watching the Super Bowl halftime show, shaking his ass. Okay? He was watching Benito. Let's be real. But it is spectacular watching the American halftime performance at the Super Bowl instead of Bad Bunny. Incredibly performative. Okay? Incredibly performative. Imagine sitting through that goddamn traffic alone, paying $100 for a parking, to be able to park next to the stadium, walking for like 45 minutes to an hour, getting there, sitting through the Super Bowl, getting to the halftime show, trying to turn on with the dog shit Wi-Fi slash, not 5G, but probably like 3G edge at that point, stadium service with thousands of people around you, putting the earbuds in and being like, hey, telling your boyfriend, gesturing to your boyfriend, it's time to film me. It's time to film me having the best time of my life. And you know she chose the wired earbuds because if she put the regular AirPods in, then people might not know that she actually was fully connected to the song or fully listening in. You are a clown. Please film me doing this thing. You can't boycott something you're already attending, you dumbass, says this person who got 600,000 likes. They do all that because they're all Americans, unlike you. Daughter of Kane 29 says, have a Floridian Republican friend who said, got no clue what he's saying, but it sounds good though. Hi, Hassan, respectfully asking, can you take me as your Ottoman wife? You heard the woman, make the program more elderly friendly. Eugenics, bro. She got Tsar Bomba ratioed? Yeah. This is what Zach Bryan said. Said he thought it was cringe too, lol. Zach Bryan on the Turning Point USA halftime show. I don't care what side you're on. A bunch of adults throwing temper tantrums in their own halftime shows, embarrassing as hell, and the most cringe shit on the planet. Yep. What the happens to you? Boy, you turned into a Hollywood sellout bitch quick. You were my favorite artist. Now you're nothing but another dumbass out of touch elitist. Shit happens quick, homie. Awesome. And one of the things I obviously love about all this shit, for the record, last thing I want to mention about this is that while all of this stuff is happening, while we're celebrating Latin American culture, we must remind ourselves, hate to be the woke guy here, but we do have to remind ourselves that the American government is currently forcing the hand of every Latin American country that has ever offered aid to the island nation of Cuba to stop sending oil, and that the island nation of Cuba is running out of oil. We are starving Cuba. We are actively starving Cuba. This is pretty much one man's design for the country. One man who has an endless amount of appetite for death and destruction. Marco Rubio, more so than even Donald Trump, which I will be getting to because friend of the show Noah Colwin actually went out to Cuba and did some investigative reporting, as he was talking about on this broadcast. My friend Noah Colwin's piece is now on Drop Site. One of the most important stories that unfortunately is getting overlooked. Marco Rubio is blocking Trump from actual talks with Cuba. Cuba has, I believe, 24 hours of jet fuel remaining on the island. In the process of this, Nicaragua has also restructured their visa. Normally, you could just go to Nicaragua if you're Cuban, visa free. They changed the classification of visas they changed the classification of visas in Nicaragua from a Class A to a Class C, which means now you can still get a visa with ease. It's like it's free, but there's additional checks that you need to go through. Okay, that's number one. Obviously, as I said, Mexico, which used to send a lot of oil to Cuba, is not allowed to send oil to Cuba. And as much as this hurts me to report, Claudia Sheinbaum is playing ball with the Trump administration on that front. They've been sending rice and solar panels and things of that nature, but that's not enough. Obviously, that's not going to make up for the oil that they need on the island, because like you need oil if you want to drive the ambulances. Like they run on oil, right? You need oil for the ambulances. You need oil for the generators, the hospital. The electricity grid runs on oil as well, oil and gas. And obviously, a big part of the reason why Donald Trump did what he did in Venezuela was because Venezuela was a major oil provider under the leadership of Maduro. And Delcy Rodriguez so far is playing ball with the Trump administration and is not shipping any oil to Venezuela. To Cuba. Sorry. Jason Hickel says the U.S. cutting off oil to Cuba is truly one of the most depraved acts it is possible to imagine. Hospitals will close, food production will collapse, people will starve. It is urgent for U.S. citizens and every sane person to oppose this barbarism with all their might. I agree. Cuban here, the situation is dire as of the last couple of days. Yeah. Cubans are some of the proudest people I know, some of the bravest, most resilient people out there. It is fantastic. Or fantastic. What the it is, sorry, I was reading something. It is unimaginably depraved. I just read something here that had the word fantastic in it. It is cruel. It is unusual. It is cruel and unusual punishment. I thought I read somewhere that Mexico did send oil, but it was sold by the U.S. blockade. Stole by the U.S. blockade. I don't know. Now, there are obviously a lot of solar panels and shit, but at the end of the day, you still need oil, okay? You need oil. You need some oil. If you enjoyed Bad Bunny's performance, says David Adler, friend of the show, my friend David Adler, co-general coordinator of the Progressive International, who was in Cuba with Noah. Right now, Donald Trump is laying siege on the island of Cuba, asphyxiating its people, shuttering its hospitals, starving them of food. If you care about America, then this is your fight. And he's right. I didn't realize Trump's been in POTUS since 1960, you effing R word. Their media absorption has unfortunately been quite effective, not to mention media literacy and basic historical education on Cuba. I know. But this is such spectacular cruelty that I think you'll my suspicion is you'll see a lot of Cubans who have been somewhat frustrated with the Fidel Castro government of the past, and frustrated with like Cuba being communist. Even they are going to look at their family members being starved by the American government and go, maybe this is not the best way forward. I know that there's a lot of Cubans who are unimaginably reactionary, and this is precisely what they wanted all along. But watching it unfold is a little bit different than demanding it happen. It is completely and utterly unjustifiable. Mexico confirms oil shipments to Cuba are currently stopped under U.S. pressure. This is from this morning from Claudia Sheinbaum's morning announcement. Or no, this is not from this morning. This is from... Is it from this morning? Oh, it is from this morning. Yeah. Mexico confirms oil shipments to Cuba are currently stopped under U.S. pressure, but President Sheinbaum says Mexico is taking all diplomatic actions to resume them. It is very unjust. You cannot strangle a people like this. They don't have fuel for hospitals, for schools. Yes, they just published a piece over on Drop Site News about Rubio lying about U.S.-Cuba talks. Meanwhile, we have Representative Jimenez lying about a canceled meeting with Sheinbaum. There was never a meeting scheduled with the Mexican president. It always was for lawmakers from Mexico and the U.S. Reuters reporting that Russia will continue to supply oil to Cuba. I don't know if they will be able to do that, but this is a united struggle. The anti-colonial struggle is the same no matter where it is. This is why I also say, and as many people from developing nations will always say, something that I repeat sometimes jokingly, is that America is the great devil. Okay? Because the violence is the same, the methods are the same, the impact is the same. No matter where in the world, America has a grand design of destabilization, death, and destruction. This is also why I say the USSR should not have been dissolved. Anyway, getting back to Hogwatch, though. Winter in Ukraine is not like in Gaza. You're right, dude. That's why the Gaza genocide is not a real genocide, because the winter conditions in Ukraine are far worse. I can't even make a comparison between Russia's violent actions in Ukraine and then tie it back to American imperialism without someone chirping in and talking to me about how Ukrainians have it much worse. Okay? It's not a competition, dickhead. The f***'s wrong with you? And no, objectively, people in Gaza have it much worse. What are you talking about? Jesus Christ. Dude, suck my dick. I can't believe it, dude. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, dude. It's not like I'm taking a pro-Russian stance here. I'm also talking about the suffering that Ukrainian people are withstanding. But even then, there has to be a in the chat. There has to be an absolute dipshit, a monstrous dipshit in the chat that will turn around and be like, well, actually, the people of Gaza who have withstood a genocide for 2.5 years with unlimited weapons support from the United States of America, whose tents are now flooding, whose children are dying to hypothermia even now in this so-called ceasefire process, they're actually doing great in comparison. Anyway, let's get back to the funny ha-has for a second before I continue with my coverage on Cuba. Okay, because I didn't finish the hogs. I didn't finish the hogwash portion, and then I'm going to get back to... I'm going to give you your vegetables as well. Don't worry. You'll get your treats, your sweet treats, okay? As I was talking about, woke is back. And of course, as woke is back, there are some victims of woke Sharia, okay? Victims of woke Sharia. We took a scalp yesterday, folks. As the Ayatollah of woke, I must explain to you, we took a scalp last night. Jake Paul. Jake Paul said, purposely turning off the halftime show. Let's rally together and show big corporations they can't just do whatever they want without consequences, which equals viewership for them. You are their benefit. Realize you have power. Turn off this halftime. A fake American citizen performing who publicly hates America. I cannot support that. Now, this is extra considering who Jake Paul is. Okay? Jake Paul is an American from Ohio who moved to Puerto Rico because while Puerto Rican citizens pay 36% tax, Americans from the mainland that go to Puerto Rico only pay 3% tax. Jake Paul, being a multimillionaire, moved to Puerto Rico to take advantage of Puerto Rico's tax haven status for wealthy whites. Puerto Rico is basically an island territory that is currently being dominated by cryptocurrency charlatans, pedophiles of different sorts, that are going over there to exploit the local population and to take advantage of the tax benefits. It is disgusting. It's unfair. And Bad Bunny has actually talked about it extensively. This is part of the reason why Jake Paul hates Bad Bunny. Bad Bunny has directly called out the Paul brothers for doing this, just so you understand. And what's really up, what's doubly up, is that Jake Paul actually has, not only has Jake Paul lived in Puerto Rico since 2021, Jake Paul is, of course, doing the classic lie that people from Puerto Rico are not American citizens. They are, right? People on the island can't, unfortunately, vote. They don't have an elected representative. But Puerto Ricans can move to the mainland and participate in the American theoretical bourgeois democracy. Jake Paul himself has also flown the Puerto Rican flag over and over again when it suits him and has been living there since 2021. Now, people yelled at him, okay? And then he did a double down, into KFC double down. The problem with my tweet is the word fake being misinterpreted. He's not a fake citizen, obviously, because he's Puerto Rican, and I love Puerto Rico and all Americans who support the country. More so, Bunny is fake because of his values and criticisms of our great country. And then he did it again. He said, to clarify, I wasn't calling anyone a fake citizen because they're from Puerto Rico. I live in Puerto Rico. I love Puerto Rico. I've used all my platform to support Puerto Rico time and time again and will always do so. But if you're publicly criticizing ICE, who are doing their job and openly hating on America, I'm going to speak on it, period. That's the same reason I called out Hunter Hess. If you benefit from a country and the platform it gives you, but publicly disrespect it at the same time, that's what I mean by being a fake citizen. And I agree, love is more powerful than hate. Love America. So he's like, doubling down, tripling down. And then eventually he gives in and says, guys, I love Bad Bunny. I don't know what happened on my Twitter last night. Question mark, what the AOC also cooked his ass. You know who cooked his ass too? Like a bunch of my friends cooked his ass too. I loved it. A fake American citizen. Didn't you move to Puerto Rico to avoid paying your taxes while kids across America go hungry? Meanwhile, Benito actually funds low-income kids' access to arts and sports programs while you defund them. Of course you're mad. He made you look small. He makes you look small. This is how it will play out for all the anti-woke warriors, inshallah, under woke Sharia, which we will implement. Obviously, our fifth column infiltrator, Zohran Kwame Mamdani, has already implemented woke Sharia in New York, also known as Mamdanistan. We will do this to all reactionary Americans. We will offer them struggle sessions. We will offer them the opportunity to engage in self-crit. And if they do not, we will have the wokest struggle sessions of all time. And the cultural revolution will be implemented. And anti-wokes, reactionaries, rightists of all sorts and all different backgrounds will be brought to heel. As the woke Ayatollah, inshallah, I promise you this, okay? This is what you can look forward to. Is that why Zoran called Dion Canel a dictator? That's the self-crit I want? Shut the fuck up. I know. You don't have to bring that up every time, okay? Yes. Yeah, let me joke a little bit. I'm also not the woke Sharia, the woke Ayatollah, okay? Jesus Christ, I can't even make a couple jokes before chatters immediately slam that in as though I haven't talked about it a million times over. Logan Paul also dunked on his brother, recognizing which way the winds were blowing beforehand. He said, I love my brother, but I don't agree with this. Puerto Ricans are Americans, and I'm happy that they were given the opportunity to showcase the talent that comes from the island. Okay? Zohran Kwame Mamdani was simply doing a practice known as tequila. Okay? When he was calling the Cuban government a tyrannical dictatorship alongside the Venezuelan government, he was simply doing the practice of tequila. Except Logan Paul here recognized which way the winds were blowing after he had already said he was not looking forward to the halftime show. Now, that's the reason why I said this is basically like a filter. This halftime show is a filter. Okay? Are you a hog? Are you lost? Are you far gone? Or are you a normal person? If you are a normal person, even if you have reactionary opinions, as one does sometimes, you looked at this halftime performance and you said, there's something I can take out of this. I can shake my ass to it. I like it. I like the music, all this stuff, right? But if you are an abnormal person, you looked at this halftime performance and you thought, shit like Laura Loomer. Here's an abnormal performance, an abnormal person reacting to it. It's kind of ironic how Bad Bunny was dancing on an electrical post of the Super Bowl halftime show. Puerto Rico isn't exactly known for having reliable electricity. He could have highlighted the electrical grid crisis in PR and done some good with his platform, but he chose degeneracy. To which I responded with, you are medically stupid. Looking at the unironic point and being like, well, I didn't understand the actual point that was being made here. But there is more to it. Both of the Paul brothers have You're going to have to let it rip, bro. Oh, the R word? I'm not. Bradley Martin says, R word, it fixed it for you, Hassan. Knows how my name is spelled. I can't believe he dropped the double S in there. Okay? What she is doing is kind of liberal coded. Yes. Wasn't the only person. Eric Sperling. Ironic how he refused to draw attention to the electrical grid in his performance. Drawing it. Oh, no, sorry. Eric Sperling is making fun of Laura Loomer. Also ironic how the U.S. refused to invest in electricity for its territory as it cuts power for Cubans trying to turn it into a U.S. territory. I don't even like this type of music nor speak basically any Spanish, and I thought it was a banger, hella good production value. Everyone was having fun. It seemed to mean a lot to a lot of people, and the point about United America at the end of the performance was really important as well. Yeah. I love when you say medically stupid. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm trying to be as woke as possible with, while still, saying what people understand, because my principled stance on this is that, like, obviously you need to be able to use pejoratives, okay? We can't sanitize language to that degree. I'm not going to get lost in this anyway. It's a dumb conversation. It's a dumb back and forth to have. And I think medically stupid is a good term to use without saying the R word. It's got good mouthfeel, much like troglodyte. Anyway, speak wokely and carry a big stick. There was also Representative Andy Ogles ogling what he claimed is gay porn. Last night's halftime show was a disgrace, and it mocked American families. Depicting gay pornography on primetime has no place in our culture. The Bad Bunny performance is conclusive proof that Puerto Rico should never be a state. Idiot. But my favorite thing was that the chirping, the endless amounts of chirping, actually revealed something profound. Okay? It revealed many, many contradictions. It revealed something profound. First and foremost, it revealed that the right wing have no cultural dominance, right? They have no cultural dominance whatsoever. They have nothing. A lot of people actually made hay over this notion that, like, the right wing was having their moment in the spotlight, that they were actually killing it, that they, anti-woke was going to be the new meta. And a lot of corporations followed through on it. If you recall, I told you even back then that they have no cultural dominance whatsoever. They have no cultural output whatsoever. It's pure reactionary. They're too angry to actually make something profound, to make something impactful. Remember when the New York Magazine article came out, like the ball, the MAGA ball, and all the new face of American culture, all this stuff. And I kept telling you, just wait. They don't have it. They're too angry. Their weed is not loud at all. Their bitches are not bad at all. They got no motion whatsoever. They got no creativity. They're too mad all the time to actually produce something of worth. Okay? The cruel kids table, as they said. A lot of these corporations also leaned into it because they're stupid. They thought they would get bullied over and over again. Look where we're at now. Their cultural output is meaningless. Their cultural output amounts to a bunch of drunk, alcoholic, divorced dads screaming into a microphone. Their active resistance has to be propped up by bots. It's so bad that even XQC, who said he didn't like the Super Bowl halftime performance because it was Spanish, even though he himself is not a English speaker, a convincing English speaker, recognized the botting that was taking place.
Yo, is the chat frozen? I don't get it. Live chat. It's not loading yet. Hello? Hello?
That was most likely a YouTube bug, by the way. But their chat was moving slower than my chat at the time. And my chat had like 29,000 people watching. That chat supposedly had like millions of people watching. And yet my chat was moving faster than their chat. I responded to this. I said, Republicans created a separate reality where they're popular in the algorithm on Twitter. And now they keep this false narrative going through botted metrics. Hilariously, they're committed to the delusion that they have cultural prominence and their views aren't horrifying to normal folks, which they are. That's why we always say Twitter is not real life. Even though this is the most Twitter-adjacent administration, this is the most like, we will turn everything that we see on Twitter to real life, whether you like it or not, as administration. The reality of the matter is most normal people look at this kind of stuff with abject horror, okay? They consider this to be gross, sweaty. Turning Point USA also believes their own nonsense. Jack Posobiec says, #1 entertainment event in YouTube history, #1 US live stream in YouTube history, #1 American event in US history, #1 English language live stream in US or in YouTube history. Here's a conversation that Jack Posobiec and Benny Johnson had. Breaking NFL Network inside sources reveal advertisers are panicking after TPUSA Super Bowl halftime show broke the record for #2 live stream YouTube in YouTube history.
What's the tail of the tape, Jack? Like, what's the numbers gonna shake out to be? Is it gonna be 40 million viewers?
So this is what people need to know is that the 25 million number that has come out already, that's just from the main YouTube and Rumble stream. So that's just crunching the numbers there. We've already got just YouTube alone, Turning Point's main stream, 6.17. And the 17 is significant because the previous #2 YouTube live stream of all time was 6.15. So that's the #2 live stream in all of YouTube history. Incredible. The #1 in terms of entertainment, because the first one was actually the Indian lunar probe. So #1 in terms of entertainment on all of YouTube in all of the platforms' history. I can't even, it boggles the mind to even think about those kind of numbers. And then we haven't even sat there. Andrew and I were chatting about this last night. You know, we might see 40, we might see 50. The sky is really the limit because we have so many partners. And then we haven't even got into X, and so many people were restreaming it and putting it.
It's so awesome that they literally viewbot and then believe their own lot. Like, I mean, I guess Jack himself probably is a part of the inner workings of Turning Point USA. So he's like obviously directly aware that the viewbotting is taking place. But there is something to be said about how funny it is where you're like, I've invented an alternative reality. I know that I invented it. I played a role in inventing this alternative reality. And now I believe this alternative reality I invented. It's great. It's just like, hell yeah, dude, we did it. 6 million people watch this shit. Bitch, the Trump administration didn't even watch this shit. In Mar-a-Lago, I know that this is a lie. You want to know why I know this is a lie? Because Mar-a-Lago was playing the actual Super Bowl halftime show. And everyone on the timeline, every single person on the timeline on the right has been complaining about Bad Bunny's performance. So obviously, they didn't watch the Turning Point USA thing at all. Because if they had, well, you know, and they wanted to maintain the presence that they had watched it, they would be like, oh, it was so awesome. I loved watching it. I did not watch the halftime performance. We watched the Turning Point USA one. Release footage from inside the Trump golf club Super Bowl party reveals the Bad Bunny halftime show played on the big screens rather than the far right Turning Point USA alternative show. I think there's something really funny about like this 2016 era liberalism that the Republicans have decided to engage with. Where 2016 era liberalism, one of the most annoying parts about that, from my perspective, was this idea that like your consumption and the content that you watch actually says something about your advocacy. I'm going to watch the right TV show rather than the wrong TV show. This is not real activism, okay? Oh, you watched the wrong TV show or you liked the wrong character in the TV show? That says something about who you are. You're a bad person. And this was something that they hyper-focused on, like consumption as a method of activism. And I've always been annoyed with that. I think it's ridiculous. It's very stupid. It is an unfortunate aspect of the liberalization of everything. Liberalism is monoculture. Liberalism is hegemonic. That's precisely the reason why all these people do this shit. Because they have no other ambitions. They have no other way of resisting. They don't understand like the most profoundly impactful historic version of real resistance against like unjustifiable hierarchies is either come from the barrel of a gun, right? Like real militancy, or at least labor militancy. The labor struggle has, in the post-industrial revolution, been the only successful method of doing real activism, if you want to call it that. But because we don't have that in our recent history, everyone thinks the only way that you can engage in activism is by watching the right TV show or not watching the wrong TV show. It's ridiculous. Okay? No, that's not boycotting. Okay, there's a difference. There's a difference. There is directional boycotts. If you make sure that the boycotting that you're engaging in is also working alongside all of these other things, then it can be impactful. That's it. We'll talk about Megyn Kelly's idiotic, idiotic response as well. Selective consumption is not actual real activism at all. Now, I might have missed it, but how do you know it was view-botted? Well, one, I know it was view-botted because of the lack of cultural significance that this had. That's number one. Number two, I know it was view-botted because I was watching it in real time. I was watching it in real time, and we saw the numbers jump from 200,000 to 400,000 to 1 million to 1.4 million in a matter of seconds. It would just have these massive spikes. That's the reason why we know it was view-botted. I was there. I watched it. Also, seemingly, we were the only people that watched the show because no one was talking about the halftime show. And no one was talking about the TPUSA halftime show. Everyone was talking about the Super Bowl halftime show, including the right-wing Republicans. The right-wing Republicans did not talk about the TPUSA halftime show at all.
There, so we are going to see a staggering number of views on this, and it's something where, and I'm sure you heard as well, that the entertainment industry and the advertisers are very, very worried about this.
No, they're not.
And Cliff Maloney had a source inside NFL Networks who said they are freaking out over.
They're not. Bad Bunny's halftime performance was the most watched halftime performance in the history of NFL Super Bowl halftime performances, for the record. Not that it even matters, but they're not even right on any of this.
For the size of this audience.
Yeah, I mean, why not? Because what it does is it ultimately shows that you've lost the culture war, that the NFL has decided to sabotage and betray their own fans, to do a program that is not in English, that has third world aesthetics, that's open borders messaging, LGBT messaging, woke propaganda. And I think the greatest sin of them all, you can't even listen to it. It's like mumble rap, but Spanish, and no songs that anybody knows. All the videos coming out from the stands, Jack, it like shows people standing like statues. Nobody was into it. Nobody liked this.
Yeah, no, totally. They're anti-NFL now. Yes, they've dropped. Anti-woke is so hysterical that they've decided to poison themselves from the normie ecosystem by further isolating themselves from the things that normies enjoy. This will be unimaginable, be off-putting for people in the same exact way that the hyper-wokes were somewhat off-putting. Let's be real. When they would constantly tell you, you can't consume that, you can't do this, you can't do that. If you watch one battle after another, you have to watch one battle after another the right way. That kind of shit still has a little bit of cultural significance, and it's like annoying, but you can just avoid it, right? And at least it's done at the behest of a greater cause that is overall a good cause. Whereas these guys' cause is also bad, and the methods are also annoying. They've completely dropped the ball. Okay? They've completely dropped the ball. They have no cultural products that they can lean into. They are losing the normies in general. It's done. It's over. Yeah, real viewership numbers. Super Bowl 127 million, Turning Point 18 million, Bad Bunny 2.2 million. It's one of those things where like you can't. Americans love their treats. Americans love their treats. You can't convince yourself that you enjoy this as a treat, okay? For activist reasons. Like you can try and entertain an audience that is that has a lot of appetite for believing this false reality, this false narrative. But at the end of the day, no one is sitting through this shit and going, hell yeah, I'm bobbing my head, rather than actually watching the NFL Super Bowl halftime show. Patrick Bet David is another one of these morons who is doing this thing. Roger Goodell is praying TPUSA halftime doesn't hit 3 million plus on their YouTube live stream. This could be complete disruption of the halftime show business model. $10 million commercial spots are on the line. This could be a topic of discussion tomorrow. Pure cope. Pure cope. That's it. Pure cope. Let him cope to an increasingly smaller and smaller audience. Let him yell. Let him cope. Let him dream. Let them believe this false narrative, this false reality that they have presented.
There's at least one person who did not like Bad Bunny's message
Wonder
last
who
night.
that is.
That was President Trump, who has made that clear from the very beginning. He was not a fan.
By the way, this once again proves the point that I was making earlier, that no Republican, including Donald Trump, actually watched that dogshit Turning Point USA halftime show, and it was botted into oblivion because Donald Trump was live tweeting about Bad Bunny's performance instead.
And he blasted the performance on social media after a weekend of controversy over a racist video that he reposted. So that sparked a lot of bipartisan backlash, but he is still refusing to apologize. Ed O'Keefe has more on all of this. Ed, good morning. But let's start with Bad Bunny's performance. What did the president have to say? We knew going in that he did not want to see this show happen.
No, he did not. Again, muy buenos dias. Good to see you from the sidelines of a Super Bowl party. The president took to Truth Social, and without mentioning Bad Bunny by name, the president decried the halftime show as one of the worst ever and an affront to the greatness of America, adding, nobody understands a word this guy is saying, and the dancing is disgusting, especially for young children that are watching. I'm going to let the president in on a little secret. Even those of us who speak Spanish sometimes don't entirely understand what Bad Bunny is saying, but it's about the music. Bad Bunny, who performs in his native Spanish, is an American citizen who grew up in Puerto Rico and used his Grammy acceptance speech a week ago to criticize his immigration crackdown. The Bad Bunny also decided not to book dates on his world tour in the United States out of concern fans attending his concerts could be targeted by immigration agents. Gail.
So, Ed, before you go, what, if anything, does this all mean politically, especially when you factor in the bipartisan backlash over that video that the president reposted, the racist image of former President Obama and Michelle Obama?
Yeah, the president has said he, of course, condemns the racist parts of that video, and he hadn't watched it far enough to see the offensive images of the Obamas depicted as apes, despite the video being only about a minute long. Trump also said his team took it down as soon as we found out about it, but that's not true. The video remained on the president's social accounts for approximately 12 hours on Friday, even as members of his own party called for it to be taken down. But the video and the halftime show remarks both call back to the president's recent history, raising questions about Barack Obama's birth country, or calling Mexicans murderers and rapists at the launch of his 2016 campaign, or questioning the motivations of a Mexican-American federal judge. Now, the politics of this show, that some of this can be good for the president politically, and he's saying all of it, of course, at the beginning of a midterm election year where there's already signs he's having issues motivating his base. Vlad?
Meanwhile, say the Super Bowl culture.
I love this cope, man. Give it to me. Inject it directly into my veins, baby. Inject it directly into my veins. I want to mainline this copium. I want to mainline it. Oh, it's so good. Let's hear what this dumbass had to say. Megyn Kelly just shouting football is ours at Piers Morgan about Bad Bunny's Super Bowl show is the perfect example of this moment in time. Put in a time capsule and send it out to space.
I'm sorry, Piers, but to get up there and perform the whole show in Spanish is a middle finger to the rest of America. Who gives a damn that we have 40 million Spanish speakers in the United States? We have 310 million who don't speak a lick of Spanish. This is supposed to be a unifying event for the country, not for the Latinos, not for one small group, but for the country. We don't need a black national anthem. We don't need a
I have a lot of opinions in my mind that I can't say out loud because I don't want to get banned again off Twitch, because Twitch obviously does protect whites as an identity that must be protected. But I'm thinking the things that I'm not saying out loud, and you can too. It's not illegal to think these things, right? At least for the time being, until there's a government mandated Neuralink program that actually comes to your house and chips you, and then when you think those things, Palantir-backed AI drones come and swarm your house and laser you. But for the time being, I can still think it. Oh my God, 40 million Latinos speak Spanish, but 310 million don't. Shut the f up. Whoo! Guess what? Approximately 200 million Americans tuned in and were loving the show. Because not everyone is as hyper invested in being a dumbass racist like you, Megyn Kelly. Okay? The notion that you can't enjoy a product of the American tapestry because it's not speaking English, it's not speaking American, is so moronic. Okay? These are the same people who talk about classical compositions as the real music, or talk about opera, for example. I don't think they know how to speak Italian either. You know? So why is that a higher form of art, whereas this is unenjoyable? I wonder why. That's it. You know, this woman was shaking it to Pitbull in her 20s. Dog, when that woman was in her 20s, Pitbull was not around. Bad Bunny did not pull in 100 million. Stop it. 100 million tuned in to watch the game, not Bad Bunny. Bad Bunny didn't pull in 100 million. The NFL did. You are a loser. Bad Bunny did not pull in 100 million. Keep coping, little man. Okay? Keep coping. Keep coping. I didn't say Bad Bunny personally pulled in 100 million people. I said approximately 200 million people watched the halftime show and enjoyed it. I know that many of you who complain about shit like this speak only one language, so it would behoove you to, at the very fucking least, increase your comprehension in the only language that you're supposed to be able to speak. Okay? Please. I urge you to, at the very least, learn the one language. You just said Bad Bunny had 100 million viewers enjoying the show. That's a lie. No, I didn't say that. I said approximately 200 million people tuned in. Almost 200 million. 173 is like the initial numbers. We don't know the exact numbers yet. Okay? And enjoyed the Bad Bunny performance. I didn't say 100 million viewers. I said almost 200 million viewers. Because it's true. The number is closer to 200 million than 100 billion. A million. At least according to the preliminary numbers. And they enjoyed it. If you're a normal person, you enjoyed it. If you are an abnormal person, like this guy in here, you try to make it seem like you couldn't find any enjoyment out of it. Majority of us watched the NFL and seen him perform and was like, this isn't Kendrick, was better easily. I don't know why you are pitting two different artists against one another for no reason. Objectively speaking, though, more people watched this halftime Super Bowl show than they did with Kendrick. And I like Kendrick.
Halftime.
Sid Rosenberg also had a statement. Let's continue.
Spanish-speaking, non-English performer, and we don't need an ICE or America hater featured as our primetime entertainment.
Okay, what is the national language, officially, the national language of the United States of America?
I mean, English, and there's been a push for many years to make it an official.
You don't have one.
Documented thing.
You don't have one.
If you would have let me finish my comment, I would have pointed that out. That people have been pushing to make it official.
Okay,
right,
so you're trying to make official.
This attitude that you have right here is why you in Great Britain have lost your culture. You ceded your culture to a bunch of radical Muslims who came in and took over, and now it's gone. We're not allowing that here. Whether it's Hispanic, whether it's Muslim, it's not happening in the United States of America. That's why President Trump was elected. And whether it's Bad Bunny, who is American but refuses to speak English in his performances, or anybody else, we have to keep.
Oh my God, this is so awesome. I think Bad Bunny should perform every year. If he does dude, that's so dope. Oh my God. I already love Bad Bunny. You guys know this, but my love for him, I did not realize could grow tenfold. Oh my God. Oh my God. They're screaming. They're running around like headless chickens. Oh my God. It's so amazing. Oh, oh my God. Oh, oh, this is so good. I'm nutting. Oh, he should never speak English ever again. Okay. For the rest of his life, I think. Oh, it's so good. Oh my God. It's so good. If this is how hard you get triggered by this performance, I mean, oh my God, it's so beautiful. It's a gift that keeps on giving. Not only was the work itself very fun and enjoyable, not only was there a lot of significance to the work of art, but this secondary consequence is making me enjoy it even more. Oh, it's so good. It's so awesome.
The Super Bowl, which is a quintessential American event. Football, that kind of football, is ours. They call it American football. And the halftime show and everything around it needs to stay.
Open presents. Thank you for the 100 gifted subs. Yeah, by the way, before I forget, the Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. Your contributions in the form of a $6 a month subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime is what keeps me editorially independent. Piker Broadcasting Service, by the viewers, for the viewers. Piker Broadcasting Service for tomorrow's news today. Please subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service. PBS is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. Thank you.
Quintessentially American, not Spanish, not Muslim, not anything other than good old-fashioned American.
Close presents with another 100.
There should be a meatloaf, maybe some fried chicken, and an English-speaking performer. That's what the Super Bowl should be.
Oh my God, malding
and the
so
halftime
hard.
show and everything around it needs to stay quintessentially American, not Spanish, not Muslim, not anything other than good old-fashioned American apple pie. There should be a meatloaf, maybe some fried chicken, and an English-speaking performer. That's what the Super Bowl should be.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Bad Bunny should never speak English, ever. Oh my God, it's so dope. Oh, this is so injected directly into my veins. Here's Sid Rosenberg also malding. Mr. Zoran Mamdani's going to do another 9/11. Sid Rosenberg. Annexes Spanish-speaking Hispanic country. How dare you Hispanics be American? If you told someone, Drew Pavlos said, if you told someone in the year 2000 that within one generation the Super Bowl halftime show would be performed completely in Spanish. By the way, can I just say, moment of utter vindication for all the globe Twitter emoji guys that we all called correctly for years and years as the newest iteration of neo-Nazis, even though they were technically on the right side on Ukraine, okay? They tried to sneak into the conversation, into the discourse by being like, well, we're defending Ukraine. Like, we can't possibly be Nazis, right? And we all said, no, they're Nazis. I love that so many of those like NAFO guys have either literally killed themselves or have outed themselves as Nazis. Like there's that other one. Drew Pavlov is obviously one of them. Straight up. All of the NatSec liberal guys, all the NATO guys are just straight up taking the mask off. Okay? It seems like they didn't even care about defending Ukraine. They just cared about NATO, really. Straight up. Visegrad 24, Drew Pavlov. There's that one Belarusian guy who's like constantly tweeting about how deportations are good. Awesome. A moment of pure vindication here. Okay? Thanks for killing the YouTube stream. Finally got me to watch you on Twitch. You're welcome. If you told someone in the year 2000 that within one generation the Super Bowl halftime show would be performed completely in Spanish, they would set up a sugarcane plantation on the pitch, complete with Hispanic field labor as a part of the set, you would be considered a deranged far-right lunatic conspiracy theorist. I'm watching this from Australia, and it's literally a woke fever dream. I cannot believe that leftists decided to push a demographic and cultural change this hard. Literally just a national humiliation ritual for the United States designed to make white people feel bad for existing. The message is, this is your country now, Chud. Get over it. Yeah. But did you just call the field the pitch? Yep, he did. Because he's Australian. Okay? You are watching the Super Bowl live from Australia. You are a living example of total American cultural victory, and you're trying to tell us who should perform at our halftime show, says Josh Billinson. Yep. Sorry for invoking your colleague from Austin. Asmongold gives his opinion on all the hate the NFL and Bad Bunny are getting.
Big of a deal, but you know, again, it's weird that you're going to bring in somebody speaking Spanish to a primarily English audience, especially with like all the politics that have happened recently and him making comments. I like Bad Bunny, but you know, I can see why people are mad. I think they just did it to get more.
Oh, total domination. He can't. He has to still massage it by being like, I like Bad Bunny. Okay. He has to play this delicate tightrope. Okay. Oh, well, I still like Bad Bunny, guys. Like, I'm not pure Chud, but you know, it would be nice if he sang a couple English songs for us.
Or Latino and like, you know, Hispanic, Spanish speaking audience, people watching the NFL. I didn't think it was that big of a deal, but
yeah, he has to do Diet Chud now. He has to do Diet Chud. Woke is so back. Oh, it's awesome. Oh my God. Woke is so back. Like a couple months ago, he would have been like, Bad Bunny sucks. Speak English, God damn it. Apparently, Stable Ronaldo had to keep his chat in check as well. Stable Ronaldo wasn't happy with his chat after they started getting political during Bad Bunny's NFL Super Bowl performance. Just enjoy the music. Learn to just be happy, bro.
Let's go. Yo, chat, bro. Can you guys do me a favor, bro? Like, not make everything political, bro. Like, I'm just trying to watch the Super Bowl, bro. Like, just enjoy the music. If you don't like it, you don't like it. If you do like it, you do like it. Just don't type if you don't like it. Type if you know what I'm saying? It's like, who cares? Like, who actually, like, learn to just be happy, bro. Seriously. Right? That was pretty cool, though. It was pretty cool.
I think it was better than Kendrick's.
What?
I think it was better than Kendrick's last year.
Kendrick's last year was just trying to make it about Drake, so yeah. To be honest with you.
He didn't play enough of his good songs.
Bro, that's what I'm saying. He played only the shit that was like popping right now.
Yeah, from GNX.
Yeah.
Like, he should have played.
Asmin is actually surprisingly a fan of Bad Bunny. Brother, I don't think you understand. Asmin can be the biggest Bad Bunny fan. Okay? But he has a role to play here. And that role has nothing to do with his own personal consumption. It's like no different than Charlie Kirk being a legitimate fan of Nicki Minaj back when, you know, being a fan of Nicki Minaj indicated that you were at least liberal adjacent, right? Not current Nicki Minaj, because she sings about, you know, shaking her ass and things like that's the conservative mathematical equation on Nicki Minaj was she's a black woman, she's outspoken, and she talks about butts. So obviously this is moral degeneracy. So even though Charlie Kirk in his private affairs, as we now know, loved Nicki Minaj, like genuinely loved Nicki Minaj, he was a straight up barb through and through, he would actually actively criticize Nicki Minaj because it's a performance for these guys. It's grifting. So while Asmongold is maybe a real Bad Bunny fan, okay, the performance expectation, the expectation in the right-wing performance that he's putting on is to say Bad Bunny needs to be deported, right? That's what the audience demands. But now the cultural appetite for saying idiotic things like that has actually cast aside. So Asmongold has to go back to a more moderate position, a Diet Chud position, where it's like, oh, I don't like that it's in Spanish. I'm a fan of Bad Bunny, but I just don't like that it's in Spanish. That's a good telltale sign of where we are at. Woke is only back if you're in the heart of empire. Outside of that, you're Is woke is back a meme, or is it actually happening culturally? I mean, one can even say it never truly went away. Yeah. Zach is a Bad Bunny fan. Asmongold cannot be. Well, he can now. There is room for him to, at the very least, openly say, majority of hip-hop artists are right-wing. You guys just assume they're liberal due to their music. That's my response to you. Depending on which period of time you're talking about, but also, I don't give a shit. Funnily enough, in his weird racist way, Nick Fuentes agrees that said the Super Bowl was fun. Yeah, he did. Far-right political commentator and streamer Nick Fuentes says he enjoyed the Super Bowl halftime show. Yeah, he did. Because he has his ear to the ground. He has a better way of, one, constantly presenting a contrarian position while simultaneously recognizing the cultural forces that are shifting. Okay? Also, he's Hispanic. So maybe the Mexican part came out and started making him dance. Okay? Who knows? Yeah, that's my Latinx. Okay? That's my little Latinx manlet right there. I can't lie, the TPUSA halftime thing and what it says about the state of opposition to global homo or race communism or ZOG or whatever is so depressing. There's just nothing inspiring and attractive about what the white right has to offer in its current form. Kid Rock again? Ugh. Imagine being with the hoes or any normal person and shutting out at halftime because the Spanish is switching over to Rumble to watch a Kid Rock. Like, I think I'd rather die. I'll take Spanish at that point. A mercy. What is interesting about that halftime show is that it seems like they almost deliberately leaned away from militant wokeism. Unlike the late 2010s and early 2020s, the show didn't feel like they were intentionally giving white people the middle finger at every opportunity. Obviously, there was political messaging, but it was framed in a way that can plausibly be considered inclusive to normal people. No transvestites, nothing explicitly anti-American, nothing about Trump or immigration. There was an American flag, and he said, "God bless America." The white right has to contend with this more subversive, tactful expression of multiculturalism and leftism, which isn't as openly antagonistic. We have to be honest about what it is. This is surprisingly decent analysis from a neo-Nazi, by the way. It's something that I noticed as well. It's something that I brought up last night as well. Don't immediately negatively polarize against Nick Fuentes because it's Nick Fuentes saying it. He does have the capacity to sometimes be correct. Okay? What he is saying, or at least like the broader cultural note that he is landing on, is that this kind of performance, albeit still very woke, is palatable for virtually every American. Is what I said as well. Part of it is because it was all in Spanish, and many of the people don't understand the cultural undertones, like the political, the socioeconomic advocacy, the political significance. Most people don't understand it because it was in Spanish. That's number one. It didn't like make a show of it. It did not actually like hit you in the face with it. There's also definitely trans people there. Plus, Bad Bunny has done drag. No, I know. During the era of peak wokeism, the left was so arrogant and contemptuous that they really wanted to stick it to the white man, and they also wanted to be obvious. Ever since the culture started to turn around in 2022, it seems like the left has dialed it back and are now self-consciously trying not to be needlessly antagonistic towards whites. I think about how Tim Walz in the camo hat and the white dudes for Kamala was sort of an olive branch to white men. Of course, it was an embarrassing and ridiculous failure, but this was a market shift from the 2016 when the message basically practically was, "F you, we hate you." And I know this will be taken out of context by the usual suspects, so I will clarify. I'm not saying that the left doesn't hate us. Obviously they do, but they are being more tactful. It's a trick. And my point is that conservatives need to be mindful that we are not dealing with exactly the same animal. Maybe All American Halftime Show is an effective counter to Colin Kaepernick or something, but I think it's less effective when the left is toned down as it was last night. Colin Kaepernick, ironically enough, did a version of this as well, but because Colin Kaepernick did it in English, and because Colin Kaepernick is black, and anti-blackness is the foundational version of right-wing reactionary sentiment historically in this country, even more so than anti-Latino sentiment, let's be real, okay? Not to compare different versions of colonial plunder and death and destruction. But the reality of the matter is, I think everyone can recognize that like indigenous murder, indigenous genocide, and anti-blackness is foundational to the American experience. And therefore, even though Colin Kaepernick got the idea to, the idea to kneel during the national anthem from an American veteran, and he was talking about how like this doesn't represent America, police brutality doesn't represent America, and all Americans and black people are Americans, all that stuff. The reaction to Colin Kaepernick's act of resistance was obviously far more aggressive. Indigenous erasure. I love that I deliberately said the genocide of the indigenous population and anti-blackness is foundational to American culture, and you still chose to not hear that part and then turned around and still tried to outwoke me. It's not my fault that you got earwax in your ears that is stopping you from hearing all the words that are coming out of my mouth. I did say that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Okay? Especially because I knew that I knew that someone was going to chirp about that, and I factored it into my analysis. Even if I had not said that, that doesn't mean that it's not a foundational reactionary sentiment, okay? Sometimes I can't get to every single thing, but in this circumstance, I did get to it. Anyway, so it was perfect in that regard, where the political overtures, literally, they are all lives mattering you. I know the political overtures in this instance is like not as antagonistic towards not whites necessarily, because Nick Fuentes is a white supremacist, so his analysis is always going to be about like hating white people. They hate white people. The left hate white people. Whatever. It's not necessarily hating white people. It's more so, one, hating white supremacy or hating reactionary ideology, right? And that was not as transparent. There was no like you Donald Trump. There was no ICE. There wasn't anything that like touches directly on things that white people hold on to as a form of like dishing out white supremacy to marginalized communities, right? So they did not do that, and for that reason, I think it was marketed very well. It was more so a celebration of Latin American heritage and culture, and all of the existence's resistance that comes along with it. Okay? And while I would have personally favored like maybe a little bit more aggressive messaging, as I said yesterday, this was a fantastic performance regardless. It's one that you can actually enjoy. It's one that you can consume and enjoy, and it's got something for everybody. And that's precisely the reason why this design, whether intentional or unintentional, this design creates this unique opportunity where like the only people that get mad at it are self-isolating, okay? If you have something that everyone can cherish and enjoy, and people still try to negatively polarize themselves against this thing that like most normal people enjoyed, they end up casting themselves aside as outcasts, okay? And that's what's so beautiful about this secondary impact on the right, because they're molding in the stupidest ways possible. And this kind of reaction is going to make people who enjoyed the halftime show and didn't think too much about it go, I didn't see that. Some people, of course, will read into it. They will actually agree with the messaging after they've been taught to hate it. But most people won't, okay? They will be seen as like weirdos, outcasts, odd.
It was a bad football game, and when you couple that with Bad Bunny, who may have been the worst halftime show, not one word of English, one word of English, one word. You combine the halftime show and the football game, I think Clay would agree. He's a great sports guy, too. What a waste of 3 hours.
Right. Clay, yeah, Bad Bunny, I didn't get one word. I took German in high school, so
I watched it with my dad. He said he's 81. He said, hey, this is the worst football game top to bottom ever. So Super Bowl. So I think he was right on that one.
Although Turning Point put together a great show. Clay, thanks.
Yeah, bring up Turning Point. Yeah, nobody watched it. Asmongold turns up the heat after Hassan Piker's comment on the Emeru Ice situation. These woke narratives need to ramp up. Wait, what? When did I even comment on the Emeru situation? I haven't seen the Emeru apology stuff. I was going to talk about it because like Asmongold apparently, like Emeru got yelled at because woke is back.
We do have to do something about this. And I will continue. Like, I think I might ramp up my hostility.
Go ahead, bitch. Go ahead. Ramp up your hostility, cocksucker. Suck my dick. Whoo! Smoke him if you got him, baby. Whoo! Oh, yes. Go ahead. Go ahead, baby. Keep going. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna get the sweatiest losers to be even more sweaty. Bring it on. I've been dealing with this shit, for the record. They're pretending that it happened because her head mod said Hasanet. yeah, her head mod, who apparently is Asmongold's moderator as well, from what I understand, was still calling me out. Even in that like inception of Emiru responding to her head mod that created this entire ordeal for her, okay? The head mod was also still making a Kassan joke, it seems.
Towards the people online that are pushing these woke narratives. I think we might need to ramp it up and be even more militant and aggressive at these people.
Bring it on. Suck my dick.
We do. I think we have to be a lot.
Y'all are both getting one guy. I don't think anyone cares about this one. You're wrong, because the numbers actually disprove what you're saying. Even on Twitter, which is supposed to be a neo-Nazi shithole, there were thousands, hundreds of thousands of impressions on this shit. Okay? So you're absolutely wrong on this.
More militant and aggressive at them. 100%. Because if you're not, they'll do it to you. I'll link you guys like one of our Twitter communities. If one of the mods wants to link the Twitter community, we have Roach.
He's literally talking about organizing harassment brigades. Yeah, you got normies making fun of Emiru because of this. Yeah, you're wrong. Asmon is starting to steal takes and words from both you and Mike now. I know. Mike from PA has been going hard on this, and you said 10 words and they come at you. Yeah, because once again, I am seen as like the beacon of woke for these people. I've talked oftentimes about, yeah, look, this person said this has no significance whatsoever. This has 41 million views, dude. 41 million views. Yeah. Oh, Asmongold goes, hey, we got to get more aggressive. What are you going to do about it? Oh, we have a Twitter harassment community. So just what you've been doing already. What you've been doing already. Keep up. Keep at it. I'll keep tanking that shit. Let me tell you something. I was tanking that shit when no one else would take a stand. You think now I'm scared? Are you kidding me? Yeah, they're getting flamed into oblivion right now. Emiru's getting flamed into oblivion. Emiru's face when she asked to comment on ICE killing random people and racially profiling Americans, but she's just a bebe who cosplays and is friends with a bunch of grifters. I don't have any issues with Emiru. Okay? I don't have no issues with Emiru whatsoever. What the fuck is this? Cat detector? The truth comes out? Okay? But let's be real. It is odd that she is like directly aligned with a bunch of these dickheads, right? It's weird because it was her head mod that asked her about ICE while attacking Hassan. Did she set this up with her head mod to open an attack on the left? They're coming after her when no one even asked. It's not my fault. All your close friends are Nazis. I don't think this is like a grand conspiracy, Michael from Pennsylvania. I think Ali Kitty, her head mod, was just basically making a joke. So what are your thoughts on ICE, Hassanet? It's so dumb. Like, what is a streamer saying ICE validated? It makes no sense. If a streamer saying ICE is not that consequential, then why do you guys mauled so much? Yeah, I think Hassanet is code for Cinna, right? They have to turn everything back to, they have to basically turn everything back to like something that, like, I taught people to hate ICE as though that's the reason why Cinna has an opinion on ICE. They're so stupid. Yes, they were making a joke about Cinna. The story starts with Cinna and all these other content creators that are now coming out, and Cinna has been there since day one. Let's be real. Talking about how, you know, ICE is ridiculous, abolish ICE, fuck ICE, all this stuff. Okay? Yes, I know her head mod is also Asmongold's mod. Pretty clear they were subtweeting Cinna in my view. Yes, they were doing that. Cinna was saying ICE, and her head mod, Emiru's head mod, was saying, you know, why is Cinna also known as Hassanet in this situation? Sean watched the VOD. The context is that Emiru is going to China, so the joke was that Emmy is Hassanet. Oh, okay. Because she's going to China too. And by the way, what's crazy is like, she lived, like, Cinna has friends of all different backgrounds. Like, she's done a pretty solid job, like, overall. I don't, you know, yeah, she has like a lot of reactionary, very close friends that she has, she has a lot of reactionary, very close friends that are like insane, but like she lived with Bonnie, she lived with Cinna. You know what I mean? Like, these are people who are These are people who aren't bad people at all. These are people who are very kind people, very nice people. I'm not just talking about their politics, right? You're 4 days late to this drama discourse, so everyone on our side is conspiracied and schizoed out. They're speculating about our relationship now. What? Okay. It's a huge self-report. They cannot possibly form opinions without getting notes from someone else, so they assume Sinha or whoever is getting their notes from you. Yeah. Like, what is this? Who sent ICE Trump? Who sent Trump democracy? Go protest democracy. Well, people are actually protesting. Yeah, she's like you because she goes to China, bro. She's ethnically Chinese. The fuck are they talking about? I know. So anyway, maybe the head mod was making a joke about like her going to China, and you know how she's turning into me or something, right? Whatever. Hassan Reaction is one of the best ones in the React channel. Where are you, Jeffrey? Jeffy boy, you love them young just like I do. Remember, a best friend is such a mysterious thing. You're childlike wonder, Jeffrey. I love you just like I love Bilbo Clinton. Now let's take a look at this interview.
From our nation's capital, where today we sat down exclusively with President Trump at this extremely pivotal moment in his second term. The president making a number of headlines discussing everything from the midterm elections to the economy to his administration's handling of the immigration crackdown. Telling me what he learned from Minneapolis and about where ICE officers could head next. And with the affordability crisis impacting so many Americans right now, you'll hear what he said about when to expect economic relief. I also asked him point blank about this moment with Fed Chair Jerome Powell and if his Justice Department would drop the investigation into Powell. And as the Republican Party faces growing pressure ahead of the midterms, what he said about the possibility of 2028 and the presidential ticket possibly featuring on the Republican side Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Plus, we pressed him on what those FBI agents were looking for when they raided an election office in Georgia. And his warning tonight to Iran's supreme leader after that country's deadly protest crackdown. Also, the surprising response when asked about his relationship with former President Bill Clinton. During our talk, the president pointing out ongoing construction on the White House ballroom, what he said about bulletproof windows and drone-proof ceilings being installed, and if he ever worries about his own safety, plus what he told me about his personal health. But we start with the major breaking news out of Minneapolis tonight. Tom Homan announcing he's pulling hundreds of federal officers out of Minnesota, and that's where our conversation begins. Okay, let's drill down into the news today. That big change on immigration, 700 officers leaving Minneapolis. Did that come from you?
Yes, it did. But it didn't come from me because I just wanted to do it. We are waiting for them to release prisoners, give us the that they're holding, and all of the bad people, drug dealers, all of the bad people. We allowed in our country, I say 25 million people with an open border policy for 4 years under Biden and that group, the auto pen group, I call them. We allowed to come into our country people the likes of which no country would accept, and we're getting them out. Yeah. But we've gotten a lot of them out. So crime now in Minnesota, crime now in Minneapolis is down. Crime in all cities is down. And you know why it's down? It's down because of us. It's down in Chicago by 25%, despite the fact that we are always dealing with these people, and they happen to be Democrats,
Speaking of
that don't know anything about crime prevention.
Mr. President, speaking of Minneapolis, what did you learn?
I learned that maybe we can use a little bit of a softer touch, but you still have to be tough. These are criminals. We're dealing with really hard criminals. But look, I've called the people. I've called the governor. I've called the mayor, spoke to them, had great conversations with them, and then I see them ranting and raving out there, literally as though a call wasn't made. We've done a great job everywhere. The only place there's been a little inflammation has been really, it's not Minnesota, because we've done well with
Los Angeles, too. There's been others. Yeah.
Well, I saved Los Angeles. The top law enforcement officer, right at the beginning of my time when they were having riots, before me and it carried into me. If I didn't go in there with the National Guard, with troops, you wouldn't have the Olympics, which I got. I got the Olympics. You wouldn't have the Olympics in Los Angeles. And he said, without the president sending in the troops, we would have lost Los Angeles. Yeah. And you know what? I saved Los Angeles. And we will do it again if we have to. And by the way, we're going to have a very safe Olympics.
Insane.
And we're going to have a very safe World Cup.
Speaking of Minneapolis, after the shooting of Renee Good, you said ICE made some mistakes. What were the mistakes?
Well, look, I'm not happy with the two incidents. It's not, you know, it's both of them, not one or the other. He was not an angel, and she was not an angel. You know, you look at some tapes from back, but still, I'm not happy with what happened there. Nobody could be happy, and ICE wasn't happy either. But I'm going to always be with our great people.
Bro, American has evolved to a degree where they are unironically looking at a white lady and a white man and treating them like a black teenager. I never thought we would get to this point, okay? Let's keep it $150 here, guys. The He Was No Angel is like a famous application, a postmortem application for police shootings involving black teenagers. Michael Brown was no angel, right? That's where it was most famously used. And now, even if you're a white guy opposing the administration, you are also getting hit with the no angel territory. It's incredible.
Law enforcement, ICE, police, we have to back them. If we don't back them, we don't have a country. If we don't back them, you're going to end up, look, Washington, D.C. was a very unsafe place to be. You couldn't walk to the White House. You couldn't walk to a restaurant. Restaurants were closing. I inherited not only a mess with the country, I inherited a horrible, very dangerous capital. Do you know Washington, D.C. is now an extremely safe place? You see what happened. You're here a lot.
When you mentioned Renee Good,
let me ask you, Tom.
yeah.
You're here a lot.
Yeah.
Would you have walked down the street a year and a half ago with your family? No. But today you can, and nothing's going to
Come on, man. Just say yes, bro. Come on. What are we talking about here?
happen.
You mentioned Renee Good and not Al and Alex.
Don't skip that, man. What do you mean? No, Washington, D.C. wasn't walkable until you fucking put the National Guard down? That's crazy.
Freddie's not being angels. Do you think any of that justified what happened to them, though?
No, I don't. It should have not happened. It was a very sad, to me, it was a very sad incident, two incidents. And, you know, they mentioned the one now, they don't mention the other. Well, I think they were both sad. And you know who feels worse about it than anybody? The people of ICE. They're strong,
the people of
tough
ICE.
People. And they have to be tough because we're dealing with hardened criminals.
Right.
We're dealing with people, you know, jails have been emptied into our country from all over the world, from Venezuela, where we had great success, you will admit, but from Venezuela, from the Congo in Africa, from all over the world. Jails, the jail population was emptied into our country. If we don't have strong people...
Why conduct an interview if you're not going to actually push back? What are we doing here? Stop him and say, what do you mean, Mr. President? Do you have any evidence for it, Mr. President? Where's the evidence that jails are releasing their criminals into the nation's boundaries, Mr. President? Like, what the, man? This isn't CBS. I thought NBC was supposed to be less compliant.
You're not getting them out.
Yeah.
And we're getting them out. Remember this, again, I say it again and again. We have record low crime in the United States. Nobody's been able to say that for 125 years.
So I want to be clear because it sounds like there is a shift in immigration enforcement here, that there's going to be a shift after Minneapolis. What should Americans expect going forward?
Well, one thing I say to my people, you know, we do a good job, we don't get credit for it. I say they have to ask and they have to say please.
Who has to ask and who has to say please?
The mayor or the governor. I don't want to go and force ourselves into a city, even if their numbers are terrible. Like, for instance, I got a call from Jeff Landry, governor of Louisiana. He said, we have a big problem. Could you go in and help us with well, let's see, certain sections. I mean, to be honest with you, certain sections of the state, beyond their famous, beautiful city, certain sections of the state. We have done, not only in New Orleans, we've done a really great job in Louisiana, but I was called. I want to be called. Chicago, we could solve the Chicago crime.
Well, on that question, which cities are you headed to next?
We have 5 cities that we're looking at very strongly, but we want to be invited. we will sometimes call the governors. And
Are
say,
these cities like
you going
Chicago,
to
Philadelphia? Are these the cities?
We could straighten out the crime in Chicago. We've already brought it down 25% just by being there. We could have Chicago be a safe city, just like D.C. is a safe city, just like all of these places that we've gone to. And I look forward. You know, I didn't campaign on that.
Yeah.
I campaigned on law and order, but I didn't think I'd be going into individual cities and making them safe.
Anything else you can tell us about the 5 cities? The 5 cities, anything else? So Americans are ready?
We'll be announcing them very quickly, but we could do something. As an example, I was called by people. San Francisco said, please, we have a Democrat mayor. He's trying very hard. Would you, friends of mine that live there, it's got crime problems. Would you let him do the job and not come in? Let's see how it works. I said, look, I can do it much quicker, much faster. Don't forget, we remove criminals. We took over 2,000 hardcore criminals out of Washington, D.C.
Every criminal removal that has taken place has happened within the prison system. ICE does not go out, conduct investigations into crimes, and process like criminal warrants or anything like that. At most, they will try to go to local jails and get people who are charged, not convicted, charged with a crime. But as far as like actual convicted criminals, yeah, they get them from the prison because that's where convicted criminals are, in prison.
If we didn't do that, 2% of the people create 90% of the crime. Think of that, 2%. So you have a criminal, because it's over and over again, 2% create 90% of the crime. We took out 2,000 people, more than 2,000 people out of Washington, D.C., and we now have a safe city.
You, as I mentioned, you've had success on immigration. Illegal border crossings are at historic lows, right?
You know, it's so nice that you said that.
But if you look
No,
at
no,
the...
Tom, what you just said.
It's true.
No, but it's so nice. I hope you air it. It's so nice what you said, because that's called good reporting. That's called fair reporting. Now give me the second part.
Now let me give you the second part of the question. But if you look at the polls, most Americans say they don't like how you've handled immigration, right? Especially what's happened in Minneapolis. How do you change their minds?
Well, I don't believe the polls, for one thing, because how can you not have... I saw a poll in the border where I'm at 55%, okay?
The polls show that Americans aren't against the deportations. It's the handling of immigration.
You know, polls, it depends on the way you ask the question. I saw a poll on the border. I'm at 55%. Well, how can I only be at 55% when everybody agrees that the border is totally, beautifully closed and nobody's coming in unless they come in legally, et cetera. It couldn't be better. I should be at 100%. I don't believe the polls. And some polls...
I should be at 100%. I should be at a 100% approval rating on the border. He wants to be a dictator so bad, dude. Not to get like real libbed up here, but there's honestly no other way to... This truly puts into... this truly puts into proper framing his like genuine admiration for Vladimir Putin and shit. I've often wondered what it's like why authoritarian leaders do like silly things to make themselves appear a certain way as though they are beloved by large majorities of the population, if not the damn near entirety of the population. And I'm seeing it. It's just like so petty. It's so stupid. You are not tapped into the conservative mind virus like you used to be.
I mean, I could show you polls where I'm polling at 69% popularity, and some polls where I have one at...
We'll ask the White House to share that with us. Yeah.
71%. And then I have polls where I'm at 44% and 42%. The polls are almost dishonest, almost as dishonest as some of the reporters themselves.
Yeah.
But I'm getting very good polls. I'm getting very good polls on crime prevention, on law and order, and on the border. I have to. And I'm starting to get great polls on the economy, which I think is...
The polls on the economy they're not great.
They should be great.
They should be. So why aren't they, if you believe that?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, look, I've got...
Americans tell us, we hear this. I mean, we're going to get into the economy later, but I mean, they tell us they don't feel it.
Just so you understand. Yeah. I have $18 trillion being invested into the country. Biden had less than $1 trillion for 4 years, and the whole country was going to create it.
When does America feel it?
Do you know that if they won that election, and we won in a landslide, do you know if they won that election, this country was... I think it was finished. I actually think it was finished. You would have had people, instead of 18 coming in, 18 trillion, you would have had $10 trillion leaving. I think our country, I think we would have been Venezuela on steroids.
I have a question about immigration still looking forward now. Your goal during the election was to deport everyone who came here illegally under President Biden. Is your mission now to deport everyone who came in illegally or just people who have come in illegally who have also committed additional crimes?
We are totally focused on criminals, really bad criminals. Now, you could say people that came in illegally are criminals, but I'm talking about murderers from different countries. We have 11,888 murderers that Biden and his group led into our country. We've captured a lot of them. We've brought some of them back.
This is so funny. Like, every part of the immigration conversation that happens on the mainstream, on both sides, is just built around whatever fucking lie Donald Trump is claiming. Okay? Once again, this is an abject lie. Okay? It's just made up. The idea that, like, ICE is actually tackling crimes of this sort is a lie. The idea that, like, Biden didn't actually criminally prosecute, Biden's DOJ didn't criminally prosecute murderers if they're undocumented immigrants is, like, such a laughable lie that I don't even know how to describe it. Like, if you the brain of a baby, actually, even a baby would be like, goo goo gaga, I saw Paw Patrol. I'm pretty sure if you're a criminal, like, you're going to jail, right? Doesn't really matter. And despite the fact that this is this lie requires you to not have object permanence, this lie requires you to have the brain of a fucking child. Many Americans seemingly have that brain. And I think it's a massive problem with mainstream media that they don't, like, address Trump's ridiculous statements here. Okay? There's no world where, like, mainstream media goes, wait a minute, Mr. President, you're saying that, like, Joe Biden released criminals into the wild when these criminals happen to be of immigrant background? Like, just simply asking for evidence, is that too much? Can we just ask for evidence?
A lot of them we don't want to bring back because we don't trust the country that they're not sent back again. Yeah. Despite how strong the borders are, they'll figure a way to try and get in, and we don't want to, and we'll incarcerate them. But 11,888 murders. Yeah. We are after those people. We're after the drug dealers. Right. We are after, by the way, a big problem. They allowed to come into our country. Yeah, right. Might as well say, yeah, base, brother. What is this? Is this a fucking Asmongold interviewing the president? Like, what's happening here? Yeah, based. People from their mental institutions, people from insane.
Your company is tanking, bro. Please get back to the office and stop this vacation. Who are you talking to? What is this a reference to? I don't even understand. Are you talking about Donald Trump? Oh, you work at Amazon. Yeah, that's true. Amazon is tanking. My vacation? Bitch, what vacation? That's so funny. I'm literally currently I'm working. This is what I would be doing at home, and I'm doing it here instead.
That are mentally ill and very dangerous. We're getting them out.
Joe Rogan was one of your biggest endorsers in 2024. He said
oh my God, even this is fucking stupid, but whatever. This will get clicks though.
Understands that Trump's, the president's sort of plan to...
For the record, chatter, people are telling you to take your meds on YouTube. Hey, dog. Hey, big dog, where'd you get that sick shirt? Clayton Swisher gifted it to me. No.
People here who are here illegally. But he also understands why critics compare ICE officers to the Gestapo asking people for their papers. What's your response to him?
Well, look, first of all, he's a great guy. We had a tremendous success before the election. I think it was his biggest interview ever, and over 300 million people. It was very good. She didn't want to do it, you know. She decided not to do it because she's not capable. But I spoke to him 3 days ago. We had a great conversation. And all I'm doing, I have to keep...
Did he mention this to you? Did you guys talk about this, the ICE enforcement?
Yeah. Just had a good conversation. I think he's a great guy, and I think he likes me too. Yeah. And, you know, liking me isn't important. What happens is that I think we do a phenomenal job, but I don't think we're good at public relations.
What does that mean? You've said that a couple times now. What do you mean by that?
We don't sell the great job that we're doing. Look, we have the safest country.
Is that your staff? Are those your staffers?
Excuse me, people from your persuasion, somewhat left, to a job on numbers. It just came out that in 125 years, we have the safest country. The best crime numbers since the year 1900.
Yeah. That's a stat. Yeah, we know
that
it's true.
Way before my father was born.
Right.
Think of that. And yet, then you talk about crime, or you talk about this, or you talk about that, and the poll numbers aren't that good. People, we don't do a good public relations job. That's why I'm doing the interview with you today.
We appreciate
I'm trying to help my people. You know, PR, public relations.
I will say Donald Trump has diminished. I do legitimately believe that his brain processing power has gotten worse. Like, this is a reduced Trump. His interviewing skills are worse in general. He rambles even more than he used to, and he used to ramble quite a bit. There is definitely a Brandonization taking place here.
Speaking of your people, you're never afraid to shake up your team. You've said that you're okay with shaking up your team. Do you still believe in Kristi Noem to deliver on your vision of immigration?
Look, she was in charge of the border. The border's closed. I mean, everybody gives me A+ on the border. The border was a disaster. People were pouring into our country.
But what about the enforcement?
They don't even try and come up now. You know the beautiful thing? The caravans. I think I came up with that name. Thousands of people, 25, 30,000 people in a group. You know who sent them? Their countries. They sent the people that they didn't want. Not only criminals, people that didn't want to work hard, etc. They know who it is. They sent them into our country. We have nobody coming in anymore. We have very good. You just asked me, Kristi, we have the best crime numbers that we've had in 125 years. I think she's doing a very good job. Again, public relations. She's not getting credit for the job that she does.
Let's move to the economy now.
And excuse me, what is sad, though, and it is, we had the 2 incidents in Minnesota. So,
and you shook up leadership there. You brought Tom Homan in.
Yeah, I did. And Tom is great. Tom is a superstar. But you do thousands of arrests. You arrest thousands of rapists. You arrest thousands of the worst people. You arrest the drug dealers. I mean, we had drug kingpins. We had murderers. Thousands. No incident. We bring them back to their country. 2 people. It's bad. I hate it. I hate even talking about it. 2 people out of tens of thousands, okay? And you get bad publicity. Nobody talks about all of the murderers that were taken out of our country. They don't talk about...
but it was 2 Americans.
They don't talk about we have the smallest drug...
Brother, you guys put a new rule in the rule book that allows you to literally deport someone for being suspected of committing a crime, any crime, with the Laken Riley Act. Because Laken Riley was murdered by an undocumented migrant who was arrested, jailed, and then deported. What the fuck do you mean? Just 2 people in the process of deporting people. Come on, give me a break. Let me kill a couple people. Come on, guys. What's your expectation? I kill 0 Americans? No, I got to kill a couple. And now it's bad PR.
As an example, we've been very tough on the waters, and soon, you know, pretty much overall. But if you look at the waters where we knock out boats, each boat that we knock out, we save 25,000 American lives. We're doing a job like nobody's ever seen before. I just got to...
Please follow up on that. The administration is currently being sued by the families of the victims. I mean, it'll most likely go nowhere because it's the American government that assassinated them, unfortunately. But he's just... everything is made up. What the fuck, dude? What the hell? Every aspect of this interview, everything that he says is just made up. I don't know how to deal with it. I don't know how to react to it. I don't know what to say, really, because he is just a fucking serial liar. Like, every boat that we blow up leads to 25,000 saved lives. How? Your very own department, your very own drug enforcement agency says that Venezuela is not a narco trafficking hub. The boats that you blew up have don't have the gas tanks to make their way all the way up to the American coastline. These are small fishermen boats, small go-fast boats that are going between Trinidad and Tobago and Venezuela. And you blew them up. You have victims, family members of the victims that are suing the government right now. Do you have any evidence whatsoever that these are boats that are actually trafficking drugs into the United States of America? And if you have evidence, why have you not revealed it? And if this, and someone needs to explain how those boats make their way to the United States of America. And this is before we even talk about international law. There's a proper process here. Is murdering random boaters the appropriate measure to take? Or doesn't the Coast Guard have apprehension techniques beyond lobbing hellfire missiles at fucking random boats or like drone striking random boats from afar? If these are drug traffickers, isn't it more beneficial to actually overtake these boats and apprehend the drug traffickers inside of these boats after conducting a proper investigation? All of these are normal questions that a normal adult, the fucking president. I think one of the funniest aspects of this conversation, or the speculation around whether or not he has dementia, is that if he does actually have Alzheimer's or dementia, which I think is likely, for those of you who don't know how Alzheimer's works, I have a lot of people in my family that had Alzheimer's, okay? There is a very funny outcome here. The funniest possible outcome for Alzheimer's, which is a devastating illness, okay? One where your brain stops producing new information or producing new memories. And you're locked into one specific period in time. It would be kind of funny if Donald Trump got locked into the Jeffrey Epstein time period in his brain and his capacity started deteriorating. So he just kept talking about how Jeffrey Epstein and Bill Clinton are his best friends over and over again. That would be fucking hilarious. Okay? Imagine the administration around Donald Trump, all of his staffers consistently trying to get him to shut the fuck up, but he just keeps saying, Jeffrey, you're my best friend. Where's Jeffrey? Where are you, Jeffrey? Jeffy boy, you love them young just like I do. Remember, a best friend is such a mysterious thing. You're childlike wonder, Jeffrey. I love you just like I love Bilbo Clinton. What will happen? I'm locking it right now. This is another one of these like crazy predictions that I jokingly make, and then it ends up becoming reality. And it has happened before. Ronald Reagan in his second term was already demented, right? The funniest thing that would happen, or the saddest thing that would happen in the aftermath of this like very tragic comedy would be that the American people would still not fucking do anything about it. Okay? Donald Trump comes out and is consistently talking about how he loves sucking Bill Clinton's dick and how he loves Jeffrey Epstein because that's the last time his brain was capable of producing new memories. And then the American people still don't say anything. Yeah, a pal is a wonderful thing and every day is a beautiful mystery. Yeah, a fitting end for the U.S. empire? Yes. I am going to stream snipe you on Saturday, says Chinese Richie Torres. Okay, well, I'm not going to be outside. So how will you do that? Don't be weird. Also, thank you for the 200 gifted. Shout out to Spittin' Litton for the 200 gifted.
On the phone with President Xi, and he is amazed at how well the United States is doing. He said he's never seen anything like it.
You brought the conversation, Mr. President, so let me ask you, what did you talk about with the leader of China?
About a lot of topics. We talked
What's
about
the most important topic? Is it chips? Is it the wars in Ukraine? What is going on?
I would say the economy, the relationship that we have with China. I'm going to be going there in April. Then he's coming here toward the end of the year.
Coming to the White House?
He's coming to the White House, yeah. Toward the end of the year. We have a very good relationship. And
it's so funny. After I pulled that chatter up, hella YouTube chatters are saying Twitch chatter. This is not how it is on YouTube. They're talking about how YouTube chatters are not like that.
Numerous times, and I don't think they want to see a shutdown in.
Mr. President, are you going to sue Trevor Noah? Last night in a post, you alluded that something could be coming.
Yeah, well, he said that I spent time on Jeffrey Epstein's island.
Jeffrey's island. My bestie Jeffrey. Oh my God. Oh my God.
I didn't. I mean, he's a lightweight. This guy. He's a terrible. I think he's terrible. I thought he did a terrible job at the Grammys. I thought the whole Grammys was terrible. I watched part of it. It's not watchable. Numerous times.
Existence is going to happen.
It's important that I have a good relationship, and for him that he has a good relationship with me. We have to have a good. These are the two most powerful countries in the world, and we have a very good relationship.
You talk about tariffs?
We spoke for an hour.
Does he ask you about the tariffs? Is he saying this is hurting us?
Well, they're paying a lot of tariffs, as you know. China's paying a lot of tariffs. In the past, they didn't. I'm the one that put tariffs on China.
How does it feel having now different siloed audience reactions to your broadcast with the multi-streaming setup? I don't really like it because I do think it actually eats away at my viewership on Twitch. Because, like, if YouTube was, like, you know, hitting 30K every day, then I wouldn't mind it. I wouldn't even mind, like, a little bit of a hit on the viewership on the Twitch side. But it's very clear that it actually chopped the viewership. It did. If I stream just on YouTube, there's a likelihood that I get 40K on YouTube. If I stream just on Twitch, I get 40K on Twitch. If I chop it into two, if I chop the audience into two, I get 30K here and 16K on YouTube. I did think that, I thought that it would be like two totally separate audiences. I'm sure there's some people on YouTube that are watching that otherwise wouldn't, but it's clear to me that it actually takes away from my audience here. And because of the top-heavy nature, of Twitch streaming in general, when you have 30K, then you have less of a likelihood of bringing in new viewers than if you do 40K. Like, the way it works is like if you're at the top of the directory, you get even more new viewers to funnel in. Having overall more viewership doesn't matter. It's inconsequential. That's still more total viewers, you dork. You're objectively wrong. No. I'll be honest with you. The reason why I'm still doing it on YouTube right now is because it's actually really beneficial for the YouTube page in general. Also, speaking of YouTube, look at this fucking video that got absolutely shadow banned. Holy shit. 19,000 views, dude. That's crazy. But all the other videos and their viewer counts have gone up. Also, YouTube watchers, like the stream, please. You must like the stream. Don't forget to like the stream. I got to keep reminding myself. Don't forget to subscribe. YouTube has brutal copyright restrictions. You stream a lot of videos that would get instantly nuked on YouTube. No, I haven't had major issues with that. So you're wrong on that front. I thought I would have a lot more. I thought I would have a lot more issues with YouTube streaming in general on the copyright side, but no, it's been pretty good. Knock on wood. Yeah, YouTube watchers, smash that bell button. I'd say give it a month before determining any trends. Yeah, I'm going to do that. Yeah, smash that bell button, subscribe, so you are instantly notified. And also, once again, like the YouTube stream so it gets better placement on the algorithm. I think the vast majority of YouTube watchers are people who watch the Twitch stream and are just using YouTube for the convenience. The first day made it seem like more, but that was a post-ban stream, which always hits crazy numbers. Yeah, I think so too. You were always a 30K Andy? No, these past couple of weeks, I was a 30 to 40K Andy. Now I'm a 20 to 30K Andy. So you're wrong. Featured heavily in this? What is this thing? Okay. Why not schedule the YouTube streams? I do schedule them. All right, let's continue.
Tariffs, and a lot of tariffs are, just so you understand, making our country.
Yeah, we hit 40K regularly for this past month. And now that I'm on YouTube, I think God, all right, this doesn't matter, but there's probably around like 6-7K YouTube watchers, like organically watching on just YouTube that would normally not watch me otherwise. But I think around like 10,000 of those viewers on the 16K to 20K YouTube watchers are watching on YouTube out of pure sheer convenience. And that those 10K would probably be here right now. But like I said, I'm going to continue experimenting. And the reason why I'm going to continue experimenting is because it actually has been helpful in beefing up all of the other numbers as well.
Rich. Our country has taken in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs, really trillions, because the threat of tariffs is getting all of these countries to lose to us. Yeah. And by the way, they've been doing it to us for 40 years. And now, but I'm doing it very judiciously, very fairly. But tariffs are bringing in tremendous amounts of money. I just gave $12 billion to our farmers because they were mistreated by certain countries. Yeah. Tariff money. We're taking in hundreds of billions.
No, and I want to ask you about that. I want to get into that. Talking about the economy, you've brought a lot of prices down, as we said. Some are still stubborn.
Very few.
But when you, very few. I get it. Yeah. When you talk to Americans, though, Do you have to get them to understand that the prices are not going to come back down to your first term because we had a pandemic and we had record inflation? Are people's expectations too high, or is it just too expensive to live in America?
I just, again, don't think we're selling it properly. We've done a great job.
But it's expensive out there.
You saw gasoline this last week at $1.99 a gallon. It used to be, it was $4.50, $5 a gallon. $1.99 a gallon gasoline. I think we've really bring it. I mean, I don't expect them to be much higher. Now, there's a natural inflation.
But they're never going to go down to that first term.
I inherited the worst inflation in the history of our country. It was through the roof. Now, you will say it wasn't in history. It was 48. I say it was the worst. But whether it's 48 years, I inherited the worst inflation in the history of our country, and now we have almost no inflation. Think of it. You know what it was for the last 3 months? 1.2%. You know what it was under Biden? You can't count that high.
Yeah.
I inherited the worst inflation. I inherited the worst crime. I inherited high prices. So when I inherited
inflation is down 2.7 right now, but it is down.
No. For the last 3, don't forget, I've inherited this mess.
Right.
For the last 3 months, it's at 1.2%. You know that?
Yeah. For the last,
last 3 months.
You floated the idea of $2,000 rebate checks for Americans from tariff revenue. Who's going to get that? And when is...
You can't get fucking... Dude, you can't lose a war of attrition to a guy who shits in his diapers, okay? Under no circumstances can a 90-year-old dementia patient is out yapping you, okay? You're young, you're virile. What the hell is going on? He just keeps going, yeah. He said, basically. This is the most like Asmongold adjacent interview I've ever fucking seen. I don't know. Maybe I'm being too harsh on this guy, but my expectation is Trump does these things very rarely, right? It's very rare that Trump does these things at all. So if you have the unique opportunity to sit in front of Donald Trump, fucking spice him up a little bit. Inflation has gone up at unprecedented speeds under Trump. Google Sonic inflation for more info. What? Oh, okay.
Is that going to happen?
We'd make it, I'm looking at it very seriously. I'm the only one can do it because I'm taking in hundreds of billions of dollars of money.
But you can promise some Americans will get those checks?
Oh, yeah, sure. I can do that. I haven't made the commitment yet, but I may make the commitment.
So it's not
well, I just gave checks, right? To the military, right? $1,776.
But you said all
it was $1,775. They presented it to me because that's what we have in a budget that I created because I want to take care of our military. Nobody takes care of the military like I do. Yeah. So $1,775. And I said, wait a minute, if you had $1, it's $1,776. You know that's quite a famous date.
Yeah,
right?
of course.
So anyway,
You know that's quite a famous date, right? Brother, you are literally, you have the child brain. You have the brain of a child. Oh, wow. That's quite a famous date. He's like, he wants the interviewer to be impressed that he knows the fucking the date of U.S. independence, like the birthday of America. Okay, what is the fucking like why should this be impressive for you to know? You are the president. Come on, you know it. Yeah, many people don't even know this, but I know it, right? I mean, 1776. What happened that year? Nobody knows. Only I know. Isn't that impressive? I mean, this is basically the same energy. This has the exact same energy of Donald Trump doing women man camera TV. Okay, like, oh, I aced my mental faculties test. Okay, I killed it. I did so well. Doctors said no one's brain is as impressive.
1,776 to our military, and they are very thankful.
Let's get to the Fed.
And now I may be doing that with regard to the entire population.
Okay, let's get to the Fed. Is there any doubt in your mind that interest rates are going to be lowered?
Not much.
Why? How can you say that?
I just think they're going to be lowered. I mean, they should.
Is your new Fed pick on board with that?
We're way high. Okay, we're way high in interest. We have now, with me and with all the money, I've always been good at money. And with all the money coming into our country, we're a rich country again. We have debt, but we also have growth. And the growth will soon make the debt look very small. Because it's the greatest way, you have two ways. You can cut, and we do that anyway, and we did that. You know, we got rid of hundreds of thousands of federal workers. And those workers went out and got themselves jobs in the free enterprise system. And you know what that's called?
This is all of this is a lie, by the way. Why is that even good? That's not even a good thing. Yeah, they're getting rich. All of these public workers, they're getting rich. Yeah, no, they're fucking jobless, dumbass.
Making America great again.
The job market is ass cheeks. I cannot believe that he's saying the job market is great. How do people not get more mad at this? Oh my God. Like, yeah, Uber drivers, they're doing Uber now. Free enterprise is so fantastic.
We had 10 workers in the federal government for every single job. When the Democrats go in, they hire. I could right now give you the best employment numbers in history. You know what I do? Go out and hire 2 million people, put them in the federal government.
Does your new Fed
I do the opposite.
Yeah. Does your new Fed pick?
Yeah, no, do that, you fucking idiot. Please. January layoffs surged a 17-year high. U.S. employers announcing 108,435 layoffs in January, up 205% from December, and the highest January total since 2009. Oh my God. If you give more taxes to corporations, those companies will create more jobs. The lie politicians who are funded by corporations tell people their corporate donors more tax cuts. Trump's corporate and billionaire tax cuts create profits, not jobs. The job market is as bad as 2000. Oh God, I feel so bad for people who are just graduating. God damn it, dude. I mean, things have not been good since 2008. Like, things have not been good since 2008 at all in the job market. There have been like minor upticks. There have been like, you know, instances of positive growth, but the overall trend is consistently going down. It's unbelievable that these guys have the audacity to go on television to be like, nah, you don't understand. America's so hot right now. It is so ass out there, man. It is so fucking ass out there. If you have a job, you want to know how I know it's ass out there? Because there are those who have jobs in this chat, and I'm sure they will tell you. Okay, and I know this from my job having friends, obviously not myself, because I'm in a unique position. I'm in literally the luckiest subcategory of Americans, and my entire argument is like, it shouldn't have to be this way. Like, you shouldn't win the lottery every single day in order to have a happy life. But for job havers out there, you know the market is bad. Because one, sometimes you entertain it. Sometimes you look around to see if there is any sort of horizontal movement that you can make. And you immediately realize there is no options out there. And on top of that, because the job market is so ass cheeks that your boss does not feel the need to compensate you better year over year. And this is part of the reason why inflation consistently outpaces wage growth. Maybe not across the entire economy, but in many sectors, people will get like a marginal increase in their wages year over year, but wages are oftentimes destroyed by the increase in overall cost of goods. If the job market was better and you had a bunch of different opportunities for upwards mobility, for different sectors that you could move into, or stay in the same sector and get a better position in a different company, your bosses would have to retain your bosses would basically do more to retain you at the same workplace. Okay, they would have to be more competitive. They would have to increase they would have to decrease their profit margins and increase your salary, giving you more of your own output. They don't feel the need to do so because you have no other options, and they fucking know it.
Understand that you want him to lower interest rates?
Oh, I think he does, but I think he wants to anyway. I mean, if he came in and said, I want to raise them,
if he said that, he wouldn't have gotten the job.
He would not have gotten the job, no.
Okay.
No. If I thought he was a interest rate, now there'll be times if I see inflation on the horizon, but we don't have that. We have low inflation. Remember, 1.2% inflation in the last 3 months. We have.
I legitimately picked the worst time to jump into freelance video editing in 2022. I've been actively applying for full-time jobs since April of last year. 900 plus job applications sent, not a single interview, even for stupid shit like retail or Whole Foods. I've had an easier time getting a job in 2009, fresh out of high school. I've never been more cooked. Yeah. I'm in tech, and I knew it was bad when recruiters aren't reaching out at all anymore. Graduated in 2023, and it was already shit, says a YouTube chatter. It's so fucking crazy that these guys straight up look at the current job market, look at the current economy, and have the audacity to say it's awesome. I guess for Trump, the reason why he's saying that is because he knows a lot of rich motherfuckers, okay? The only people that are doing well in the current economy are Donald Trump's butt buddies, people who are on the Epstein list. Like, but what do you mean things are going so well for all of my best friends? Now, of course, not one of them, Jeffrey. I lost them. We lost a good man in 2019, believe it. But everybody else, they're doing so well. They're doing so well.
Low inflation, and we have tremendous growth. You haven't had these numbers like this. We have, think of it, low inflation, great growth. All I have to do is one thing, easy, get down the interest rate.
Do you think the Fed chair answers to you or is an independent body?
Well, I mean, in theory, it's an independent body, but I think, I'm a smart guy. I know the economy better than almost everybody.
So he answers to you.
They did that prediction chart a year ago, and they had 71 great economists and me making the predictions. And, only two people were right, me and one other guy who is a very smart professor from a certain school that I went to.
Yeah.
Very good school. Yeah. And the two of us were right. Everybody else was wrong.
There's been bipartisan suggestions that the criminal investigation to the current Fed chair, Jerome Powell, is payback, right? For not lowering interest rates, but also for when he was in that sort of news conference with you with the hard hats and he was shaking his head and showing you the papers and disagreeing with you in public. Is that why he's under criminal investigation?
He was very respectful to me. He wasn't he was explaining to me. Yeah. I'm asking him, why are you spending almost $4 billion on a very small little complex of buildings? It's the highest price per square foot. He's renovating buildings for $3 to $4 billion. And this Fed chair that I have I think he's going to be great. He might not have a home because this guy has spent so much money. And I looked, it's a see-through. There's nothing inside. They are spending money. He's in charge of the project. Yeah. He's the building I'm talking about. It's a very small little, it's actually a couple of little buildings. They're spending more money than any building ever built in history per square foot.
Some Republican senators say they're not going to approve him unless you drop that investigation.
A lot of people say a lot of things.
You don't think that's true? You think,
I don't know.
Is it worth it to drop the investigation to get your Fed chair through?
I think the investigation is the investigation. It's being handled by Pam and Janine and the people. They'll make their own decision on it.
Let's talk about AI.
He hates this shit.
Have you ever used...
But I do
Oh, my God.
Say this about... You can't let a man spend billions of dollars doing a bill. I would have done that job for $25 million, and it would have been done much better.
Right.
They're spending billions of dollars on a renovation of a little complex.
Let's talk about AI. Have you ever used ChatGPT or Claude?
I haven't really, but I know all about it. Let me just talk about AI.
Yeah.
AI is a big deal. AI is going to be maybe the biggest thing, bigger than the internet, bigger than anything else. We are leading China by a lot. We are leading everybody by a lot. They're all building their factories here. And you know what I did for the electric? Because they need twice the electric as we currently produce for the whole country, which is crazy. Nobody can do that. But so what I did is I came up with a concept. Each building that is built is going to generate their own electricity. They're going to build their own electric plant. We are building numbers of AI. And by the way, also auto plants.
I love having this conversation so close in proximity to the previous ridiculous thing that he was saying, which is the job market is great. Everyone's got jobs. We fired all of the good jobs, the good government jobs, right? But the job market is fucking great. Also, we are unleashing a wave of AI in our data centers, which is the only area that we are spending money on. This government is only spending money on building data centers, so the remainder of the job market, the remainder of the labor force is also displaced. Luckily, of course, for all of you that still have jobs, the only reason why you haven't lost it is because the tech sector is led by charlatans who are routinely overpromising and under-delivering. One of the examples that I love using, or I will continue using now, is Waymo. Did you guys see the court, the Senate hearing that took place, the congressional hearing that took place on Waymo, where the dude basically admitted that they got like motherfuckers in the Philippines driving the cars around? Fantastic. Fantastic stuff. The only reason why your jobs are not being fucking replaced by AI is because the AI tech is just not there for many of these sectors. And when pushed, these guys will just be like, yeah, okay, we got some people. Not regularly, right? Only in emergency situations. I mean, I don't know. That's what they say. I feel like that has legal ramifications. So they have to admit it, but maybe this is their hyper specific carve out. But perhaps they use a lot. Perhaps the Waymo operatives are still, maybe a little bit more hands-on than we think they are.
Everything. Right. We're building everything. But do you know, I just left Michigan. I was with Ford. They were going to close this building that was built in the early 1900s, one of the biggest factories. They were going to close it. It was scheduled to close prior to my election. Right. After I won the election, they said, let's try keeping it open. They just went to 3 shifts. Right. It's 24 hours a day. And the head of Ford, Mr. Ford, said it's the most incredible auto comeback I've ever seen.
Mr. President, let me ask you, there's no doubt you are the president who's ushering in the AI revolution, but this is happening on your watch.
Oh, my God. Brother, you have to take his dick, like plop it out of your mouth before you ask that question. Okay? I mean, it's still impressive that you were able to fully form the words with his cock in your mouth, but God damn, dude. What is this fucking glaze, brother? You are ushering in, without a doubt, the AI revolution, Mr. President.
If AI affects humanity in a negative way, is that on you? Because some of these CEOs of AI companies say, we need guardrails. This could get out of control.
Oh, my God. Even the fucking fear-mongering around AI, the fucking fear-mongering AI is yet another way to market how good the AI actually is at a time when it hasn't reached that level. Okay? Stay woke, motherfuckers. Stay woke. They're like, bro, Mr. President, what if the bitches are too bad? Okay? What if the smoke is too loud, Mr. President? What if the steak is too juicy, the lobster too buttery, Mr. President? Get the fuck out of here, dude. Like, at most, in the near future, the highest likelihood of catastrophe that comes from AI will be displacing the existing labor force with a significantly worse tool, so that all of these fucking profit seekers, these parasitic capital owners, get to offer a substandard and oftentimes hazardous service, but they engage in tremendous cost saving. Okay? I think with the AI revolution, or what the AI devolution will look like, really, more and more people will hopefully understand that the initial Marxist analysis of capitalist economy was correct. Labor is the most malleable aspect of the productive force. Labor is the most malleable aspect of commodity production, and therefore, it's the only one that they can apply pressure on. Okay? This is the reason why these capital owners are desperately looking for new and unique measures of displacing the existing labor force. AI is incapable of producing the results of real human beings, especially for the time being. Now, that might be better in the future, right? For the time being, for the next decade or so, I don't think we're going to see massive leaps. It's not my Zin that fell. It was my phone. Okay. So the conversation around catastrophe, imminent disaster, should revolve around AI's displationary mechanism, not displationary of the existing labor force, not around AI being too fucking smart and then like killing people or some shit. It's also going to be counterproductive for capital. Varoufakis wrote about this, but he's not alone. As the workforce is displaced, people do not have the income to purchase the goods and services they used to create, and that means profits fall. So it's another collective action problem. Yeah, no, exactly. Of course. Massive cope, brother. Hassan is right. Bad take. AI is a huge threat. False. No, it's legit to fear it. Hassan is right in some things, but not this. No, I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. Do I think that like AGI would be devastating for mankind? Absolutely, if AGI actually existed. I'm saying in the next 10-year runway, I don't predict that we will reach AGI. I don't think that we will have true artificial intelligence. What we will have instead is artificial intelligence capable of duping human beings into falsely believing that it's truly artificial intelligence. It's already happening all the time. Plenty of normies fall for bait with regular frequency. Like they'll be like, oh my God, we put a bunch of AI in a social media platform and they gain sentience. And it's basically just the fucking guy directing the AI to convince other people who are reading to believe that it has sentience. And then everybody goes, oh my God, it has sentience, I think. That's literally what this is right now. Okay, that's what's going on. Yeah, it's not like AI gaining real sentience. It's just the fucking people that are doing the inputs, making it seem like, making you feel like it has sentience, and then people get scared by it. Like it's kind of like if you were to type into ChatGPT, like, convince me that you're a human being capable of your own thoughts, and then ChatGPT convinces you, and you go, oh my God. What the hell is going on? No, what you plug in is what you get. It's the Turing test and the people are failing it instead. Yeah. This is also part of the reason why I keep repeating. I'm more worried about humans using it in more and more messed up ways that keeps getting stronger. Next 5 years is scary as fuck. Oh, okay. If you're talking about generative AI being used to like, generative AI being used to like dupe people, manipulate people, yeah, I do agree. I think it's making people dumber in general. There's a lot of cognitive offloading taking place. But outside of the cognitive offloading that's taking place that I think is genuinely making people dumber and dumber year over year, there's also the capacity to dupe the now dumber population with, simple trickery. I do agree with that. But what he's saying, what the tech leaders are talking about is like how terrifying AI will be once it reaches like true sentience as an independent thing. We need to have safeguards around AI. We need to have the ethics around AI. That's fine. I think we should have a conversation around the ethics of AI. But we should be honest about the limitations of AI technology, at least in the next decade or so. But unfortunately, because of the for-profit, like the profit-seeking incentive of all of these companies that are trying to sell their product and trying to justify the trillions of dollars of investment that they're getting from both the federal government and from anyone that's dumb enough to give them billions of dollars, most of the conversation or most of the fear-mongering around this issue is actually another marketing technique to make the average Joe feel as though AI is a lot closer to full sentience. That's simply what I'm talking about. I'm not saying that like mass adoption of AI won't lead to like different disasters. I'm saying that the actual disaster that's imminent is very different than the one these guys are talking about, because the one these guys are talking about favor the tech CEOs generating tremendous amounts of fundraising, tremendous amounts of capital.
Does that worry you? Everything's on me as president. Everything's on me. I can say this, it'll be the greatest jobs producer. It'll be the greatest military producer. It'll be the greatest medical producer. There'll be tremendous good, and there'll be probably some bad too.
Well, it's killing a lot of jobs. And what do you say to Americans who are going to lose their jobs to AI?
It's going to create a lot of jobs.
But right now, it's taking jobs in a lot of ways. It's taking jobs at companies like Amazon. What would you say to those Americans?
But it hasn't really started. These major plants haven't even been built. What you're going to see...
but Mr. President, AI has already started to take jobs because the technology is there.
So we have, it's just announced, more jobs right now occupied in the United States of America than at any time during its existence, 250 years. There are more people working today than at any time in the history of our country. Pretty good stat. That kills that question.
Yeah, we have to look it up.
That kills that question.
Mr. President, there's widespread concern that AI is going to wipe out a lot of jobs, manufacturing jobs.
They said the internet was going to do, everything was going to do, robots are going to kill jobs, everything's going to kill jobs, and you end up, if you're smart, doing great.
Okay, you are close with the Ellisons, who are trying to stop a merger between Warner Brothers, Discovery, and Netflix. This deal could change the makeup of the media as we know it. Are you personally going to get involved in that deal?
I haven't been involved. I must say, I guess I'm considered to be a very strong president. I've been called by both sides. It's the two sides. But I've decided I shouldn't be involved. The Justice Department will handle it.
Okay. In what way? Just looking at it to see if it's
they're going to
regular?
make a decision. I mean, there's a theory that one of the companies is too big and it shouldn't be allowed to do it, and the other company is saying something else about, they're knocking.
But you're not going to interfere, even though you're close with the
They're beating the hell out of
Ellisons.
each other, and there'll be a winner.
Okay, let's talk about the midterms. You've recently suggested nationalizing elections. What do you mean by that?
And I didn't say national. I said.
Oh, yeah. This is my theory as well. It's one that I talk about quite a bit. I'm still convinced by the primary function of AI is to shift liability to an unblamable entity like Grok just started making CSAM all by itself. Exactly. That's why it's most commonly used in places like that, whether it be Israel's targeting system, so they can just go, well, it was just the AI targeting. It wasn't human beings targeting the people that we were killing on the kill list. The kill list was populated by the AI. Or it's best used by United Healthcare, for example, when they are denying coverage to people that desperately need it. That way, it's not a human being, because a human being is, one, not fast enough to process that many requests, and two, a human being might accidentally feel empathy and go beyond the parameters dictated by the company that want to max out on the profits. See what I mean?
There are some areas in our country that are extremely corrupt. They have very corrupt elections. Take a look at Detroit. Take a look at Philadelphia. Take a look at Atlanta. There are some areas that are unbelievably corrupt. I could give you plenty more, too. I say that we cannot have corrupt elections. If we have to, if they don't straighten it out. As an example, voter ID. Why don't the Democrats want voter ID? You know who Democrat voters want it, but Democrat politicians don't. Why don't they want it? Because they want to cheat on elections. Can you imagine if I were a politician and they asked me, do you want voter identification? And I said, no, there's no way you could win that debate. But even the Democrats don't want voter ID. If they don't want voter ID, that means they want to cheat. We can't allow cheating in elections. Now, if we need to put in federal controls as opposed to state controls, remember this. They're really an agent. They're really accumulating the votes for who wins an election. If they can't do it honestly and it can't be done properly and timely, then something else has to happen.
Will you trust the results of the midterms if Republicans lose control of Congress?
I will, if the elections are honest. Look, I want the last one that wants to complain. I just had a great election. They say one of the greatest elections, you will agree, ever. Won all 7 swing states. Won 84% of the counties in America. That's why the map is all red. We just had a great election. I believe there was cheating. I think there was cheating.
Well, speaking of counties, what are you doing in Fulton County?
It was too big to read.
Speaking of counties, what is happening in Fulton County?
I'm not doing anything, but the FBI went in because it's been under I guess, review for years. The cheating that took place in Fulton County and in that particular
nobody knows what's in the warrant. What are they looking for?
Find out. Look, why would anybody be upset that they went in and they got the ballots, I guess, right? Yeah. Again, they did this. That's been under review and under investigation for 4 years. And now they got a court order. You know, they got a court order signed by
nobody knows what the evidence is.
A respected but liberal judge signed a court order allowing them to go and pick them up. Well, you're going to know what the ballots say because they're right now inspecting the ballot. I'm not involved in it, but they are inspecting and checking the ballot.
Why is Tulsi Gabbard there?
I don't know, but, you know, a lot of the cheating comes from it's international cheating. You have people, they say, from China trying to... You put this on Truth Social.
Just wait. In the next 5 years or so, if we ever even move back into the renewable energy sector, which doesn't seem like we will, or EVs at all, which again doesn't seem like we will, you will see America do to Chinese manufacturing what China had done to Western IP. Okay? China has already surpassed the United States of America in not only the efficient, streamlined production capacities, but also on technological innovation in many sectors. Most of it is in the renewable side, from solar panels and other different like battery technology, but certainly on the car manufacturing side. The technology in China is now far superior to the tech coming out of the Western world. This is a fact. People can get mad at me for saying this. People can say I'm wrong, but it is just the truth. So what you will see in this upcoming decade will be Americans stripping Chinese technology for its parts, only to try to comprehend exactly how those parts were put together and trying to rebuild it in their own facilities. Okay? Of course, the Chinese development, lol, no, bro, you have to know how to read to do that. By then, it's not going to be a thing in America. Okay, that's funny. It's ironic because we talk about automation in the production side and the utilization of AI in the production side. And China is also at the top of the game when it comes to developing robots too. Robotic tools on the assembly line are still going to come from China. That's already what Canada is doing. China legally requires foreign companies to enter into joint ventures with Chinese companies that allow them to learn from and reproduce from, at the time, superior Western manufacturing. With the New Deal in Canada, Canada is doing the same, putting Chinese in joint ventures with Canadian. Yes. So even when these guys talk about bringing in foreign capital into the country, which will show economic activity, but it won't actually lead to a healthier labor pool with good paying jobs, because they openly state that they will do automation in those factories. So the number of job opportunities would be significantly limited to investment-backed factory would look like in the past. And even those robots that will take the role of the regular assembly line worker will be made in fucking China. Okay?
I think China tries to influence our election.
We know that foreign governments try to influence a lot of things in this country.
Therefore, she's foreign government.
But she's tweeted out some theories about Italians and satellites. I mean, do you believe that stuff?
No, I didn't cheat. I sometimes will read truth.
Yeah.
I'll read truth. Okay. But let me ask you this. If China or any of these countries are involved in our elections, that would bring her into it. And everybody knows that Russia, they talked about Russia. It turned out to be a hoax. It was Hunter Biden. It wasn't Russia. Look, we have to have honest elections.
Yeah.
There should be nothing wrong with the fact that they went in, got ballots from a while ago, and they're going to look at them. And now they're going to find out the true winner of that state.
Yeah.
And you know what? If there was cheating, which there was, but if there was cheating, it should be found, because we can't let it happen again.
Mr. President, I have a few more important questions for you, if that's okay with you. Yeah?
Sure.
Okay.
I mean, they've all been important.
Let's go to, there's a new lawsuit by you and your family that you're suing the IRS for $10.5 billion for leaking your tax documents. Yeah. Is this a good use of taxpayer money?
You can't leak documents. And any money that I win, I'll give it to charity, 100% to charities. Charities that will be approved by government or whatever. I have another lawsuit with the United States. I sued because they broke into Mar-a-Lago.
But that's taxpayer money. It's going to get taken out of the system. I know it's going to charity, you're going to say.
And I've won that case. I mean, they broke in, the FBI illegally, Biden and his group. It wasn't Biden. He didn't know what he was doing. It was a group of very smart radical left people. They're very smart. They've lost their way.
Right.
And they broke into Mar-a-Lago. They broke into my home. They went through
they had warrants.
My wife's drawers. Yeah. They went through, that's a double meaning. They went through Barron's, my son's, everything. They went through the whole house. Hundreds of people. They went in with guns. They went in, guns
how would
have been ablazing.
Yeah. So how would this work?
Wait. Yeah. I brought a lawsuit. Essentially, the lawsuit's been won. I guess I won a lot of money.
How would this work? So Scott Bessent's the head of the IRS.
YouTube chatters, don't forget to like the fucking YouTube stream, okay? And subscribe and hit the bell to be properly notified when I go live on YouTube. This will help me continue live streaming on YouTube as well. And if you like the stream, it will allow me to get better placement in the algorithm on YouTube.
He's the head of the Justice Department. They're going to defend the IRS against you. You're their boss.
Well, there's never been anything like it, in all fairness.
So are you going to tell them to pay you?
Don't forget, I sued as a private citizen because I sued between terms. I won 3 times. I won 3 times, but I didn't assume, unfortunately for this country, I didn't assume office the second time. But here's the story. I sued because they broke into Mar-a-Lago. That was before I became president. Now it goes along, and it turned out that the suit is a very strong suit.
You're going to tell them to pay you, though? You're the boss.
Well, what I would do, tell them to pay me, but I'll give 100% of the money to charity. I don't want any of the money.
You take it out of the system. A couple more questions here.
No, I'm putting it back into the system.
Yeah.
If I give money to American Cancer Society, I will give 100% of the money away to charity. I don't want any of it.
$30 trillion debt, and we're going to take $10 billion out of the system?
Well, I mean, you give it away anyway.
Yeah, there's no argument here. This is like petty, vindictive, silly. And given that the courts have been very pliant to Trump's needs, especially in like the idiotic defamation cases and shit like that, I don't know. I mean, I can see this. I can see them also ruling in his favor. It's so crazy. Like, look, I'm not a party loyalist by any metric, right? But I cannot believe that the courts would treat a Democrat doing the same thing in the same way. There is just no world where a Democrat would be able to get away with like a fucking fraction of the shit Trump does on a daily basis. What if Biden sued the IRS? What's the problem? Are you kidding me? If Biden was the president and he fucking sued the IRS, are you kidding me, dude? I mean, these guys would be calling to fucking assassinate him. Are you saying it's wasting taxpayer dollars, but they waste our tax dollars all the time? Who's they? He's wasting our tax dollars. This entire endeavor is a waste of tax dollars. Focusing any funds from the IRS legal team back to like defending themselves against the fucking president is a ginormous waste. And no, it won't be $10 billion in direct cash that Donald Trump's foundation takes and then like distributes to the people. It'll be a $10 billion tax cut. Asman was talking about you being in Qatar earlier and he used it to try to justify slavery. I'm shocked. I'm shocked that Asmongold is justifying slavery. I assume he misunderstood what I was talking about in terms of like the reforms that have taken in the kafala system in fucking Qatar to be like, oh, well, he's justifying slavery, so I'm justifying slavery. You're making the rounds on Twitter again? If this is the thing I think, yeah, I retweeted this. I know. It's because she's making the rounds on Twitter again.
How dare you say it's okay to talk about an intifada?
Well, intifada simply just means revolution, and I'm an American, and in 1776,
violent
we did
revolution.
one of those, and it was pretty fucking good. What do you think? The American...
Okay, we also
dissolve the apartheid.
I could drop ties in this bitch. I cut ties in this bitch. I'll cut ties in your face. Yeah, cut you like a
called the dissolution of the apartheid regime.
Cringe? Come on, man. That was based. That was not cringe at all. Oh, dude, I shouldn't have played that TikTok. Now my fucking VOD is going to get copy striked. I forget that the only thing that can absolutely clap VODs is music. Like even a fraction, an iota of music will get the entire VOD clamped on. Ay. Shouldn't have done that.
They give away a lot of money.
Your endorsement
I'll
is
tell
the
you what,
yeah.
Speaking about that, Minnesota and these other states, we have massive investigations going into fraud.
Yeah.
Do you know if we captured 50% of the fraud of this country right now, we would have better than a balanced budget. And you got to mention that Minnesota, $19 billion in fraud that we know about.
Your endorsement is the most important thing in the Republican primary.
In any primary.
Will you endorse in the 2028 presidential primary?
I hadn't even thought of it, but probably, yeah. I mean, I'd be inclined to. I have great people. We have a great bench. We have a lot of people. But yeah, I think so.
You've suggested that J.D. Vance, Vice President J.D. Vance, and Secretary of State Marco Rubio would be a tough ticket to beat. Who should be at the top of that ticket?
Well, I don't want to get into this. We have 3 years to go. I don't want to, I have two people that are doing a great job. I don't want to have an argument with, I don't want to use the word fight. It wouldn't be a fight. But he is fantastic, and Marco is fantastic.
How are they
both
different?
doing a
How are they
great
different?
job. And I do think this. It's a great question. I think that's your most interesting question. Yeah. I would say one is slightly more diplomatic than the other. I think they're both of very high intelligence. I mean, they will do shows. They will do Joe Rogan as opposed to the opponent not doing it because they couldn't handle it. They will be able to do whatever they have to do. I think there's a difference in style. You can see the style yourself, but they're both very capable. I do think the combination of J.D. and Marco would be very hard to be beaten, I think. But you never know in politics, right? They say, in the age of Trump, you never know.
Yeah. On January 21st, 2029, do you see any scenario where you are still president?
I don't know. It would be interesting. But wouldn't it be terrible if I agreed with, if I gave you the answer that you're looking for? It would make life so much less exciting, right? It would be so much less exciting. But I only do this for one reason: make America great again. And that's what we're doing.
Yeah.
We're making America great again, greater than ever before. Our country is greater than ever before. We're a rich nation. We're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs from nations that took advantage of us. They thought we were stupid. They thought we were fools. They laughed at us. People were laughing at us 1.5 years ago. They laughed at this country. They're not laughing anymore. They respect us. And I get along with them. They respect us.
Mr. President, I have pages and pages of questions, but they're telling me my time is up. I thank you for your time.
We'll do it again. Thank you.
Mr. President, thank you. That concludes the sit-down portion of our extended interview with the president. Right after this break, we'll show you our walk and talk in the Oval Office, where we discussed Iran, the Clintons, and the president's own health. Stay with us. We're back now with a special edition of Top Story following our exclusive sit-down interview with President Trump. We immediately continued the conversation where he showed me some of the Oval Office, but we also discussed important topics like Iran, Cuba, and his own health. Here's that conversation in its entirety.
This room had and these pictures all came from the vaults.
Yeah.
And they're magnificent. I mean, I think they're magnificent and all, first run, top of the line stuff, but mostly of presidents. We have a couple with Ben Franklin, but I think he qualifies, right? Ben Franklin's pretty good.
Is there any one you ever kind of hone in on where you're thinking deeply about anything, about an issue? Is there one you look at?
Maybe all of them. They're so different. George Washington, and you have Jefferson, and I took Ronald Reagan in. Gave me place of honor also. Did a great job. But Honest Abe Lincoln.
Who do you have up here? I mean, these are big ones
That's,
here.
That's Ulysses S. Grant, George Washington. Here we.
Okay, I don't care about this.
This is such an honor, but all I know, I'm walking down, and everyone's screaming, "Goat, goat!" I said, "What are they talking about?" I hope they're right. Not for me, but for the country. Because if I do a great job, that means the country is doing well.
You're building the new ballroom. We hear about this new arch you're building, the Garden of Heroes as well.
God.
You're building a lot of things that are going to cement your legacy. Are you also doing this so the country never forgets you?
No, I think we need glamour brought back to our country. We need prestige. We need beauty brought. I mean, in addition to everything else, we need strength. We need all of those things. Like I'm doing an arc, a triumphal, they call it a triumphal arc. 57 cities have arcs. Yeah. We're the only major important city. Washington, D.C. should have maybe the first arc. Yeah. We're doing one that will be more magnificent and larger than the Arc de Triomphe in Paris. I would say the Paris Arc is probably the most
stunning.
It's incredible. We're going to do one that's going to top it.
Is it true it's going to be 250 feet to mark the anniversary?
It'll be about that, yeah. It'll be a little bit taller than the one in Paris. It'll be a little bit larger than the one in Paris.
You're doing a lot of things for the 250th anniversary. Yeah. What do you want Americans to feel this July 4th?
Strength, victory, security. You have a secure country. We've done so much militarily. We have a great military. I mean, you saw Venezuela. That was the people, the general that was in charge, he lived. He said he's never seen anything like it. They were all ready.
You talked about the weapon, the discombobulator.
Yeah,
what
discombobulator? Well, I'm not allowed to talk about it.
What does it do?
Let me just tell you, you know what it does? None of their equipment works. That's what it does. Everything was...
How does it...
It was my name. I'm very proud of the name. Everything was discombobulated. It was, practically a shot wasn't... they were ready.
Right.
And when we came, they couldn't do anything.
You saw this on the video. You could tell.
Tom, it discombobulated everything.
Nothing worked, even including humans.
Well, let's put it this way. We lost no equipment in a very strong... And they're good fighters, great fighters. In a very bad environment... It was a military base, the biggest in South America, because the house was in a base in South America. In a very, very tough environment, we lost no men and we lost no equipment.
The discombobulator just knocked everything.
Well, it did something.
It did something. Did Delcy Rodriguez work with you guys before that raid?
I can't talk about that. I mean, I don't talk about
Do you trust her?
Well, so far she's done a great job. I mean, so far she and all of the people that are working with her. Remember in Iraq, they got rid of everybody. They had no generals, they had no people, they had nobody to run the government. Turned out to be a mess, and that's where ISIS came from. That's where ISIS came from. came from the military and all the people, they formed ISIS. It was handled very badly, but this is handled very well.
Do you think the Cuban government will still be there? The current leadership will still be there by the end of your term?
Well, Cuba, now you're asking a different question. Cuba's in big trouble. Humanitarian aid is going to have to be sent there. They're in big trouble.
It's a disaster.
They got their money from Venezuela. They got their oil from Venezuela. They turned the oil into money, et cetera, and there's none of that happening anymore. They're in big trouble. We are
Do you think that government is still there, though? Do you think that government lasts?
I don't want to say that, but we are talking to Cuba.
You're talking to Cuba.
You know what? Look, we have tens of thousands of people that were forced out there here. They voted for me, 94% Cuban population, previous Cuban population. Now they're Cuban Americans. Maybe they go back. Maybe they want to go back. They're going to have that choice. But for years, they've been talking about this happening. Now it's happening. We are talking to Cuba. We want to open it up to those people that want to visit. Even, you know, I think most people, when they hear they want to stay here, I hope that's true. I hope we're not going to lose them. But they're going to have options, and they're going to be able to go back, Tom, and see their loved ones, see their family, their friends.
Should the supreme leader in Iran be worried right now?
I would say he should be very worried, yeah. He should be. As you know, they're negotiating with us.
I know they are, but the protesters have said, you know, where are the Americans? You promised them we would have their back. Do we still have their back?
Well, we've had their back, and look, that country's a mess right now because of us. We went in, we wiped out their nuclear.
So
if I didn't take out, you know, we have peace in the Middle East. If I didn't take out their nuclear, think of it. If we didn't take out that nuclear, we wouldn't have peace in the Middle East because the Arab countries could have never done that. They were very, very afraid of Iran. They're not afraid of Iran anymore. We wiped out those beautiful B-2 bombers. One's right over there. Those beautiful little model. Those beautiful B-2 bombers went in and they hit their target, every single bomb, and obliterated it. And because of that, they were going to have a nuclear weapon within 1 month. They were going to have a nuclear weapon. That was a big threat. That they're not going to have it anymore.
But if we obliterate it, what's the deal about? I mean, if there's no more, are they trying to restart the nuclear program?
Well, I heard that they are, and if they do, and I let them know, if they do, we're going to send them right back and do their job again.
So your understanding is they tried to restart it, and that's why you're threatening force?
They tried to go back to the site. They weren't even able to get near it. There was total obliteration. But they were thinking about starting a new site in a different part of the country.
Okay, then why is there an Iran denuclearization agreement that's supposed to take place literally starting tomorrow? If you already obliterated their nuclear their nuclear sites, their capacity to enrich uranium, and also their stockpile of already enriched uranium, why is there even a denuclearization agreement that is taking place right now? I guess you already fucking blew them up. So which is it? Did you already blow them up and you're just simply using a fake reason to go back and fight Iran? Or did you not actually blow them up and you're trying to get them to play ball? But let's be real, I think it's a bit of both. I think that they didn't actually blow up the facilities or actually take out the enriched uranium. But they are also using this as an opportunity to go back and strike Iran one more time, despite the fact that the regional leaders are begging Trump not to strike Iran, okay? They are begging Trump not to strike Iran and destabilize the region further. I happen to believe that Israel also has different opinions on striking Iran. There are definitely a lot of people in the Israeli government that want to strike Iran, but there are very real concerns about how effectively the American naval assets will be able to protect Israel. Why would you defend Iran? What do you mean? For a million different reasons. Number one, there are civilians living there. Number two, I don't believe that turning Iran into Libya or Syria is going to be a good thing for the 90 million people that live there. Number three, I think having Iran remain stable is good for the entire region rather than a destabilized Iran that will be good only for Israel and very bad for the rest of the region. Hassan isn't allowed to not play devil's advocate. Rome wasn't built in a month. It takes time. Why don't you defend the Kurds? I do defend the Kurds. I defend the Kurds all the time. What the hell does blowing up Iran have to do with defending the Kurds? Will it be better for the Kurdish Iranians if America blows up Iran? Is that what your argument is? Because it won't. Channel 12 broadcast. The level of concern in the Israeli security establishment over Iran's missile arsenal has escalated. Tehran has increased the pace of military manufacturing to 300 missiles per month, which represents a significant leap in its offensive capabilities. The Army issued a stern warning against the U.S., stressing that this represents a red line that cannot be negotiated. These warnings reflect the need for a strategic response to counter the size of Iran's arsenal, which has become the biggest challenge to Israel's air defenses. I'm telling you right now, that 12-day war, they tried to make it seem like they made Iran back away. And it started with a very effective salvo. Israel's opening salvo exposed many weaknesses within the Iranian government. Israel's opening salvo exposed that the Iranian state boundaries had a tremendous amount of Mossad assets, okay? So much so that they had productive capabilities inside of Tehran. They were able to mass produce drones inside of Tehran. That's incredible. That's an incredible security weakness. However, the 12-day war ended with a decisive Iranian victory. Iran was able to exhaust the Israeli Iron Dome and expose it for the expose it for the fucking weak-ass bullshit that it actually was, okay? And Israel, I think, has not recovered from the spiritual backbreaking that it took from Iranian hypersonics striking targets inside of fucking Tel Aviv. This I stand by 100%. Yeah, paper tiger dome, bubble wrap dome, tinfoil dome, whatever you want to call it. Okay?
I said, you do that, we're going to do very bad things to you.
Yeah. Mr. President, the ballroom over here, I want you to show it to me, because the thing you said that stood out to me, it's going to be massive, but it's got a drone-proof ceiling and it's got bulletproof windows? What does that mean?
Bulletproof windows because, well, we're in a different time. You know, if somebody's up making a speech, we're going to have the inauguration there. We're going to probably have, I would say, definitely it's going to be large enough, but we have drone-proof ceilings.
What does that mean? What is that?
That means if a drone hits the ceiling, it bounces off. It doesn't blow up a building.
It's a fortress,
It's protection.
It's going to be a fortress.
Well, it's going to be very heavy steel.
Okay.
It's very simple. It's heavy steel.
Because of that, do you...
And by the way, the ballroom is so beautiful. It'll be the most beautiful ballroom of its kind, and it's very much in keeping with the White House.
You survived that assassination attempt that we all covered. It was terrible. 2 of them. Do you worry?
We'll have drones that bounce off the ceiling.
Worry about your safety? I mean, you think about the ball. You do?
I worry about it, but you have to put it out of your mind. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to do your job.
You didn't think about it as much before. Now you think about it a lot.
Maybe it could be. I mean, I'm in a very dangerous job.
Yeah.
I mean, if you take a look at the walls, if you take a look, you know, statistically, this is a much more dangerous job than being a race car driver or riding those Broncos. You know, those bulls are tough, right? But I wouldn't want to do that. But statistically, being president is the most dangerous job there is.
We first met 10 years ago when you were running the first time. How do you feel now as you approach 80?
I feel great. I mean, physically and mentally, I feel like I did 50 years ago. It's crazy. Now, there'll be a time when I won't be able to give you that answer, but that time hasn't come, you know? I do. I think it's very important. I've done more physical.
I'll be honest with you. Trump won. When he gave interviews to NBC and outlets like NBC, like mainstream media, liberal outlets, it was significantly more adversarial. This interview is basically the same as having it conducted by Sean Hannity. Like, it's pretty remarkable how far liberal media has fallen. At a time when the world needs them the most, they are dropping the ball every fucking day.
Like physicals, just to give the report out.
Yeah.
I take cognitive physicals, so I do a cognitive mind test, okay? And a lot of people wouldn't be able to do very well. Not easy. You know, you get to those last questions. I've aced. I've done 3 of them. No other president has agreed to do them. I do them because I have no problem with it because I'm 100%. Now, there will be a time. Still taking the aspirin?
Still taking the aspirin?
I do. I take aspirin. And I don't want to change, you know? I don't want to.
So you go against your doctor's orders. You do what you kind of feel.
You know, I've been taking aspirin for 30 years. And I don't want to change it. So, you know, they say, take the smaller one. I say, well, I want that blood to be nice and thin running through my heart.
If at any point your age impacts your job, who's going to tell you that, or do you think you'll know yourself?
I think I'll know myself, yeah. I think I'll know myself. I wouldn't do an interview with you, as an example.
Yeah.
Did Biden do an interview before Super Bowl? I'm not sure. Maybe he did.
Last one, he didn't.
I mean, he wasn't capable of doing an interview. And that was things. Look, you know, I know people that are 95 years old that are sharp as a tack. Biden was a bad thing for old people. He's the worst thing that ever happened to old people because he obviously didn't have it. And one of the things that's so depressing about the press is the press refused to report the obvious. And he did have very smart people around him, but they had a radical left culture, and they were very bad for this country. This country would not have survived 2 more years if one of them got elected.
Yeah, we didn't get a chance to speak about the DOJ. I appreciate all your time and of your staff's time. They've been very, very kind. Yeah. Should anybody else expect the DOJ to kind of come after them like you've come over after some of your political enemies?
You remember this time? Yeah. I was impeached twice, 2 fake impeachments, won both of them easily. Republicans stood by me 100%, but I won both of them. Mm-hmm. I was indicted 87 different times. And then you ask me. So I think I'm extremely moderate, especially for what they did to me. They wanted to take me down. I said to somebody, do me a favor, add up the counts. If I lost, you know, I won. But if I lost these cases, add up the counts and tell me how long would I have to serve in prison. You know what they came up with? 287 years. I said, I better win.
In your mind, that calculation means it's okay for the DOJ to go after your political enemies?
No, it isn't. And I could be involved. You know, I'm the chief law enforcement officer of the United States. I could be involved, but I'm not. I don't choose to. But when they say to me, oh, you're going after people, I got indicted all of those times. It's 280.
One of my least favorite, not least favorite, like one of the biggest, one of the things that annoys me the most that this administration does, and Trump is the king at this. Republicans are always very good at it, but Trump especially is good at this, is consistently blaming liberals for doing things that these guys actually do with regular frequency. Oh, there's lawfare. You did lawfare to me, so now I have to do lawfare tenfold, while simultaneously claiming that you did lawfare and I'm not doing lawfare now. But if you accuse me of doing lawfare, it's actually for good reason. If the Democrats actually had a fucking backbone, you would be in jail for January 6th. Okay? And that wouldn't even be lawfare. That would just be the law. I hate this shit. I hate it when Israel does it. Yes, chatters are saying it's Israel coded. It is Israel coded. It's one of the more annoying parts that this administration communicates. I fucking can't stand it. I despise it. It's such an annoying trait. Unbelievable.
10 years in jail, they were willing to put. You know, they asked me a question yesterday at the press conference about Clinton because of the testimony, the Epstein thing, which turned out that I have nothing to do, and they did, about Epstein. And they said, do you think it's terrible, what, you know, with the subpoenas and everything, and they're disobeying the subpoenas? And I actually said, it's a shame. You have an ex-president, and you have, you know, the president's wife and Secretary of State. And I said, it's a shame. It is a shame.
NBC News broke the story today. I don't know if you saw it, that the Democrats are already saying, if you bring President Bill Clinton and he has to testify, we're bringing President Trump. What do you say to that?
I think they might say that, you know, but they've already brought me. See, I've been brought. They had me indicted many, many times. Many, many times. They didn't do that to Clinton.
Do you think if the Democrats win in the midterms, at least one House of Congress, they're going to try to impeach you?
Well, yeah, President, they say I've had the best first year of any president in history, and I think I have. If you look, I settled 8 wars, biggest tax cuts ever. Right now, we have more under construction with the factories, the car plane.
Yeah, that's what they say. Everyone's saying that. That's so real, man. The best first year of any president. Incredible.
They're all moving back into the country. They were stolen from us over.
Yeah, the Attorney General is the chief law enforcement officer, not the president. This fucking doofus. Yeah, and the Attorney General, I mean, it's laughable to say this, but the Department of Justice is supposed to be a separate entity, not commanded by the administration at all. Very funny to say stuff like that nowadays, especially considering that the Attorney General is Trump's former defense attorney, and the Deputy Attorney General is also a former Trump defense attorney. major conflict of interest. Once again, if Democrats did some shit like that, Republicans would be fucking losing their goddamn minds. God, I hate how fucking weak the Democrats are. They're such cowards. They're such pussies. Oh my God, I wish they had some fucking backbone, dude. What an embarrassment.
4-year period. They're all coming back from Germany, from Canada, from Mexico, from Japan. I think I had the greatest first year that we've
But
had.
you think they may come after you again?
Well, they'll find something. Like I did an interview with you, and because I did the interview, let's impeach him or something.
Anything out there that Americans are going to be surprised about that you're going? Yeah,
I'll tell you, they shouldn't do it. And that's one of the things. I didn't do it for that reason, but it bothers me that somebody's going after Bill Clinton. See, I like Bill Clinton. I still like Bill Clinton.
What do you like about him?
I liked his behavior toward me.
I should have waited. Remember what I said earlier? I like Bill Clinton. He's my friend. His brain only forms memories from a certain period of time when he was a Democrat and he liked Bill Clinton and he hung out with Jeffrey Epstein. It's happening. It's already happening. Oh my God, it's happening. Oh my God. Oh my God. Perhaps the funniest outcome of this entire thing is Donald Trump turning around and talking about how Bill Clinton is the best because his dementia-riddled brain can only remember memories from that period of time when he was Jeffrey Epstein's butt buddy.
I thought he got me. He understood me. You know, he said that you don't want to run against Trump when there were 18 people. It was 18 people, including me.
I call him Bubba. Bubba, he's got such a long meat. I love Bubba's meat.
And he kept telling them, you don't want to run against Trump. Run against anyone. Don't run against Trump. And Hillary sort of laughed at him.
We need to go and do Ice Watch, right? Like if they were doing shit like that, then a lot more people would be invested in doing shit like that. They have the capacity to move people in a more productive way. Do you see what I mean? Anyway, also more woke is back moments. Giancarlo Esposito reacts to ICE. I got to pee real quick, but watch this.
Very rich old white men are exerting their power to suppress our own people, thus creating a feeling of in the streets, preparing the haters to hate, teaching them how to, they're not even trained right. This is all a preparation for a very insidious problem that's happening in our world. And for me, I have to speak out that we will not be iced out. This is not going to happen. They can't take us all down. If the whole world showed up on Putin's doorstep or on the Iranians' doorstep or in Washington, it would stop. They'll 550 million, however, but the rest of us would survive with a new. This is time for a revolution. It's time for it, and they don't even know that's what they're starting. But we have to be strong enough to know that we can change the world. We have to change it from within. So if I'm spiritually ready and right, and I'm ready to understand other people and to agree to disagree with them and say, okay, let's find the solution together, then that starts to change things. Not by deporting immigrants, not by brown and even white people on the street. It's crossing over now, and believe me, this is gonna really spark the nature of so many people who are gonna show up and say no more. I'm mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take it anymore.
Multiple sources telling ABC News 2 federal officers involved in the death of ICU nurse Alex Preddy are now off duty and on paid administrative leave. A Customs and Border Protection spokesperson says they have been on leave since Saturday.
Wait.
But that
I'm going to go back to this. Obviously, I'm going to go back. Oh, shit. Time for a revolution. Okay. I'm going to go back to this. But before I do that, while I was pissing, I saw Mason, One Hand Politics, point something out that I think is insane that I did not even know about an experience that I had in the real world. I was pissing and I saw Mason go, wait, am I the only one who thought he was trying to talk to Hillary Clinton at first? This clip, ladies and gentlemen, is from the DNC last year. This is a famous clip of me meeting my idol, Amy Goodman, for the first time.
Oh my God. 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 Excuse me. Oh my God. I'm such a big fan of you. You're amazing. Can I take a photo with you?
Yes, you can.
Oh my God. Oh my God. We're live right now. Oh my God, chat. I don't even know if this is Hassan.
Hassan the Hunt.
Hassan. Oh, you guys have? You guys know who I am? Oh my God, that's crazy.
Okay. So this is me meeting Amy Goodman of Democracy Now! It was one of the best moments of the DNC. I was starstruck. I love her. I've spent many, many years listening to her every morning. Okay. What I did not realize up until this very moment is that Hillary Clinton? Is that actually Hillary Clinton? No, it's not, right? Like, that's not Hillary Clinton, is it? It's not, right? Because Mason is saying, am I the only one who thought he was trying to talk to Hillary at first? There's no way, right? That's not Hillary Clinton, right? I think you would have noticed it. No, in that moment, I would not have noticed it. You want to know why? Because I was locked in on Amy, my queen. I do doubt that Hillary Clinton would be walking in through the front door without like tremendous security, if we're being real. How is your ass on Twitter mid-piss? The real question, man. What do you mean? You don't just let it hang? You don't hang dong when you're pissing? I just hang dong. I don't need to touch it. That shit's got a mind of his own, dude. Anyway, Giancarlo Esposito said, it's time for a revolution, and people are very mad. Okay? The Hollywood libs are getting based.
The haters to hate, teaching them how to, they're not even trained right. This is all a preparation for a very insidious problem that's happening in our world. And for me, I have to speak out that we will not be iced out. This is not going to happen. They can't take us all down. If the whole world showed up on Putin's doorstep or on the Iranians' doorstep or in Washington, it would stop. They'll 550 million, however, but the rest of us would survive.
Dude, liberals are so funny. Yeah, let's 500 million people. No, he's a Maoist, dude. He said, listen, a lot of people are going to die, but that's the cost for progress. That's the cost for progress, baby.
With this is time for a revolution. It's time for it, and they don't even know that's what they're starting. But we have to be strong enough to know that we can change the world. We have
him leading the charge. He's just method acting his character from Far Cry 6. This is the kind of false sense of revolutionary progress we're talking about. I just think it's really funny that he had this kind of take, you know? I mean, he ain't wrong. We are actually united and we do have the numbers, but the problem is without the spirit is good. Okay. But the problem is without like serious organizing, that's just, it's just not going to happen. His fit saying this shit makes it so funny. Yeah. I just wish that there was more political education in Hollywood. I really do. Because these guys obviously have like, at least from the Hasanabi heads that are in Hollywood, like I am noticing that there is a lot of intense interest and investment in like doing something, but they don't necessarily know exactly what to do. Because like for the longest time, for a lot of these people, the peak of activism is just basically saying, vote for the Democrats and then that's it, right? Like once every 2 years during the midterms, if they're more engaged than the average Hollywood person, they say, oh, vote for the Democrats. Or every 4 years when they come out and say, vote for the Democrats. Like that's peak activism for these guys because they just don't know any better. And I really wish there were more people like Hannah Einbinder and more people in Hollywood in general that could just like get these guys together and be like, it's time for a little bit of a political education. Because after all, if you recall, during the peak of like the civil rights struggle in this country, Hollywood would get together and they would fundraise so that the Black Panther Party could, purchase arms to defend themselves. Okay. That's what I want to get back to. I want to get back to a world where like, wealthy people who are kind people, who are empathetic people are actually doing a little bit more political education beyond just, getting paid by a Democratic Party 501c4 to say, hey, vote blue no matter who every election. Now, that's not a bad thing. I'm not saying that that's like, bad or whatever, okay? I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that doesn't move the needle in the appropriate direction. That doesn't necessarily move us to a more productive place, okay? That's it. That's my point, right? I assume you're already doing something similar. You just don't speak on it often. I mean, I'm trying to do some shit. But that's it. You make headway with getting Mark Ruffalo on the broadcast? No, I have not. Does any of this matter? Celebrity endorsements have no effect on elections? Yes, but celebrities do have a lot of influence. And in my experience, at least from what I have seen, a lot of celebrities with a tremendous amount of influence actually do want to do the right thing. They're just like completely uneducated. They have no political education and whatsoever, right? So now you have a bunch of multimillionaires who actually make money mostly off of like the contracts that they get. So they're not even like engaging in like tremendous amounts of capital accumulation. Some of the top celebrities do, obviously, but like they're in this like middle space where, just like with athletes, they make most of their money off of, they make the overwhelming majority of their money off of contracts and wages in general. And they're also very empathetic people, but they're very out of touch and also don't have the political education. I feel like if they had the political education, they could be infinitely more impactful in helping and organizing efforts in general. They could be moving people in the right direction. Okay? Point is, public at large clearly isn't swayed by what Beyonce and Taylor Swift have to say. If the message gets better, will that change? Yes. Like, Taylor Swift might not be as impactful at, driving people to go out and vote for Kamala Harris as, demonstrated by this past election cycle, right? But imagine, it's such a stupid thing to bring up Taylor Swift in this regard because she's a billionaire. She's like way more out of touch than the people that I'm talking about, right? Like, but if more celebrities were like invested in local organizers like DSA, PSL, things of that nature, if they were just like consistently saying, hey, we need to go and we need to go and organize in this area. We need to go and do Ice Watch, right? Like if they were doing shit like that, then a lot more people would be invested in doing shit like that. They have the capacity to move people in a more productive way. Do you see what I mean? So that's what I'm saying. Because like, obviously, these guys don't have tremendous amounts of power in general, and you will say they're cowards, but I think it's not that they're cowards, it's that they just don't know what to do. They've been taught that the best possible thing that they can do is, speak out and say, vote for the Democrats every 4 years, but there's a massive world beyond that. I think the example I'm thinking of, and you guys are already calling it out, is Billie Eilish, right? Billie Eilish is a great example of this, who's like a consistent advocate, who doesn't stop redirecting people's attentions towards issues that matter all the time. Chappell Roan is another great example of this as well. Is there a reason it seems like you rarely talk about PSL Genuinely Curious? Man, shut the fuck up, okay? Shut the fuck up. Shut your bitch ass up, okay? I don't rarely talk about PSL. Shut the fuck up. I just brought up PSL. You heard me say it, and you went, why don't you bring up PSL more often? I have literally participated in almost every single PSL demonstration that has happened, not only in my backyard, but in other people's backyards as well. Shut the fuck up! So annoying. Crash out before 1 a.m., Lamont on cue. Yeah. Still his party for socialism and liberation. Yeah, I mean, this is Stan Twitter. If you try to talk about Stan Twitter, if you try to talk politics with Stan Twitter, you're going to want to kill yourself, okay? So this is utterly irrelevant. This person posted Hasanabi on Taylor Swift's silence. It's like a 9-second video where I was like actually criticizing this guy who's like a music commentary person or something, but like libbed up. And immediately he was yelling comma before the election and not blaming everyone else. Political grifter behavior. You have the brain of an insect, okay? Just stay out of this, please. Just, you are way more invested in like defending this cultish behavior, defending your favorite celebrity. I'm not even saying like Taylor Swift or anything like that. You run a Stan account. Just, you have the brain of a goddamn insect. Don't try to broach the sphere of political commentary, please. God damn. I don't give a shit about Taylor Swift. The word grifter has lost its meaning. It just means lying or pretending now. The financial and materials aspect has been removed in like 2025. I just don't understand. Yeah, they want to Billie Eilish now because like her advocacy is pissing off Taylor Swift fans because they recognize that Taylor Swift is not doing any advocacy whatsoever. So instead of just being like, hey, why isn't Taylor Swift doing anything? Maybe we should urge her to say something, you know? They just get mad. Guys, let's Billie Eilish. I'm cooking some endings for her. Trust me. Get in the clips as we speak. Tell me when we're doing it. Her performative ass activism strikes again. Someone Charlie Kirk her. I'm dead ass. Call me Chris Brown the way I would beat her. Like, these people are psychos. Swifties are not planning on Billie Eilish following her statement about wanting her peers to speak up for black and Mexican people dying in the hands of Nazis, following along with one comparing themselves to Chris Brown and the other one wanting to Charlie Kirk her. This is lunatic behavior, man. It's just lunatic behavior. If you're getting mad about another celebrity saying, hey, you should speak out about these issues, and you're getting mad on behalf of your favorite celebrity not speaking out, well, you've already given the game away. Like, you're just mad because your favorite celebrity you wish spoke out is not speaking out, so you have to, like, defend her by attacking anyone else that's doing the right thing. God damn, dude. Wake up, dumbasses, especially if you live in the United States of America and you're a Swiftie. Your pasty ass in the suburbs is not going to be saved. It's not going to be spared by ICE, okay? Jesus Christ. Protecting any person you've never met and never will meet on the internet and same behavior in the first place. Like you can enjoy Taylor Swift's output and then still simultaneously be like, I wish she did more. You know what I mean? Like, that's normal. That's a healthy thing that you can say if you're a full-blown functioning adult with a functioning brain, right? Like, you can just go, hey, you know what? I really love Taylor Swift. I bought all of her albums. I bought all the extra albums. I bought all the merch. I've gone to the concerts. But also, it would be nice if she actually spoke out about these issues every once in a while because she's a fairly impactful person, okay? That's a normal and healthy attitude to have, okay? That's a normal and healthy attitude to have. But a lot of these people go, oh, this is making me feel bad about my favorite content creator, my favorite musician who has been, you know, emotionally impactful in my development. So I'm going to lash out at everyone else that's like trying to do something with the you are a lunatic at that point. Like, what are you doing? Invest in something more consequential, especially when the thing that's more consequential is possibly hurting your safety, okay? And I know plenty of Swifties that look at what Taylor Swift has done and hasn't done and, you know, think this is kind of fucked up. Like, there are plenty of healthy adult Taylor Swift fans who are just like, yeah, I wish she did more, you know? Instead of immediately looking for an opportunity to be like, oh, well, I'm going to defend her. I'm going to defend her silence here. Okay? Ridiculous shit. Anyway, agents involved in Alex Paredes shooting in Minneapolis were placed on leave, sources say. It would even be beneficial for her. She would serve as a smokescreen for her 10-minute private jet flights. I mean, sure. But she's more on the right side, right? I don't think Taylor Swift is personally on the right side. She's a fucking billionaire, guys. I don't think she's on any side. Billionaires are on the side of billionaires. That's it. Okay? Like, I'm sorry. That's just the truth, okay? Same with Jay-Z, same with Beyonce. Like, no matter what. I mean, it's especially the case if you're a white woman in general. But that's just it. You know, billionaires are on the side of billionaires, okay? Wake up. Even LeBron, you mean Lamau? My Mao is GOAT. Yeah, I mean, it's same. Yes. LeBron fucking went to Jeff Bezos' wedding. You know what I mean?
Sources telling ABC News 2 federal officers involved in the killing of ICU nurse Alex Preddy are now off duty and on paid administrative leave. A Customs and Border Protection spokesperson says they have been on leave since Saturday, but that contradicts what Border Patrol Commander Greg Bavino told the public on Sunday.
All agents that were involved in that scene are working, not in Minneapolis, but in other locations. That's for their safety.
Yeah. Pedophile priests, murderous cops, ICE agents. They do something unimaginably fucked up, a heinous crime, and what happens? They get fucking repositioned. Oh, administrative leave. We put them on desk duty. We're making them do the same thing in a different location. It's like, okay. Meanwhile, you fuck up your fry order at McDonald's as many times as these guys fuck up, and when they fuck up, they kill people, right? You're fired. Like, what do you mean administrative desk duty? It's just ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous. And it's so funny when people try to say, like, this is different than cops, Hassan. Like, there have been people who have gotten mad at me because I compare this to, like, my commentary on policing and during the Black Lives Matter protests and whatnot. And you are fucking delusional if you don't understand that this is, like, in a culture of no accountability that absolutely pertains to policing as well in this country. Like, did you guys fucking forget what 2020 used to look like? I mean, that shit happened in Minneapolis too. That was like the apex. This is an extension of the unaccountability that police have, the lack of accountability that police have in general. This is an extension of the same shit. Just because ICE is even more violent and serves even less of a purpose, like objectively serves less of a purpose than cops do. Because at least in theory, policing as an institution is a necessary institution in normal society, right? The ICE as an institution does not have even a theoretical need. Like, there is no theoretical need for ICE at all, okay? Especially in the way that it currently works, especially for what it was designed to do, which is treat paperwork violations like a heinous crime that requires tremendous force. It's fucking ridiculous, dude. In any case, you see a lot of people, I think, see ICE and immediately compare them to police and go, oh, well, police are good by, in comparison. Yeah, sure, they're better than ICE, but that doesn't mean that, like, there isn't a lot of issues there as well. Especially when you are forced to recognize, that police are not even on your side in this situation, even when they're getting fucking racially profiled, when they're off duty.
He asked about the discrepancy, but have not heard back. According to a
Do you just not believe in deportation at all for no reason? Okay, let me start off one more time, okay? There are deportable crimes, okay? But I am in favor of making sure that you serve the adequate time before you are deported. I want justice to be served. Okay, especially when there's no assurance that the person that you're deporting is actually going to serve the penalty and serve the time for the crime that they have committed. Okay, I believe in due process. I know this is a concept that is foreign for many people, unfortunately, especially in this day and age in the United States of America. Okay, my advocacy is if someone is an undocumented migrant, okay, and they've done a rape or a heinous crime of any sort, I want them to be arrested. I want them to be charged. I want them to be convicted, okay? And then I want them to serve the prison time. And in the aftermath of that prison time, if it is appropriate for them to be deported, then that's fine, okay? But deportation is a heinous and incredibly violent process. It is not worthy to deport people, especially like asylum seekers, for example, that are on a legal pathway towards acquiring paperwork that will allow them to stay on U.S. soil, deporting them simply as pawns to make a political statement that these, like, we're getting the Mexicans out of here, because that's the primary purpose of this white nativist anti-immigrant agenda, is to just basically soothe the interests of some of the worst fucking white supremacists in this goddamn country, approximately 10 to 20% of the population that just, like, wants this to happen simply because they're, like, afraid of seeing black and brown people around them. You know, the very fact that we are just, like, taking people out from their court proceedings and deporting them, ripping them away from their fucking families, their friends, their loved ones, after they've spent years and years on U.S. soil, oftentimes, like, working a job on U.S. soil, being a productive member of society on U.S. soil, being a profoundly important part of the community on U.S. soil, and they're literally also following along the adequate legal processes to get the fucking paperwork. We're just fucking throwing them out of here is heinous. It's a heinous thing that we're doing, especially because it's not even remotely productive. Like, my argument always has been, if Donald Trump and the things that he says about migrants were real, then yes, it would be valid to take such stringent measures, right? If there was a group of people that were monolithically going around and raping and decapitating people and fucking only selling drugs and, you know, doing all this heinous shit, then yeah, it would be understandable that you would want to fucking deport these people. But that's not the case at all. That's not how human beings operate. No group of people, especially not undocumented migrants that are coming from all around the fucking world, from different parts of the world, from all different backgrounds in every different fucking sector, are not a monolithic force that is like actually parasitic in the way that they're like sucking up all the funds and doing crimes and all the shit. They're clearly not a monolithic force to begin with. But then even beyond that, not only are they not a fucking monolithic force, but even beyond that, they're not doing anything wrong. They're not doing anything wrong at all. They're actually helpful. They're literally just trying to live. They're trying to survive on fucking U.S. soil. That's all this is. And we're mistreating the fuck out of them on a good day. And then we're ripping their families apart and kicking them out of this country. It's ridiculous. Does one not ask the question? ICE is right. Stop not conforming. Conform. You have to conform, son. Okay, you're a fucking cuck. You're a pussy. You're a cuck. You are exactly the same reason why all these good people in fucking Nazi Germany turned a blind eye to the atrocities. Okay? Conform, he says. In any case, the word you're looking for is comply, you fucking brain-dead loser. The point I'm trying to make is that all of this stuff, all of this manufactured hysteria is done to divide the public, is done to get that 10 to 20% on board and to get them to forget that the real minority population that is actually monolithically approaching everything in a parasitic manner are fucking billionaires and millionaires. They are capital owners, the real masters, okay? The ones that actually go and tell Trump what to do, and Trump says, I'll jump for you, sir. Okay? That's it. And because they are terrified of the population, because they are terrified of the population waking up to that fucking reality, you're being botted today by Israel, apparently? What do you mean? No, I'm not. What the fuck are you talking about? Because those in positions of power are legitimately fucking terrified of the working class waking up to the reality that they are being fucked over by a minority group, but that minority group is not like black and brown people. It's not Guatemalan migrants. It's actually fucking billionaires. It's actually capital owners that they will do everything in their power to continue to divide and conquer. Okay?
Preliminary Department of Homeland Security report, 2 Border Patrol agents discharged their weapons, seen here in graphic cell phone video captured by eyewitnesses. 10 shots fired off in total in just seconds. Preddy pronounced dead on the scene.
This is the Democratic Party's Tea Party moment coming to fruition. Okay? Not only was the voter profile, the average voter, the median voter in this district, one that is supposed to favor an establishment Democrat in the calculations of the Democratic Party does, the Essex County political machine was also not in support of Mejia. Anyway, move to some positive news. Okay, once again, the theory of Bernie-crat liberalism being the savior of the Democratic Party is real. The method is real. We are now moving on to New Jersey, my birthright, the beautiful state of Nueva Jersey. Okay?
8:40, Tom Malinowski walked into the Sweet Spot, this bar, hipster lounge here in South Orange, where supporters gathered for what was supposed to be a victory celebration. And he came in victorious, smiling. People were hugging him, cheering him on. And soon he was whisked away to the back of the room into a private room. And he never returned, never came out from that.
Ain't no way. Of YouTube chatter just gave me a super chat saying, did you see the new racist AI video from Trump? Ain't no way. Ain't no way. YouTube chat is now resembling Twitch chat, down to the guy who responded to that super chat saying Hassan shocked his dog. I like that now my haters are they're tuning into the YouTube stream as well. Dog, The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, and it's for you, the viewers. Your subscriptions on Twitch or your memberships on YouTube are what keep me editorially independent. Thank you for the super chats on YouTube. Thank you for the memberships on YouTube. Join the proletarian soldiers for the Piker Broadcasting Service. I have to say, though, you don't actually need to subscribe on YouTube to rewind. The rewind function works. On Twitch, you do have to subscribe to be able to utilize the rewind function. So, chatter who just gave me that super chat, you can just rewind. You don't even need to subscribe to do that. You feel me? I just got done covering it.
Why? Because Annalila Mejia, a far-left progressive activist from Glen Ridge, has basically stunned the political landscape here, the political world, by coming from virtually nowhere and leading as the night closes with almost 500 votes ahead of Malinowski, which is nobody. That was not on anybody's bingo card, frankly. Now Malinowski's people are huddling and are talking about evaluating the vote-by-mail ballots to make sure they're properly cured with proper signatures. And
now this is not done yet. Okay, it's not done yet. But my analysis on this is that this is a spectacular underdog moment here. Okay, regardless of whether or not Mejia wins. Okay, because this is like she came out of nowhere for the most part. Everything was positioned against her. And yet she was able to overcome all odds. Like her overall expenditure is so marginal in comparison to everybody else. Like look at the ad support. Girl, there's a chatter on YouTube that keeps typing the N-word with a hard R. You need mods in there ASAP. We don't got nobody looking in there. I don't see it. I'm like 20 minutes behind. Love YouTube, but are you going to cover the New Jersey primary results today? That's so funny. People are throwing up question marks in the chat. They didn't even see it. Yeah, we got razor thin margins here for Mejia.
It sort of augurs what could be a very long, tedious fight. There's no one's using the word recount right now. But I think one of the big ironies of this race is that the American-Israeli Political Action, or Political Affairs Committee, the most powerful pro-Israel lobby in the United States, launched ads attacking Malinowski in this campaign, which startled many political observers around the country. The outcome of that is that...
Why is this reporter so timid? Because this is unheard of, okay? This is an incredible upset. Like, the very fact that this is contested in the ways that it is heard of. And a pack interference. This story basically takes all of my my arguments and turns it into proof. Even if, I mean, there's a high likelihood that she wins, okay? But even if she did not, with these results being so close to one another, it still is the proof that I have been advocating for. This and the Texas race that took place as well are two massive W's in the left alternative position, being the one that is favored by even Democrats in the suburbs. Okay, you must understand, if there was a little bit more support for her, like, this is why I feel somewhat responsible for, like, not being everywhere all at once, because I do feel like there are a lot of races out there where I don't think I have a lot of motion, right? I can't change, like, outcomes so dramatically, but I could certainly help a little bit more. Like, this is one of those races. And I'm aware of this. Like, I'm certainly aware of it. That's why I'm trying to do all this shit that I've been doing. So last night, the decision desk basically gave what's his face, Malinowski, the victory. Last night, Malinowski was called, and then all of a sudden, because it's like a Essex is a relatively wealthier district. A lot of straight blue voters on there. The Democratic primary here is obviously the most consequential aspect of this race. And the expectation was, Malinowski cooked it, right? He won. But out of nowhere, Mejia's campaign pulled through. Mejia's campaign pulled through with this incredibly rare upset. All the cards were stacked against her, overlooked her in general because they thought the district is too rich to go for a Bernie-crat. It's very wealthy, 97th percentile, very educated, 96th percentile, very Gen X, 97th percentile, very homeowner, 72 percentile. Okay? Or 72% home ownership rate. Truly a tremendous upset for the demographics, right? Because these are the demographics that are the reason why Bernie Sanders didn't win in the Democratic primary, for example. This is the Democratic Party's Tea Party moment coming to fruition. Okay? Not only was the voter profile, the average voter, the median voter in this district, one that is supposed to favor an establishment Democrat in the calculations of the Democratic Party does, the Essex County political machine was also not in support of Mejia. Okay? This is before we get to the other side of the story, the AIPAC aspect of the story, which I will be getting to in a second. This was, hold on, where was it? Or there's more. Oh, here. Yeah. And if you want to look at the actual ad support, Tahisha Way, which was the AIPAC candidate, got $2.6 million worth of ads from AIPAC subsidiaries. The anti-Tom Malinowski ad spend was around $1.9 million, and Tom Malinowski was supposed to be the candidate that was favored to win this race. Former congressperson, right? He had all the backing. He had the background. He was the perfect candidate for this. Okay? Malinowski had 900,000 in supportive ads. Brendan Gill had 495,000. Zach Beecher had 340,000. Ana Lilia Mejia had 215,000. And the highest spending advertiser in the contest was United Democracy Project, which I think is a AIPAC subsidiary. Okay? So basically the entire race was designed in a way where Mejia should have lost. This was her final day message that apparently resonated with a lot of voters. Let's take a look.
Morning.
While I go pee.
Up and down, talking to people. That's how we win. I'm running for Congress. The special election is on February 5th, and I'm running because I think our government has been bought by billionaires, and we're screwed if we don't send people who aren't untethered from that kind of pressure. I agree. Well, there you go. I think corporate interests, lobbyists have bought our government.
Absolutely.
I think on both sides of the aisle, big money kind of controls both sides of the aisle, Democrats and Republicans. And unless we send people who are like, I'm not going to be part of that machine, we're not going to get out of this mess. So I jumped into this race. I am not a politician. I am not a professional campaigner. I am an organizer. I am the kind of person who sees a problem and jumps in to fix it.
Governor Phil Murphy signed the $15 minimum wage into law.
Paid sick leave is now on the books in New Jersey.
And Lilia was active in my presidential campaign. She's a great organizer and somebody who is going to be an extraordinarily wonderful congresswoman for the state of New Jersey.
We need an organizer's energy in Washington to do what people of New Jersey need done.
Folks have talked about the rising cost of childcare, of housing, of healthcare. I've seen people get emotional over the idea that they don't think their kids are going to have the same opportunities that they have had.
I feel for my kids and my grandkids, and something's got to give.
Chocolate? Chocolate's here. General trend towards less and less freedom is nauseating.
We come to Livingston, Milburn, Bloomfield, Nutley, you name it. We come to these communities because we want to raise our families in a great, friendly place. access to the city and train lines and infrastructure. We want access to the good schools.
De no desamparar a nuestra familia. En este momento donde la familia, papá e hijos son separados. Es súper importante.
We also know that a zip code does not protect us from rising violent authoritarianism.
In a moment of rising authoritarianism, of economic insecurity, of state-sanctioned violence, any old blue just won't do. And I say, abolish ICE now! You can't reform that! It's not fixable!
I am running independent from the machine because I think big money has captured our government.
I appreciate you even within the Democratic Party recognizing that it's a problem.
Well,
and it's getting worse.
It's getting so much worse, but if we keep sending people who are, all they do is dance for that money, we're not going to get out of this situation. So I'm proposing try something different.
I like the words you use.
Okay, okay, all right.
It's like voting for Congress. Oh,
Yes, yes, that's me.
I read good things about you.
I've heard good things about you. Don't forget, February 5th, it's a Thursday. They do that on purpose.
Seemingly, this strategy resonated. The early vote versus election day split was something never seen in a New Jersey race before. Yeah, when you look at the vote by mail, Malinowski, December 20th and onwards, got 72%. But the in-person early flipped it in Mejia's, in-person early started flipping it in Mejia's favor. Okay, 51% from January 29th to February 3rd. The election day split was gangbusters for Mejia. 64% of the vote. Now, this was a phenomenal upset for that reason, and that's precisely the reason why the decision desk had already called it for Tom Malinowski. The Democrats, the DNC press, had sent out an immediate press release congratulating Democratic nominee Tom Malinowski on his victory in New Jersey 11 special election primary. This was a campaign that famously had that Bernie moment where he went on stage and said, our fight is not just with the Republicans, our fight is also against the establishment Democrats as well. If you remember, this was something I brought up briefly because it was a big point of contention for a lot of blue dog Democrats that got very frustrated. Okay? I saw a clip of your Billie Eilish coverage. I'm a Tongva tribal member, and it's been super annoying, but I will say that landbag and indigenous people are a major blind spot in left circles. I think having some native community leaders on your stream would be great for your audience and the larger left politics. Sure. Except the Tongva tribes literally thanked Billie Eilish, no? Am I crazy? I was talking mostly about how, they were using and abusing the reputation and the name of the Tongva tribe to attack Billie Eilish in the most cynical way possible. Money is just not as effective as it used to be. It's why the establishment is trying to buy off creators with a chorus program. Yeah. The votes versus ad spend campaign for New Jersey 11. Ana Lilia Mejia's cost per vote was just $12. That's 4 times better than Malinowski, which cost $55 per vote, and 19 times better than Waze, which was $237 per vote. That efficiency is massive organic left-wing support from voters. But we still haven't talked about my ops, the United Democracy Project, which is an AIPAC subsidiary, AIPAC by a different name. Now, this gives me a lot of confidence because I was worried that people would just laser in on AIPAC and AIPAC alone, which has the highest name recognition, and not see that as a catch-all for the Israeli lobby or numerous other entities affiliated with the pro-Israeli position. I was also worried that AIPAC never actually makes Israel the primary focus in these sorts of ad spend campaigns when they're going up against the candidate, but instead find other identifiable features that they know is much more prescient, much more salient to attack, right? Because if you recall, I covered this extensively when AIPAC dumped $30 million into Cori Bush's race and Jamal Bowman's race. They never talked about their Israel position because if they had run any ads, on the Israel position, that would have actually favored Jamal Bowman and Cori Bush respectively, right? The real purpose of the AIPAC ads, AIPAC backed ads, were actually to, in the Democratic primary, separate Cori Bush and Jamal Bowman as bad Democrats that don't play ball. It's a very cynical way that these guys operate, but they already know better than anybody else that the pro-Israeli position is not a favorable position, especially in the Democratic Party's base of support. So they never run pro or anti-Israel ads. They always run ads that are pertinent to whatever the individual race is. Now, a lot of people don't understand that AIPAC has always done this, by the way. This is not new. So this person says, it's so fucking funny that AIPAC tried to play it clever by flooding the zone with Tom Malinowski isn't progressive enough ads without ever considering that it'd make voters Google who's the progressive for New Jersey 11.
In a special election to fill Mikey Sherrill's House seat, Tom Malinowski says he'll stand up to Trump. But hold on. In 2019, Tom Malinowski voted with Trump and the Republicans to fund ICE.
Like, think about this. You have to remember, these guys are 100%, like AIPAC and all these other ad groups, like all these other like lobbyist groups, 501c4s, these PACs, they are policy agnostic in their ad campaign. Like, they will literally run a Tom Malinowski is not sufficiently anti-ICE ad because they thought Tom Malinowski is the guy to beat here, right? The reason why they cynically attack Tom Malinowski is because they did not even consider that Ana Lilia Mejia would have any shot at winning this race, which is why they beat the shit out of Tom Malinowski with these attack ads that presented him as a fake anti-ICE candidate, because they understand that the appetite there was for a true abolish ICE candidate. Okay? Understand this. Something that the Democratic Party at the national level refuses to reckon with, or perhaps they are aware of it, but they actively try to suppress this demand from their voters. Okay? 27 Keanu Friday. Yeah, you're washed, Unk. You're right, angry Mexican. I only have 17,000 on YouTube and 27,000 on Twitch. I should probably kill myself. I should probably stop streaming. All right. Thank you, angry Mexican. 47-month subscriber. I'll be go. All right. So good run. Good run. It's over. I should quit while I'm ahead. So there's a couple different things that AIPAC is doing, obviously, in their coordinated efforts to pump up certain candidates, in their coordinated efforts to attack certain candidates, right? If a candidate is like anti-Israel, they go after them pretty hard. Tom Malinowski is not exactly anti-Israel, right? I mean, he has a position that's closer to liberal Zionism. He is the one who wanted to condition aid to Israel, right? Like, he has talked about conditioning aid to Israel, which garnered a lot of attention and enmity from AIPAC. That is precisely the reason why they were trying to make sure that he doesn't win the race. And all this ended up doing was actually make people Google who the true progressive candidate was.
The $200 million
they attacked Malinowski by bringing up his records on ICE, because Tom Malinowski was also trying to do the anti-ICE pivot, right?
Force. $200 million. Democrats called Malinowski's vote a blank check for the Trump administration and a betrayal. We can't trust Tom Malinowski. UDP is responsible for the content of this.
Yeah. Here's what this was a spectacular backfire, right? Because Mejia was the anti-ICE candidate. She was an activist. She was a true progressive. She was backed by Bernie Sanders and AOC. She was a Bernie-crat, right? A left flank Democrat, as I like to call them, or a Bernie-crat. So UDP is the AIPAC subsidiary that was running these ads. They didn't put the AIPAC name on it. It was just basically the United Democracy Project. That's what they call themselves. You got the Democratic Majority for Israel, United Democracy Project. There's numerous subsidiaries under AIPAC that just like obviously don't want to have the association with the nation state of Israel, even though they are operating at the behest of the nation state of Israel. Okay? So because this ad campaign rightfully called out the inconsistencies of Malinowski, a lot of people actually chose the true progressive alternative. And Mejia rose from that fight. What's also interesting, as I talked about with the ad spend here, was the fact that Tahisha Way, which was the AIPAC-backed candidate, barely secured the third place position. Okay? This is basically a combination of all of the arguments that I present. That the anti-Israel position is incredibly favorable, which is precisely the reason why AIPAC and its subsidiaries that don't even have the name Israel in them will never talk about the candidate's Israel positions, but instead other things. This also proves once again that the voter, the base of support within the Democratic Party, regardless of their demographics, regardless of their median voter net worth, income, still want a real fighter, a true progressive, and they see the best possible candidate as the most left-leaning candidate in these races. Okay? This is just proof that that is the case. There is no other way to describe how little money was spent on the Mejia camp that caused her to get this incredible upset. Here's AOC's statement on AIPAC expenditure here. I hope Dems begin to see that moderate or progressive AIPAC is not our friend. They endorse January 6th insurrectionists. Yet if you so much as suggest the U.S. uphold its own Leahy laws, no matter your record, they will work against you. They are a right-wing organization that undermines democracy. They have zero tolerance for any diversity of thought from their line and pressure elected officials to increasingly place themselves at odds with our responsibility to represent the electorate and the views of the majority of Americans who find the genocide in Gaza an appalling affront to American values and do not want to see U.S. taxpayer-funded weapons used to perpetuate it. AIPAC also knows this. That's why none of their political ads discuss the actual issue at all, and why they vaguely use vaguely named super PACs so people don't connect them with their own stated political mission and intent. You understand? There are multiple reasons as to why this took place. One of them is obviously the anti-AIPAC position, the anti-corporate PAC and super PAC position in general. Why are people saying this? Why are there hella people saying 27K bro fell off? Do you guys want me to like quit live streaming on YouTube? Is that what it is? Are you jealous that my attention is split between both YouTube and Twitch? Is that why you keep repeating this over and over again? What is this new meta? Probably admin chatters? No, they're not admin chatters. These are like long-term community members. I don't understand. Where the fuck are these people coming from? The same chatter said this, YouTube neglected. Just people being really dumb. I don't care. Yeah, there's 45,000 combined viewers on the broadcast currently. I'm just a little confused that they're, it's because we're all cringe and only know 3 jokes. What? Think before you sleep from Twitter? What is think before you sleep? Anyway, to the YouTube chatters, once again, don't forget to like the YouTube stream, YouTube live stream. And let's continue with the commentary. Okay. I think it's important that people realize people don't know if they're supporting or opposing AIPAC simply because they run ads under a different name. They're absorbing the content, and yesterday it meant weakening Malinowski. Yesterday was more about strategic blunder by AIPAC and less people finally turning on them. AIPAC's preferred candidate got 17%, but I don't think most people knew that she was backed by AIPAC. There's also some truth to this as well. It was definitely more so an AIPAC blunder because they tried to undermine Malinowski. And they tried to highlight their specific candidate, but their specific candidate had no motion. Okay? But it's still a massive fucking W, especially considering how much, why undermining him? Because they thought he was stepping out of line. Okay? Because Malinowski had said that he would condition aid to Israel, and they didn't even consider Mejia as a threat. Okay? Do you understand? Hassan treats YouTube like the second-class viewers. No, I don't. And if you want more attention, go like the stream. In any case, there's also this element. I grew up in this district. These voters are not socialists, and they're not particularly far left. Instead, they're normie Dems who are mad, like mad. And the progressive left is the only movement on the Dem side capable of channeling this level of anger. Exactly. This is the opportunity here. These guys are not card-carrying socialists. Many of them actually probably are terrified of the moniker of socialism, even if they actually have a lot of sympathetic views to what you would consider to be socialism in the United States of America in 2026. Having said that, however, if you were to be like, do you self-identify as a socialist? They'd be like, oh, absolutely not. But the reason why they want a socialist alternative is because they're slowly but surely beginning to recognize that the Democratic Party's description of progressive values oftentimes revolves around or is perfectly demonstrated by candidates who happen to be either socialist or socialist adjacent. Okay? That's it. That's it. What is this? Like this? Yes, it's my own tweet. What about it? I mean, yeah, this is what happened. The voters are mad at the status quo. They are mad at the status quo being represented by the Democratic Party because the status quo on the Democratic Party is doing nothing against the onslaught of fascism coming from the Republican Party. So any candidate that says, I'm going to take it to them, I'm going to fight the lackluster, do-nothing position that the Democrats are representing, is going to be a candidate that actually wins a lot of favor with this base of support. There is no more loyalty to establishment Democratic Party politics like there was back in the fucking day. Nowadays, when the Democratic Party's establishment candidates say, oh, we are the real establishment, we are the real electability pick, you must vote for us, most Democratic Party voters do not respond positively to that sort of thing. You understand? They don't. They want something more. Zoran is only one part of the story. Okay? There are many more candidates out there that are running on this ticket that are not shying away from saying fuck the establishment Democrats as well as the Republicans. That is not a bad thing. That is a good thing. Here's Julie Rodzinski, who ran the super PAC in support of Tom Malinowski's campaign. I'm also a pro-Israel Jew. What AIPAC did in this race is bad for Jews, bad for Israel, and bad for having bipartisan congressional support for the very issue AIPAC claims to care about. Leftist obsessed Zoran endorsed Hochul. A totally valid thing to be frustrated with. I am also one of those people. Okay? I'll get to that in a little bit. Let's talk about something positive for a change before we talk about, another moment that I think is a misstep. Cheps says, come back to Qatar. We want to use you as a deterrence. A deterrence from what? I don't think anyone in the region is that fond of me. I think they won't shy away from bombing Qatar because I'm there. You mean Iran? Anyway, AIPAC, the Alliance Super PAC, spent millions to defeat Tom Malinowski for backing conditions on U.S. aid to Israel. As I said, they may help elect Analilia Mejia, a more progressive candidate who deems Israel's actions a genocide. Race is too close to call a spectacular own goal. Okay? There's another aspect of this story that I'm going to be mentioning here as well. Malinowski was a staunchly pro-Israel vote in Congress, but he said he wouldn't guarantee he would always vote unconditionally to send tax dollars to Israel in the future, and pro-Israel groups wanted to send a message to Dems that even their new balancing act will make them a target. And it fucking cooked them. Okay? Good job. There's also more positive news. For the first time, GOP strategists are telling Axios that losing the Senate, where Republicans have a 53 to 47 majority, is a distinct possibility. The House is already expected to be lost based on history. This is happening in spite, I need you to understand, this is happening in spite of the National Democratic Party, led by establishment Democrats, are doing everything in their fucking power to tarnish the left flank, to basically shut the doors to actual Democrats with real grassroots support. Okay? Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer are basically terrified of this prospect, or at least they're moving as though they're terrified of this fucking prospect. And yet, the Democrats have the motion, or at least the left flank candidates create real grassroots support around the Democratic Party. But once again, the last thing I want to say about the Mejia race, the last two things I want to mention with the Mejia race is that the abolish ICE position is spectacularly popular. Okay? No matter what Hakeem Jeffries and stupid-ass Chuck Schumer try to present, the abolish ICE position is the fucking position. Democrats that are running for Congress, remember this. Okay? Remember this. I talked to two Democrats earlier today who told me about voters telling them they had planned to vote for Malinowski, but were either swayed against it or wavering because he had voted to fund ICE, clearly getting that from AIPAC's ads. And right now, as it stands, Mejia currently leads by just under 500 votes in New Jersey 11. Based on this outstanding vote, a rough estimate for net gain is remaining E-Day, Election Day, Mejia getting 100-plus votes. From provisionals, Mejia getting 350-plus votes. And the late vote by mail tabulations putting Malinowski at 600-plus votes, with the final margin, a rough estimate with Mejia being plus 350 votes. A razor-thin majority for Mejia, okay? That is where the fuck we're at. And that's the reason why this man was covering the story in the way that he was covering it, almost teary-eyed.
Malinowski may have lost, but they have also may have paved the way for a Mejia who is a critic of Israel. It's like maybe their worst nightmare. So we're going to have to see how this all plays out in the next couple days. I'm Charlie Style of The Record.
I don't mind having a light pushback or having, you know, a debate even. I enjoy it. It's just, I felt like he was making it seem as though I was responsible for the misinformation on the internet. Hassan Piker blames Israel for October 7 at Qatar's Web Summit. The far-left streamer doubled down on his incendiary comments, claiming he has been speaking truth to power and claiming Israel played a significant role in how October 7 took place. Haha. Jewish Insider. Keep it up, guys. Please read. Read what? Yeah. Well, instead of reading that, let's just watch. So,
but just as a quick reminder, live audio translation is available on the Web Summit application. So make sure you open that up.
This is from my Web Summit introduction.
Fragmented news ecosystem, with news available from more sources than ever before. However, this brings with it dangers. It can be hard to tell fact from fiction, and here to explore the opportunities and the responsibilities of covering the news in the age of social media, in conversation with Raphael Minder from the Financial Times, is a streamer and creator, Hassan Piker. So please welcome him to the stage. Thank you.
All right.
All right, Hassan. Thanks so much for joining us. Thank you. Pleasure to be here in Doha, the Web Summit. I've been a full-time journalist now for 33 years.
Was Tristan Thompson at this? Yeah, I think so. I will say that I haven't heard myself yet on this, and I felt like I was doing a horrible job. And Raphael and I talked after because there was so much echo that we could hear ourselves like with double audio. And it 120x speed, please. Wait, why? Why are you freaking out and saying 120x speed? Is it because you want to feel the experience of watching a live stream on YouTube? Is that why? You're like 120x speed this, please. I want to feel like I can watch a live stream on YouTube for once, even though I'm on Twitch.
It's almost as long as you've lived.
Yeah, by 1 year.
By 1 year, okay. So in a way, I want to start by asking you, you know, I've watched what you've been doing, and there's always this idea that you're a break with...
No pyro, Erica Kirk cooked you? That's true. I requested the Erica Kirky treatment, the Charlie Kirky treatment, and they said no.
A legacy mainstream media. But then watching you rely heavily on mainstream media. You're not really doing a lot of your own reporting. So how do you see yourself? As an extension of mainstream media, or are you something completely different?
I see myself as an extension of mainstream media because I always stress that I wouldn't be able to do what I do if there wasn't real reporting happening out there from legacy publishers and legacy media in general. So I think it's more so a symbiotic relationship. Now, of course, there are a lot of independent content creators out there who are much more antagonistic, I think, towards mainstream media and make a brand out of constantly opposing mainstream resources and mainstream news. But although I do engage in a healthy amount of media criticism, I always stress the importance that these outlets need to exist. Otherwise, I would have no idea what's going on around the world.
So, you know, we're here to discuss truth and the search for truth in media coverage. You know, that for me relies on getting the facts right. And it's not just about me getting the facts right. I have a system, we have a system in my newspaper, which means that anything that I write goes through 2 editors who review it to check, for example, whether I spell Hassan right, but also to get the context right and so on. And then if I'm dealing with allegations and so on, we have an...
YouTube chat says bad answer, shaking my head. The do you mean bad answer, shaking my head? I think it was very good. It was a somewhat hostile. It was contentious. I wouldn't say it was a hostile interview, but it was a contentious interview. It was definitely way more contentious when we talked about it beforehand. We like ended up debating on some stuff too off camera.
In-house lawyer who will also review that. And you're an unchecked operator, one-man unchecked operator. So exactly what do you feel is your ability to actually get the facts right?
Yeah, so the same pressures that legacy publishers such as Financial Times exist for someone like myself as well. As a matter of fact, I have even a higher level of liability because I don't have the insurance, for example, that a newspaper might have. So in terms of my coverage, if I get something wrong, and there are instances where I get something wrong, we're human after all, I will apologize for it and I'll retract the statement. And there is this constant back and forth that's always taking place that keeps me as honest as possible with the audience. If there's something that I've gotten wrong, they'll immediately be like, this is something that is incorrect. And they'll send additional information. I'll verify it on the spot. And we'll continue with the coverage that way. But as far as the responsibility goes, it's still up to the individual, right? I don't have an editorial team. I don't have fact checkers that are working in real time. And it's just something that I have to make sure I care about. Some independent content creators don't, especially in this new media environment where everyone wants to be first to market. We do see a lot of people that either go along with biased narratives or sometimes refuse to verify the information that's coming out and immediately blurt it out because they want to be first to market. They want to get the maximum amount of attention possible. So it's unfortunately up to the individual, and I don't know what the best possible way of checking all of the independent resources are.
And what is your view on, I mean, if you're the first port of call for Gen Z to get the...
You're the most mature guy in the least mature medium. You're like a generational ambassador speaking for the youngs to the olds. Yeah, I try.
News. I mean, how much time do you give yourself to fact check this news? I mean, like, you must be constantly wondering, like, I've got to be out there, give my views, but I haven't had time. I'm on my own. I don't know whether the actual report is even correct or not. So how do you deal with that?
Well, in many instances, I rely on mainstream reporting. So one of the things I do is I have a policy of not covering breaking news to the best of my ability, but I try to combat the misinformation that's coming out by going to the same resources that you would rely on when like a mass shooting happens, for example. I look at the police reports, I look at the official press conference that's released in the immediate aftermath of the shooting. I try to be as careful as possible because there's always this fog where even the official resources can get something wrong as well on the spot. And I try to be as critical as possible. And the reason why I dive into this kind of stuff is specifically to combat the bias.
He doesn't understand streaming, and they're not an extension of mainstream media. You are not an extension of media. It's not symbiotic. They receive nothing from you. Yes, it is symbiotic because they do receive something from me. They receive an audience, a broader audience that gets to see their reporting. And that's precisely the reason why when I go out to these places or when I meet journalists, they are so excited, especially Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera reporters were coming up to me left and right at the event that I was at talking about how wonderful it is that I highlight the reporting with regular frequency, and they love that there are more eyeballs on that stuff. So if you're a journalist, if you're a reporter, you want as many people as possible to see your reporting. And I play a big role in that. So, there's a reason why other independent news sources created by people that worked in mainstream news in the past, mainstream newsrooms in the past, like Dropsite, Zateo, and many others, will regularly talk about how wonderful it is that I offer a major platform to their reporting. And the same goes for a lot of the regular legacy press as well.
That a lot of people engage with nowadays, more so than ever before. I'm sure you've seen, independent outlets and Twitter especially, which is a horrible place for this kind of thing, where people will immediately decide that, let's say there's a mass shooting that takes place, people will immediately go, that's a trans person that conducted this mass shooting, with no evidence whatsoever. And in certain instances, especially with the explosion of AI, people will even make up the fake information in order to justify their point of view. So I try to go to real reporting and rely heavily on real reporting and rely heavily on primary sources to the best of my ability to make sure that this information is as accurate as possible.
Now, I have to confess, I first heard about you because you got suspended on your platform on Twitch.
Yeah.
And actually, you recently again got suspended. I think you've been now 7 times, I think, suspended.
Yeah.
Maybe I've got the tally wrong, but
yeah.
near
No,
enough.
it's 7.
It's 7.
I think.
Okay. So, are you wearing these temporary bans as a badge of honor? I mean, is this become part of your ability to say, I talk whatever I want about whatever I want to talk about, I will feel free to talk about it? And my question would be, in a way, do you think there should be red lines? I mean, do you recognize that banning you occasionally is a healthy thing?
I think terms of service is a good thing overall in order to foster more productive conversations, because in the absence of a rigorous application of terms of service, you have Twitter, right? Having said that, the existing terms of service can be manipulated. There's a lot of outrage
You can kind of see, right? Like there's definitely this like bias almost, where I got that from our initial conversation as well, where he was where he thought, like, oh, you're a little bit of a provocateur. And I don't think it's because he doesn't like me or anything like that. But I think it's just the lack of understanding of the space, a lack of understanding of the space in general, and also their the idea that this is like a child's game that has destroyed this career that he has spent his entire life on.
That takes place, especially on the right, where I'm seen as like a primary vector of hate and enmity from a lot of right-wing outlets that will constantly try to get me deplatformed, and sometimes they actually reach a level of success. Having said that, I don't see my bans as a mark of courage or a badge of honor at all. I don't like being banned at all. I actually am constantly in fear of being deplatformed, because my job relies on reaching as many people as possible and try to educate them to the best of my ability. So when I do get banned, I can't do that any longer. And it's a real concern, especially when you have certain positions that are not exactly favorable, or certain positions, certain ideological positions that are not exactly commonplace in the Western world. These are real fears that I have to, work around with regular frequency.
So it's not a case of what P.T. Barnum said, there's no such thing as bad publicity as long as they spell my name right?
No, I do think that there's a case for bad publicity, because just like I mentioned earlier, my point of view is not exactly commonplace, and a lot of people, I think, are heavily propagandized against an anti-imperialist worldview, an anti-capitalist worldview, especially in the United States of America, and therefore I require a lot of charitability. And when things like this happen, that becomes the story in and of itself. And I find that to be unproductive in general. And I also feel like these sorts of things add up, and it causes people to think, oh, you're a charlatan, you're a provocateur, you're not invested in the truth, you're invested in being as loud as you possibly can be. And I think that does take away from my capacity as a commentator, rather than aids in, creating an environment where it's a badge of honor.
You know, when I started in journalism, I started on the wires, and in fact, we barely had a byline. And my bosses would say, your words should speak, it's not about you, it's about what you've written. Now we've moved on, and of course, there's a lot more first-person accounting and stories written where the journalist is a protagonist. In your case, it's a step further. You know, I get to see pictures of you topless. I find out that you like working out. I hear about your dog, and so on. Is this, you think, what connects you to your audience? Is it this feeling that, although they don't know you, they have the feeling, I know this dude. He's like me. He has the same left-wing ideology, or what is it that's most important? Is it the ideology, the opinions you have that connects you, or it's just this feeling that you're close to them?
I think both play a role in this, for sure. The way I look, the way I carry myself, how personable I come across to people. I think that plays a big role, but I think at the end of the day, it is my commentary that draws the attention. It is my opinions that make people sometimes rethink the way that they've seen the world. Like I said, it's not a worldview that they encounter, but maybe it's something that they feel deep down inside. And then when they hear someone like myself talk about these issues in a way that is agreeable, they go, oh yeah, I thought I was alone. This is the most common thing that I hear from my community is like, I live in a red neighborhood, I live in a red state, and I always felt so lonely about the way that I saw the world until I encountered your commentary, and I realized I'm not alone. There's a massive community out there of like-minded individuals. So I think at the end of the day, it is the commentary.
Now, in terms of the personality and your image and so on, one thing that jars a little bit is, you've said you're a Marxist, you've been a Bernie Sanders supporter in past elections. At the same time, you've become a wealthy guy who bought a $2.7 million house.
More expensive now.
Sorry?
More expensive now.
Well, good for you. You see, so Donald Trump has got it right. Housing prices going up is good for people. No, I mean, but your personality and these left-wing views and your commentary on inequality, how does that work when you're a Hollywood house owner?
Well, Bernie Sanders has 3 houses, and that's something that people constantly bring up as though this is a real point of contention. Look, when I didn't have a lot of money after college, and I had the exact same point of view, people would say, you're jealous of the wealthy, and that's why that's why you're a socialist, that's why you're a Marxist. Now that I'm rich, they say I'm a hypocrite. And at a certain point, you have to realize maybe it's the commentary and the comments that you're making. Maybe it's the fact that I'm saying people deserve more. People deserve more of the output that they contribute to. That's what's causing people to look for hypocrisy. Because my advocacy is not around making sure that no one has a home. And I have no control over the housing market in general. It's like, if at the time when I purchased my home in West Hollywood, if I had purchased the exact same home in Ohio, it would be much more affordable. I just chose to live in West Hollywood. I was living in West Hollywood already. I was renting there, and I had enough money. So I bought a house for myself and my family. I want everyone to be able to have that same liberty, to have more autonomy in their workplace, to have more freedom in their lives. And that's what my advocacy revolves around.
Your revenues come literally from subscriptions?
Yes. So in terms of exploitation, it's inevitable. It's impossible not to engage in hyper-exploitative consumption.
I think you were meant to push back on the idea that your job is similar to that of a reporter's, valued only in terms of getting things right. The main area in which new media would ideally succeed where old media fails is not being funded by billionaires, not having editors or owners that tell you not to talk about certain things, having the ability to actually say what everyone is already seeing with their eyes. No, because I do see myself as complimentary to mainstream news. And I do also recognize the real fear that this person represents. He's just misplaced it, or not even misplaced it necessarily against me, but there is a real... there's a real resentment in old media against new media. But there's also an understandable fear amongst adults that new media also represents this like dangerous, unstable information landscape. And it's something that I fear as well. Okay? It's something that I am very cognizant about. It's something that I'm also worried about. It's something that I spend a good deal of advocacy around, speaking on, right? So... that's the reason why I don't just like immediately dismiss or try to deflect his criticism and take it head on and try to explain to him in this circumstance that like I am somewhat different than what he thinks I am, and maybe to the audience that is also coming at this issue with the same perspective. Because you have to remember, a lot of you, by nature of being in this chat, are already completely aware of my commentary, completely aware of the space that I occupy, completely aware of what I'm trying to do. But a lot of people don't know that. A lot of people associate this sphere of influence with kick streamers, sometimes with Andrew Tate, with Clavicular, you know? And for that reason, they look at someone like myself and go, what is this guy's deal? What's he about? What's he doing? I'm speaking to those people in this moment.
Everyone has a phone here. I'm sure that if you were to go and look at the mining operations in Congo, you would be horrified at the conditions there. But the reality of the matter is it's impossible to avoid that hyper-exploitative structure. So we try to do our very best to limit the exploitation, at least in the revenue side. And the way I have set up my business, if you want to call it that, is the least exploitative way possible. I run a cooperative corporation. You met my producer. Yep. He has equal say and equal pay in the process. Outside of that, the only way that you can fund what I do is through voluntary subscriptions. I don't actually have any sort of limits on what you can and can't see. A subscription just is you saying, I like your commentary, I like what you're doing, I want to fund this operation, I want to keep you going. And I always openly admit that. I'm like, look, your subscriptions are what allow...
You could also talk about the fact that you kind of have a permanently 30,000 people watching that are kind of an editorial board that are permanently giving other perspectives and facts about what you're talking about. I did mention that in the beginning. I said it keeps me honest. Having real-time feedback from 30,000 people actually keeps me honest. More honest than you know, what other entities might do. Hasana's not a reporter, he's an external editor. Yes, when I'm talking to older people, the way I describe it is like I'm a commentator. I never say I'm a journalist. I don't say I'm an activist. I'm neither of those things, even though other people will constantly say I'm both of those things. I'm not. I'm a political commentator. This already exists in the professional world. This already exists in legacy media. You know, Jake Tapper exists. Anderson Cooper exists. There's also people doing color commentary on the side as well. You know, Van Jones exists. And that's my job. That's the role I see myself as occupying in this sphere. Of course, unlike CNN, I don't have a ton of producers. I don't have fact checkers. And I don't have any editor sitting on top of me saying, you can't cover this, you should cover this in a certain way. There is no editorial control. I am beholden to no one, right? And that's my advantage.
Also maintain editorial independence. If you choose to do so, you can subscribe to me for $5. Now I think it's in the hands of Twitch. So I think they increased the subscription to $7 now. Or you don't have to do that if you don't want to. I just wish you, Brian Tyler Cohen, and others would be more than React Andes. We need outreach, get to the polls. 33% of U.S. voters don't vote. Thank you for this brilliant assessment, 15-month subscriber that has been in here for 15 months and has decided that the real advocacy actually is about getting people to do voter outreach. Go vote. Yeah, as though we don't do enough get out to vote initiatives in this community, and even including, I urge everyone here to go and do door knocking and phone banking, especially for a lot of these candidates as well. And yet, here you are, coming back to the real issue on hand. I'm voting. I love voting. I tell people to vote all the time. I come when I vote, okay?
I vote so hard all the time.
That don't even maintain any sort of control over my IP. So people in my community have created thousands of fan accounts where they will just take videos from the stream, chop it down, edit it, and re-upload it to their own YouTube pages, and then make money off of that as well. And there are a lot of people in my community that have actually been able to pay for their college education through this process. So I try to, like I said, limit the exploitative nature of any sort of providing goods or services to the best of my ability. But of course, there's still going to be people that say that's hypocritical because socialism means you have to be poor.
So, I started out in journalism not knowing who was reading my work. There weren't even the tools to monitor the viewership or the readership. Now we're in a different age, and in fact, I was surprised to see you last night commenting on the Grammy Awards and then suddenly saying, I've got 34,000 followers at the moment on Twitch, 20,000 on YouTube. So does that influence even what you're talking about? You're so close to the monitoring of who's listening and on what?
So the reason why I was talking about that in a lighthearted way was because I had just gotten banned, and in the aftermath of being banned off Twitch, I went and live streamed on YouTube for the first time ever, and saw tremendous success on this alternative platform, at least for me. And so now that I'm unbanned on Twitch, I actually...
W March, incredible work capturing all these camera angles as a one-man team. Here's a coffee for you. W March in the chat. Yeah, he did all of that. It's crazy. Hassan, if possible, you should do a meetup tomorrow, a web summit for your community here. We're happy to have seen you in person and wish you safe journey back. I don't know if I'll have time to do that, chatter.
Actually live streamed on both YouTube and Twitch at the same time. I dual streamed for the first time ever, so we were monitoring it and having a little bit of light back and forth between the two different communities. But as far as like my care and consideration for my viewership and my numbers goes, at the end of the day, what I care about is maintaining my editorial independence and speaking truth to power. And the example I always go back to is in the aftermath of October 7, when my audience actually halved because a lot of people were not ready, especially in the Western audiences, were not ready for someone to say that Israel played a significant role in the in how October 7 took place. A lot of people were understandably horrified by the images that they were seeing on their screens. And they said, this is not for me. I've enjoyed your commentary up until this point, and they left. But I did not, if I cared about viewership, I would have stopped right then and there and maybe even reconfigured my commentary. I didn't do that. I stuck to my guns, and I knew what the truth was, and I kept covering what was going on in Gaza every single day for 2 years. And eventually, the audience came back.
Well, Hassan, unfortunately, we're running out of time.
Yeah.
I wish you all the best. Stick to your guns, and I'm sure your viewers will stick with you as well.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This robot was all over. The real reason I felt this was really contentious is that it seems like he went completely off topic to grill you. Yeah, I don't know why we didn't actually end up talking about misinformation in the misinformation landscape, but he chose to do that. Black boots with white socks is neo-Nazi wear in Germany. Brother, those aren't those white socks. First of all, I don't have white socks on. You mean white laces. And I don't even have white laces on. Those laces are gray. Those are Rick Owens. Okay? What was I gonna say? Yeah, so I do think that there it was I don't mind having a light pushback or having a debate even. I enjoy it. It's just I felt like he was making it seem as though I was responsible for the misinformation on the internet, whereas I thought the conversation was going to be about how I choose to combat misinformation, and especially with how dangerous misinformation has gotten. And I think that like when they originally set it up, that's the goal. That was the goal from the organizers in general. I mean, I don't mind it though. I think it was a healthy and productive conversation. I think you did a good job of having explained to the audience, people who don't know who you are, what your type of job is and how it connects to the media. Yeah, it's mostly for the olds, I think. But I thought it was fun. I thought it was a fun event in general. I thought it was a good conversation in general. He got more comfortable towards the end. I think your approach is helpful in getting real life actors across in a digestible way. Yeah, and apparently Jewish Insider caught wind of the speech. I guess they were following closely. So let's take a look at what their takeaway from this was. Once again, at this point, I feel like Jewish Insider has no motion whatsoever. And I'm basically the only person that reads their shit. Like no one else is reading Jewish Insider, little bro, just me. Okay. And it's so funny that like you can't even remove the paywall. Like it literally doesn't even let you. Like they have some of the most, Jewish Insider has the most aggressive paywall, and it blows my mind. It's like, it almost feels like they don't want anybody to watch. They don't want anybody to read their articles. Like I'm always trying to. You had the chance to spin it back to the editors and reviews in mainstream press of the New York Times, and others didn't keep them for covering a genocide for 2 years. He was certainly peddling a naive narrative with editors mean accurate. No, I know. I didn't want to duke it out with him. I do feel like if they didn't paywall their stuff so aggressively. Oh wait, I guess this one you can kind of see. You can kind of read it. Far left Twitch streamer and political commentator Hassan Piker appearing at the Web Summit conference in Doha on Tuesday, alleged for Israel's conduct that played a meaningful role in October 7, 2023 Hamas terrorist attacks, continuing his long-standing pattern of hateful rhetoric targeting Israel and the Jewish people. Yeah, that's what that means. What I care about is maintaining my editorial independence and speaking truth to power. And the example I always go back to is in the aftermath of October 7. Piker said to a packed room, people were not ready, especially in Western audiences, for someone to say that Israel played a significant role in how October 7 took place. Speaking at an event labeled Defending Truth in a Post-Truth World, Piker noted that he had lost viewers at the time over his extremist commentary. If I cared about viewership, I would have stopped right then and there, and maybe even reconfigured my commentary. But I didn't do that, Piker added. I knew what the truth was, and I kept covering what was going on in Gaza every single day for 2 years, and eventually the audience came back. Piker has previously argued Hamas's actions on October 7 were a form of resisting, referred to Orthodox Jews as inbred and Zionists as Nazis, and has praised former Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah as a pretty brilliant person. Piker has also described the conflict in Gaza as a live-streamed Holocaust. I love that they substitute in and out of like some of my best takes and some that they turn into like a totally bastardized, diluted version of my best takes. I rewinded and you were talking about Sneeko, but I just want to let you know that I don't like that guy. Please address this once I get to the current timeline, says David Lundgren 6153 at YouTube chat. That's funny. For those of you who are wondering how to rewind for the Piker Broadcasting Service on Twitch, you can rewind by subscribing. Subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service if you would like. It's a voluntary subscription, and it allows you the capacity to rewind on Twitch as well as though you're watching on YouTube. It's funny to the YouTube chat. The streamer has faced several bans from Twitch over his live commentary. Most recently, he also referred to his critic as rabid ultra-Zionist. Bleep. Can't say it. Don't want to get banned. In response, Piker posted a statement on X listing what he alleged are permissible phrases to use on Twitch, was singled out. You cannot say bleep. The ADL, which is an arm of Israel's suppression in the West that works with law enforcement and does espionage, has made it a bannable offense, Piker wrote. Okay, this article literally seems like a highlight. It's a highlight reel. It's so funny. They come at this from the perspective of an old world that they wish they still lived in. They have no capacity to read the room. Like, obviously, their readership is, Jewish Insider's readership is going to be people that are already super pro-Israel, right? So they don't realize that this doesn't break away to the audiences that they would like to market to. When you cover all of this stuff, when you put all this stuff together, people who already have negative opinions on Israel, which is the majority of readership across the board, not the majority of readership at Jewish Insider, but the majority of readership in general, they don't look at this and immediately think, oh, wow, how horrifying. They think, oh, I've seen this show before. This guy very clearly is anti-Israel, as am I, and they're either bastardizing some of his takes or actually repeating some of his takes that I also personally consider to be inoffensive. This is a major problem with a lot of these outlets. A lot of Zionist outlets, a lot of pro-Israel outlets don't realize that the audience that they are speaking to have completely left them behind. Okay? Yeah, you need to stop giving them tips for propaganda, dude. Lol. That's true. I should probably stop doing that. Well, I can't stop myself. Okay? I can't stop myself. But it is interesting how their propaganda is failing, partially because they're so echo chambered that they do not recognize They're so echo chambered that they do not realize that this kind of sentiment doesn't reach across the aisle at all. Why stop? It's not like they're going to learn. I know. Ironically enough, they will not change their behavior at all, I don't think. It's telling that they had to twist the meaning of your inbred comment and leave out that you were directing it at violent settlers destroying aid drops. We'll quote you directly on Nasrallah. Yeah. In any case, depending on who the market is, depending on who the audience is, if it's the Jewish insider, audience, obviously they're going to look at this and go, wow, this guy's freaking terrifying. But if it's like the broader audience in general, like broader readership in general, they look at that and go, I don't have a lot of issues with the way this guy's talking about things. I think what Israel has done is far more heinous than anything he has said here. Many of which I do agree with, many of which I assume you guys are totally chopping up and turning into something that is totally irrelevant. Hassan Piker makes anti-Semitic remarks towards Jewish insiders, speaking about our inability to do good reporting, clearly hate speech. Yeah, exactly. Well, now we have more evidence for it. There you go. God knows why Elon was running his mouth when he was this connected, though. I didn't know he was this directly connected. The truth will eventually prevail.
It only gets worse from here. We're going back into the 3 million documents. So far, we mostly covered how billionaires lied about their relationship with Epstein and or got blackmailed in the drafts, eventually killing their marriage. We talked about Howard Lutnick, how he lied about meeting Epstein, although he still denies this. And we also talked about some horrible accusations against Trump and Bill Clinton, although we were clear that they are unverified. Now, some people have responded to the release, like Elon Musk, saying that no one fought harder for the full release of the Epstein files than I did. Ironically, he claims that he knew that the playbook of the far-left propagandists and legacy media is admit nothing, deny everything, and making counter accusations, saying he had never set foot on Epstein's creepy island or attended parties, despite the fact we saw last time that Elon was asking to be invited to the party. What day and night would be the wildest party on your island? Nevertheless, I think it's an interesting point. The playbook, as we get into this much darker side of the 3.5 million files, you're going to notice this trend is true, that everyone we're going to talk about, basically they admit nothing, they deny everything, and then they usually make counter accusations against other people in the files. Almost no one has faced any kind of consequences for this whole thing, leading me to wonder, why is it that it seems like really only in the rest of the world has anyone faced anything? I mean, you've got the former Prince Andrew losing his title. You've got the Slovakia National Security Advisor resigning over the Epstein links. But in America, I'm really hard-pressed to think of anyone who has actually faced any kind of accountability. I think Larry Summers stepped back voluntarily. But other than that, it's hard to think of anyone who's faced any kind of justice. In fact, arguably, Ghislaine Maxwell's life is better than it was previously since these Epstein files have dropped. And what's crazy about this is that we know that the government story is false. Remember, the FBI documents showed they had 10 co-conspirators they were investigating. We also got an old draft of an indictment where they had several co-defendants with Epstein. Now, of course, we know these were never ultimately charged. This was back in 2005, but just imagine all the way back in 2005, where these charges are from, we already had evidence that Epstein was not working alone, and like, of course he's not. But now we're gonna talk a little bit about how the scheme operated. Now, to be clear, we're gonna talk in a second about the laundering of Epstein's reputation, the people who protected him this whole time. But right now, I wanna talk about how Epstein got some of these girls in the first place, because the Epstein files provide an interesting look behind the curtains. Obviously, we know Ghislaine Maxwell was helping, whether it be
Trump is live and has signed a bill to reopen the government.
Girls, talk them into stuff. But now we have emails of a different side of the scheme. It says, yesterday I spoke to Daniel Syed, who Jean-Luc Brunel describes as a scout or recruiter of girls or women for Jeffrey Epstein. Attached to this incoming email from Brunel is the contact information he has for Syed. And then they blacked out his number and email. But digging into Jeffrey's emails with Daniel shows that he was constantly sending him links to girls. It shows Jeffrey Epstein paying Daniel 3,000 euros, which, to be clear, was the amount that was agreed to by Jean-Luc Brunel. Quote, Dominique, we will pay him 3,000 euros each month for scouting for a 6-month period. On all models we will get him, we will pay him 5% commission on their earnings. Imagine it's like baseball or it's like basketball. You're scouting for I hate to use the word talent, but that's really what this guy was doing. He was going around the globe trying to find people for Jeffrey Epstein and Jean-Luc Brunel. According to one lawsuit, Epstein trafficked a Jane Doe to Jean-Luc Brunel many times. It describes their operation as this: many of the girls came from poor countries or impoverished backgrounds. He lured them in with a promise of making good money. Quote, Brunel has been a model scout for various modeling agencies for many years, and he was apparently able to get U.S. passports for young girls to work as models, eventually, of course, being sent to Jeffrey Epstein. Now, it should be noted that Jean-Luc Brunel himself died in prison by hanging, and that's while he was being accused of horrible crimes related to trafficking and minors. So this guy is not a good guy. He was part of the op, along with Daniel Syed, who was...
Maybe that's why Jeffrey Epstein killed himself, because he got sad. His best friend also himself under very similar circumstances. Have you ever thought about that? No, I guess not.
Also scouting on behalf of Epstein and Jean-Luc Brunel. They had their agreement. Here's a sample of how this would work. Jeffrey Epstein asked him to take a full body shot of someone. Daniel Syed says, now she is really skinny, I will do Polaroid. Jeffrey Epstein asks for a copy of her passport and then asks, how many tickets do you want for Woody, meaning Woody Allen? He says 2. Okay, thank you. Full body if possible. And then Jeffrey Epstein says, doesn't look too happy. Comments on her body, and then he says she is very sweet. I'll skip a few of the sordid details here. They comment about her body extensively, and then Jeffrey Epstein says, I sent a request that she want to come out to Paris on Sunday. He says, I will invite to come. And this is basically how it worked. Daniel Syed flew around the world looking for women, sending photos to Jeffrey Epstein, who then would get a copy of their passports and bring him to the States. Here's an example of this. Daniel Syed brings him a girl. They didn't redact this name, but I'm going to do it. He says, very nice, easygoing, dream to work in the United States or visit the United States working as a model in Dubai. He asks age. Daniel says 22 or 23. I forgot to ask her. She looks younger. I have her number if you want to call her. She was going to send this evening. And this happens over and over. At one point, he talks about a Thai actress. Jeffrey Epstein says he can see her on Wednesday, and then he complains that she...
It's pretty wild that so many people try to keep up the facade that Jeffrey Epstein was, either like a sex criminal in his own might and had nothing to do with the client list or the social elite that he was consistently surrounding himself with. Or even my favorite take, and I did not know this, but there's a Destiny take out there who is, because he's consistently wrong. He's on the wrong side of every argument for some goddamn reason. He also apparently talked about the Epstein stuff back in the day on the Iced Coffee podcast, where he quite literally said, oh, it's whatever. It's just like a rub and tug. Like Jeffrey Epstein was like maybe getting rub and tugs for his friends, and it's not that big of a deal. Overwhelming majority are of age. Some might have been like a little bit underage, and is not the end of the world. Like something along those lines, which is insane.
Wants to meet in a restaurant. I don't do that in New York. And then says she didn't even respond. Not nice. The point is, a lot of these girls were looking to come to the United States for one reason or another, for some kind of dream. They would ask for passports or visas, and then ultimately get sent here by this network of people who would later be accused of trafficking or other abuses. Now, to be clear, there have not been charges against Daniel Syed, and the government, remember, says they have no evidence to go even predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. So it's a little bit bizarre to be reading about this scouting operation for Jeffrey Epstein, the way he recruited girls, and then be told, yeah, nothing to see here. Yeah, one of the scouts was like this, like, who in jail, but no, there's no one else here, even though there's definitely guys floating around, even though we literally have redacted defendants in our old draft of an indictment. We have nothing to do. We can't possibly imagine
no co-conspirators. No co-conspirators. Come on, stop. Don't look into that. Todd Blanche said it's not a crime to party with Jeffrey Epstein, when it quite literally is. Okay, it is. Oh, this is the old Matt Iglesias. Actually, it's a Phoebophilia defense. The take on Epstein on Iced Coffee Hour.
I want to know about Jeffrey Epstein.
What about him? What a disappointment. My God.
You have all of the answers, right? To Jeffrey Epstein?
Here's what happened. Here's what people wanted there to be. People think that there are a bunch of politicians, billionaires that are kids all day long, and they love that theory. It's just such a fun, awesome theory. Hillary Clinton was involved in it. Bill Clinton was involved in it. Prince Andrew, all the billionaires, they're all of them. Okay. And then when a story like this comes out, yes, you finally, okay, QAnon, the pizza shop, everything is coming together. Okay. This is it. The child billionaire politician, sex finally. And I think what probably actually happened was you had a billionaire guy like Epstein, who was a pervert, who paid off a ton of girls, not even the majority of them, a minority of them were underage, to come over, give him massages, maybe give his friends massages, and sometimes. But the vast majority of it was probably legal. The majority of it probably weren't minors. There were a few that were. I think 2 confirmed. I think only 2. And he just sometimes he would send girls to go and rub and tug his friends or whatever. And that's it.
Do you think that any of it could have been for blackmail?
No. Absolutely.
How is this man? First of all, only 2 child or whatever is a crazy argument. Okay? Just a little bit of child on the side, only 2. Great. Great argument, okay? But overall, it is quite remarkable how he is so consistently on the wrong side. He is notoriously wrong. I don't understand it. I don't know what it is. Is it the contrarian brain or whatever? I don't know what's going on. I don't know if it's because he's constantly presenting himself as in opposition to whatever I'm presenting, and then he, unfortunately for him, ends up running into this issue because I happen to be right. And then he, by definition, happens to be wrong. It's just pretty funny. This is from a couple years prior, by the way. I just saw a clip of this.
I won't say absolutely not, but right now there is 0 evidence whatsoever of that at all. And the idea
is bullshit. I wonder if his position has evolved since then, but it's just very, very interesting. Let's get back to it.
Anything. And that brings me to one of the frustrating parts of these whole files is the redactions. I mean, I know I've been over this, but it's a different thing. In the past, the files were sort of overly redacted to protect people. The problem this time is not only are a lot of people still being protected, literally the names of the people they were going to charge, you couldn't argue those are victims, but the work with
Ethan Klein on Piers Morgan, shut the Are you joking?
We're here to...
What if went to storm a synagogue? Benny Johnson versus Ethan Klein on Don Lemon. Epstein and Ice. Wait, please don't tell me that Ethan Klein got dunked on by Benny Johnson. My heart can't stand that. That's too much. Ain't no way. I hope he was able to put together a decent argument here. Anyway, we'll maybe take a look at it later.
It's done so sloppy that oftentimes you'll find that the DOJ has uploaded 2 documents that are functionally identical, and they redacted one but not the other, letting you see what's ultimately behind the mask, which is dumb because sometimes the thing they're redacting is Jeffrey Epstein's name. Or other times it's somebody who clearly is not a victim because then you see the non-redacted copy and you're like, yeah, that's clearly not a victim. So it's a little strange what they seem to have done here. Let me give you a for instance. So we have this message from somebody whose name is blacked out, and we see participants, and then we see Jeffrey Epstein is involved, right? And it says, we need to work around your 38. We need to push back on the lies, then crush the pedo trafficking narrative, then rebuild your image as a philanthropist. Now, I want to know who's doing that. Who's trying to rebuild Jeffrey Epstein's image?
Steve Bannon, even in certain instances, might have even Noam Chomsky as well, who said something similar to that. Maybe not under those certain terms, but something along those lines. It was pretty devastating to see and read that. Alan Dershowitz is another one. I mean, there are so many. Jeffrey Epstein was surrounded by people who are fairly aware of his sex crimes and were totally on board with it and took it to lengths that you wouldn't believe. They wanted to defend it. They normalized, justified, and defended it. And yeah, just a monstrous group of individuals.
Well, we go ahead, we scroll down, and we see that Jeffrey Epstein sends something. He says, in any bar where drinking age is 18, and you see the participant is once again blacked out. But underneath it, in a separate file, we see Steve Bannon, a famous political figure, is in here, and he's saying the same thing. He says, first, we need to push back on the lies, then crush the trafficking narrative, then rebuild your image as a philanthropist. Guys, why did you censor out his name? Or why was that censored at all? I don't understand. And I certainly don't understand why Jeffrey Epstein's name in this one is censored. So Jeffrey's not censored in this one, but Bannon is. And then
you see, you don't understand. He's a victim. That's what it is. How are they so incompetent, bro? They literally did not redact some of the victims' names. I cannot believe it. It is unbelievable. They did not redact some of the victims' names, and then they ended up redacting, once again, the names of Steve Bannon and numerous other people who are very clearly co-conspirators. It's just half of it must be by design. I do think that like the lack of redactions for some of the victims is almost to like punish the victims, I assume. I don't know. It don't make no sense.
It's not censored in this one, and Epstein is. And sometimes this creates the bizarre impression that they are censoring for victim names or for some like kind of victim status or for some reason. And then you see the other file and you're like, wait, why did you do this? It's just very poorly done throughout. That's just something I wanted to comment on, is not only did they once again not fully redact things because they were sloppy, but also like victims' names got stuck in this. Like girls' names appear sometimes, and like I'm not sure, are they supposed to be redacted? Because they're redacted over here, they're not over here. I can kind of figure out who it is. It's just kind of a mess. I needed to point that out. You know, other times we have things like this, like Brock Pierce, a co-founder of Tether, also known as the biggest stable coin in the world. He sent a message to Jeffrey Epstein with the subject line Anastasia, and then it's just a bunch of redacted stuff with a few untitled JPEGs in here. And so, you know, you're thinking to yourself, what is this? Is he sending some illicit media? Like, what is this? Well, then we have this page where it wasn't redacted. I put that little dark square that I didn't know if this should have been redacted or not. But it's like a bunch of JPEGs. Now, does that contain victims? Is Brock Pierce sending photos of victims? I don't know because of the way the government did this. But underneath, it says, the Ukraine is now my favorite country, smiley face, Brock Pierce, with the subject line Anastasia. I don't know what to make of that. I'm just saying the redactions, like the way they did this is not good. But now
we've brought this up already, but it is truly remarkable that like at least in European countries, the people that are involved with Jeffrey Epstein in any capacity are actually unironically getting punished right now. Maybe not the super wealthy, but at least like the politicians are. And you know for a fact that not a single American politician can be touched. Not a single.
Turn to Steve Bannon and his "we're gonna crush the trafficking" narrative, because this guy, oh boy, has been revealed in the files to being like Jeffrey's right-hand PR man. I mean, this guy was filming basically a documentary about Jeffrey Epstein in order to rehabilitate his image. And some of it has actually leaked to the public. It's been interesting to watch how that's been received. But the funny thing is that originally Jeffrey Epstein's plan was to just do a YouTube video, like an apology, like a old school 2016, turn on the camera for authenticity. And
respect. Yeah, that'll do it. Totally. That'll do it. Bust out the ukulele, baby.
You know, he says, do you think...
Let's be real, dude. If Jeffrey Epstein didn't die when he did, and if he just held out for a little bit longer, he could have become a legend in the right. I mean, post-mortem, there is this legendary status that he is arriving at for some weird reason amongst the Felix neo-Nazi right now. But if he was alive right now and he was like, I hate woke, I hate the wokes, I'm Mr. Anti-woke, he 100% would have his image rehabilitated, and people would talk about how based he is. People would be talking about how awesome he is and how it's dope to do to children. Okay? Jeffrey Epstein's biggest failure was that he died before he could have just done a right-wing pivot. Straight up. I mean, look at Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate is like small fry Jeffrey Epstein.
I think I can do my own video interview and upload it to YouTube. No sandbagging, interview format, or like a diary piece. Steve Bannon says if you do an interview, it can't be like Johnny does a YouTube. It has to be amazingly professional and perfectly cut. Then Jeffrey Epstein responds, Woody, we assume Woody Allen, because they were close, said he would help edit. Not sure how to stage, what points to make, but better than trying to do an interview that I have no experience doing. Goal is to humanize the monster. Anything written carries little weight, to which Steve Bannon replies, yes, Jeffrey Epstein, should it be an interview format, interviewed by me? They start talking about, like, how do we do this? Humor, apology, how did I get rich? Question mark, topics. Their brainstorming, how do we trick the public into seeing me as...
He would definitely go on Rogan. Brother, Jeffrey Epstein has spiritually gone on Rogan because piece by piece, the amount of people he's been inside of that have gone on Joe Rogan has basically made it so that Jeffrey Epstein has been on Joe Rogan himself. Okay, Peter Thiel, Mark Andreessen, Elon Musk, so many other billionaires and adjacent characters. Mark Zuckerberg, he even had a shorter relationship with Mark Zuckerberg, but he was apparently around Mark Zuckerberg as well. Considering that, I mean, dude, I feel like the Joe Rogan Experience is basically a network where Joe goes and finds Joe goes and finds Epstein's besties to bring onto the show. Yeah, Lawrence Krauss, Steven Pinker, Elon Musk, Peter Attia, Peter Thiel, Donald Trump. This doesn't even scratch the surface. Virtually every single person.
More than a monster. Now, funny enough, right before this, Jeffrey Epstein asks about a dinner with Woody, and then he says, or too many pedos in one place. And you gotta love the self-awareness there. Now, I don't know what he meant by that. To be clear, I'm not making that accusation against Woody Allen. We'll talk about him in a second. That's Jeffrey Epstein saying that. I think what's interesting to point out, though, is how all these rich and powerful people are circling the wagons to try to protect Jeffrey Epstein's reputation, right? This is a guy who at this point has been known for years to have pled guilty to these 2008 charges. This was an open secret. And so Steve Bannon goes along though anyways, and he films this documentary. Now what's interesting is he starts talking about the documentary and he starts saying, I'm watching our second hour now. Guys were blown away. I didn't think it was as strong at the time, but I was wrong. Need huge part about threat of AI versus reality, threat of climate change. And this is where the notes start going back and forth of how can we get you to think of other things? So part of the conceit of this big interview of Jeffrey Epstein was to try to humanize him and actually present him as this genius, everyman, quirky guy with a...
Yeah, this was the express purpose of Steve Bannon's quote-unquote deposition, which he changed after the fact, post-mortem. It was to gear him up and do PR for Jeffrey Epstein when they knew that the international sex trafficker stuff was coming back to light.
Few flaws, right? They knew they couldn't run away from the crimes. To quote, in Bannon's words, yes, of course, but we must counter rapists who traffics in female children to be raped by world's most powerful, richest men. That can't be redeemed. Can't redeem the unredeemable. You are a lot of things which we will show, but you are not that. Bannon is aware that, like, they can't fully embrace the Epstein thing. They have to kind of make it about more than that. And if you see the YouTube clip going around, that's what that is. And it's been so interesting to watch the reaction because you see, even for people who've been prepped with the idea that this is basically propaganda, some of them still fall for it. They post things like, oh, cat.
Yes. Talking about the Rockefellers over and over again. I listened to the interview. I listened to big parts of the interview this morning. And people are picking apart bits and pieces of it, but it is, you know how I say money is never been more fake than it is at this point in time? Humans have never been more cattle than at this point in time. Okay, I swear to God, a medieval peasant is less cattle than the average American person. We are maxed out on being cattle.
Who is casually confirming the world's conspiracies because he's talking about 2008. But guys, that's the whole deception. They're like trying to be like, hey, this guy, this horrible monster, he's going to tell you the secrets of the inside club. So you think more, that's the whole thing. That's how they're getting away with this. It's not some kind of, oh, he happened to want to talk about this. This is all premeditated. This has gone through revisions. They even called Jeffrey Epstein the smartest guy in the room.
Look, you're the smartest guy in the room, right? You know that.
It's honestly ridiculous anyone believes the false conceit of, you're obviously the smartest man in the room. You could tell.
Jeffrey Epstein, and I say this sincerely, is not the smartest guy in any room, okay? There are points in this interview where he is so up his own soul that he says, unironically, yeah, you know what? Plato and Socrates never actually wrote. Writing is actually bad. It's bad for your brain. It causes you to narrow your focus. He said that because he's illiterate and he's coping. In some of the rooms he was in, the other file elite, maybe? No. He's an exceptionally dumb person.
The world's secrets. I mean, this guy, honestly, he talks about some of his engagements, like with the Rockefeller board, and he tries to say that owning a calculator is why he got that.
It was very advanced in those days to have a Texas Instrument calculator where it could, by putting in the numbers, it would multiply.
That's not what he's trying to say. I think he's trying to say that like you can't really calculate reputation, and he had reputation and he was of good stock.
Multiply for you to do square roots, and that was the first, and everyone who had a calculator was already advanced on Wall Street. The most important parts of business were really now going to calculations. Places like Rockefeller needed someone to say, look, we're entering a different world where numbers and the numbers of companies, portfolio management was going to be balanced, it was going to be statistical. Jeffrey, could you come on the board, potentially sit on the finance committee?
So we're honestly supposed to believe that Jeffrey Epstein got onto this prestigious Rockefeller board because he had a calculator, but also that he's the smartest guy in the room, the smartest.
Okay, maybe I'm pretty sure he then moves on from the calculator to talk about his reputation and why beyond the calculations that he was able to do because he knew how to use a Texas Instrument at the time when apparently no one knew. He talks about his reputation, and he talks about how he comes from good stock, and that's the reason why they hired him on the board. It's bullshit. All of it is bullshit.
Man on Wall Street. And let's not talk about those horrific crimes he committed because, you know, he's not really such a bad guy after all. But it wasn't just Steve Bannon that was trying to humanize or giving advice on how to humanize Epstein. It was also Richard Branson, the famous billionaire. He was caught emailing Jeffrey Epstein saying, "Dear Jeffrey, it was really nice seeing you yesterday. The boys in water sports can't stop speaking about it. Anytime you are in the area, would love to see you as long as you bring your harem." I don't know, that's not that ambiguous, guys. I think we can imagine what that means, but anyway.
God damn. I mean, that's expected, but it's so funny that it's like, God damn, dude.
He says, one, I think if Bill Gates was willing to say that you've been a brilliant advisor to him, that you slipped up many years ago by sleeping with a 17-and-a-half-year-old and were punished for it, that you've more than learned your lesson and have done nothing that's against the law since. And yes, as a single man, you have a penchant for women, but there's nothing wrong with that. Anyway, something along those lines. He's giving him PR advice. How to get your reputation back. Hey, Jeffrey, privately, I loved you. You can come back anytime with your harem. Jeffrey Epstein responds, nice seeing you. Thanks for your hospitality. I appreciate your public relations thoughts. Now, according to the New York Times, a Branson representative said the two had a business meeting and stressed the women were adults and had not attended the meeting. All above board. That's what everyone says, by the way. Remember what Elon Musk said, right? That's the playbook. Admit nothing, deny everything. Speaking of, remember Howard Lutnick, who we showed on video saying that he had never seen Epstein since 2005.
So I was never in the room with him socially, for business, or for even philanthropy. If that guy was there, I wasn't going because he's gross.
Although also calling him the greatest blackmailer ever.
This guy was the greatest blackmailer ever.
Well, also according to the Times, Lutnick said he spent zero time with him, even though there are emails basically to the contrary, where Epstein is saying, nice seeing you after the conviction. I mean, these people, not only are they lying, they won't even admit when they've been caught lying. But now let's talk about Prince Andrew, too, who was caught lying over a woman at some kind of a party. I mean, just not a good, this is not doing you any favors, you know. I know Prince Andrew soon will probably be on the comeback tour. It's going to be a bunch of highly paid PR execs. Maybe Steve Bannon can jump in, shoot another 5-hour podcast trying to rehabilitate him. Like, Prince Andrew, what's the secret behind the royal family?
Look, you're the smartest guy in the room.
But again, has he admitted anything? Has he denied?
Okay, I'm going to admit something. In a room where Jeffrey Epstein and Prince Andrew are together, that's the one room where Jeffrey Epstein is the smartest guy in the room. I take it back. We found a room. If there's one guy who's just as Felix, but even dumber than Jeffrey Epstein, it's Prince Andrew.
Everything. Now, we should also probably talk about Noam Chomsky as well, the guy behind the book Manufacturing Consent, which in hindsight, maybe we should have suspected something. But either way, he also...
No. Look. I need everyone take a deep breath here, okay? Because I've been seeing some people that I have a lot of respect for say crazy stuff on the timeline. I'm not going to name names, but I've seen people say crazy shit on the timeline. First of all, there's the Parenti-Chomsky rivalry, right? The MLs who hate Chomsky, who are like, I told you so, pure vindication. You guys are ridiculous. Okay, calm down. Then there's also, there's also the other side of the story where people are kind of defending old Noam, okay? Saying like, I forgive him, things like that, which is even wilder because no, this is like unforgivable. Having said that, I think his work still stands on its own, and it's a totally separate construct from who he is as a person or who he became as a person later on in his life or who he might have been all along. Okay. And I say this as someone who obviously has criticism of Noam Chomsky, but someone who also has a lot of respect for his work as well. Noam is your Kanye? No. There is no, I will never, under no circumstance will I ever defend this shit. Are you insane? Like guys, one of the worst aspects of this, aside from the fact that he had a deep embedded relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, was that he also had a deep relationship with Steve Bannon, seemingly, which was insane. And not only that, but when people asked him, back when he was capable of responding to every email that he got, he defended it, okay? It's irredeemable through and through. I'm just saying it doesn't touch like some of his earlier work. It doesn't, like if you're making a post hoc justification for why it sucks, then you're wrong. If you have an issue with the way you interpret like manufacturing consent or, Profit Over People, all these other books that he's written, and that's one thing. But if you're saying like, oh, well, also all of his previous work is like completely irrelevant, well, then no, you're wrong on that. Not defending Chomsky, but did you know that Epstein was a creep? You are literally looking at correspondence between Jeffrey Epstein and Noam Chomsky right now, where Noam Chomsky is offering lines of defense to Jeffrey Epstein about pedophilia. Yes, he knew. Yes. Okay. Yes, he knew. He knew. Come on. This is in the year 2019 of our holy Lord, okay? February 23rd, 2019. This is when like the relitigation was taking place. Yes, he has internet. He absolutely has internet. He used to respond to every email ever sent to him. He has the most amount of internet.
Some reputational advice to his buddy Jeffrey Epstein. He says, I watched the horrible way you've been treated by the press and public. It's painful to say, but I think the best way to proceed is to ignore it. When the vultures dearly want is a public response, which then provides a public opening. In general, I think it's best not to react unless directly questioned, particularly in the current mood. That's the best advice I can think of. Noam. Now, he sends that to Matthew Hiltzik of Hiltzik Strategies, who is a also famous PR guy, I guess, trying to help Epstein, I assume, who responds, I think that is wise. Now, later talking with Bannon, Epstein loops in Hiltzik again. He says, Matt Hiltzik thought your idea was epic. Hypocrisy of the liberal left. And he says, yep, he would confidentially like to sit and help if you like. This is Matthew Hiltzik. A lot of powerful people basically were bending over backwards, left, right, center, trying to rehabilitate this guy's image. And the question is, why? Why were all these guys so interested in their precious Jeffrey Epstein if they had no involvement? I mean, that's the part I can't figure out it, because all of them deny it. All of them don't admit anything. And so what exactly is the problem? But now it's time to talk about Elon Musk's brother, Kimball Musk. He was also in the files. Jeffrey was copied on an email talking about Kimball's 40th birthday, where the password to the secret party was riot. And then in all caps, Boris, the sender of this email, says, I am not joking about the password. This was in 2012 in September. Now that's important because a little bit later, Kimball Musk is emailing Boris Nikolic and Jeffrey Epstein, and he's talking to them about being connected with some redacted name and saying, I believe you both played a role, whatever that means. Now, whether this was at the party or, right after their meeting in October, I don't know. But what's interesting is Boris responds and says, Kimball, just FYI, you better be nice to redacted. Jeffrey goes crazy when someone mistreats his girls/friends, so better be very nice to her. Kimball Musk responds, message received, wide and clear. Then he says, seriously, I'm very happy with my time so far with Jennifer. She's great. Now, again, was that supposed to be a redacted name we just read? Like, I don't know. They've been redacting it in earlier emails. Then all of a sudden you just get Jennifer. I can't really figure that out. But what I can figure out is that a little while later, a few days later, Jeffrey Epstein gets an email. Now, we know Kimball credits the meetup and says Boris and Epstein were responsible in some way for this. But now Jeffrey Epstein's being emailed about Jen's schedule. Is that Jennifer? I mean, it seems like it because Jen's schedule for the rest of the year, and it seems like the assistant has copy and pasted Jen's response because she says, Sue, these would be dates in November, and then starts saying, this, she can go to New York. She says the 29th to the 7th, she's free. Kimball to New York. Then she says, Kimball, Jen, London. Kimball, Jen, London to Morocco, ? Then she has a break, and then it's Jen, Kimball, St. Bart's, assuming we're not sick of each other by the end of November. Now, I can't figure out why is she running this schedule about when she's hanging out with Kimball, who Jeffrey set her up with. Like, why is she running this by Elon Musk? To be clear, I don't know. There could be, I guess, innocent explanations for this. Maybe, I don't know. But all I see are constant, powerful people either being introed to girls, talking about the harem, talking about beautiful ladies, and the FBI, they can't figure it out. They have no...
If you've been in here, for years, you've already heard me talk about Kimball Musk, Elon Musk's brother. Every time Elon Musk talked about Jeffrey Epstein, I said, hey, fun fact, or maybe not so fun fact, but Kimball Musk is deeply connected to Jeffrey Epstein because he was dating one of Jeffrey Epstein's victims, and, the truth will eventually prevail. Well, now we have more evidence for it. There you go. God knows why Elon was running his mouth when he was this connected, though. I didn't know he was this directly connected.
What? No evidence to even investigate third parties. Why? I guess because they're rich and powerful. Around the world, we're seeing resignations. We're seeing people lose their status. But here in the United States, we've got like multiple presidents in the files. We've got the world's richest man in the files, several of the world's richest men in the files, and we just can't drum up any kind of evidence. It's just incredible to me. Now, I also want to talk about another rich and powerful person, and that is Peter Attia. He's a podcast bro. He's a longevity expert. And actually, funny enough, I read his book, and that's going to come into play here in a second because, oh boy, did I get some additional context. But let's start here with something that Peter Attia sent Jeffrey Epstein. He says, subject, got a fresh shipment. And then Epstein responds, me too, and there's a completely redacted image. Is that a girl? Or is this bad redactions? We don't know, although we'll find out in a second because later Peter responded to this. But Peter says, please tell me you found that picture online. Jeffrey responds, got a fresh shipment, afraid not. Peter responds, the biggest problem with becoming friends with you. The life you lead is so outrageous, yet I can't tell a soul. Why, Peter? Why can't you tell a soul? Why don't you tell us now? Now that it's all out in the open, why don't you tell us why you can't tell a soul the secrets or the life that Epstein leads? And then we get another redacted photo, right? And then some more images, and Peter says, please tell me that's not where you actually are. And Jeffrey says, you can see the gym in the middle, just me and 4. And Peter says, I think you might have a more interesting life than the Dos Equis guy. Is this off the coast of France? No, it's my...
The Dos Equis guy. To add insult to injury, these guys are also ginormous goobers, bro. I know that's not the main point here, but they're unimaginable goobers. They're whole ass losers, man. Gooberville, Arkansas.
Island in the Caribbean near St. Thomas. If you go to the Google Earth and type in Little St. James. Beautiful. Isn't that nice? Behind closed doors, it's beautiful. In public, we'll hear about what a monster this guy is, right? But behind closed doors, when nobody's watching, oh, it's beautiful. There's some other stuff Peter Attia said, which I'm not going to get into. I don't think it's very, appropriate for medical professionals to be saying such things. But
he talks about eating and how many calories it is, right?
This wasn't all business, right? This wasn't just doctor-patient kind of stuff. There's a lot of guy talk, a lot of banter between the fellas about ladies. And maybe that's why Peter Attia says that hopefully Jeffrey Epstein is in town when I'm back in 2 weeks. I go into Jeffrey Epstein withdrawal when I don't see him. So guys, these two were close. I mean, apparently so close that, Peter Attia goes into withdrawal when he doesn't see him. Peter Attia says, are you on island? Jeffrey Epstein says, P Beach, probably Palm Beach. And he says, what do you do when you get there? Jeffrey Epstein, guess. Peter Attia, besides that, I mean, they're not even trying to hide it, guys. This is barely code at this point.
It's
what do
code.
You do? guess. Well, besides that, Jeffrey, we know what you do, right? So it's so funny that the FBI's like, we don't know. We can't tell what's out there. We have no evidence, right? No evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties and then proceed to dump on us a ton of evidence. At least to investigate, right? I'm not saying these people are guilty. Obviously, all of them deny, don't admit, blame other people, say other people are responsible for everything. So that is taken as a given. I am not accusing anyone here. I'm just saying, seems like we got a few leads here, fellas. Some people to look at. Now, I want to address the fact that Peter Attia has actually responded to this whole debacle. He says the following email is what I sent my team last night. I sent a similar version to my patients as well. You put your trust, your credibility, your hard work, what we built together, and I take that responsibility seriously. You deserve a complete and honest account of what did and did not happen. I apologize. I did not get this out sooner. I wanted to be thorough. He says, I was not involved in any criminal activity. My interactions had nothing to do with his abuse or exploitation of anyone. I was never on his plane, never on his island, never present at any parties. That said, I apologize and regret putting myself in a position where emails, some of them embarrassing, tasteless, and indefensible, are now public. So it's this apology. He addresses some of the things. And he says that some of it's just banter, right? Like I said, it's just guy talk, whatever that means. He claims that his got a fresh shipment was in reference to a photograph of bottles of metformin. And then Jeffrey responded with a photograph of an adult woman. I responded with crude, tasteless banter. He says one line in that exchange about his life being outrageous and me not being able to tell anyone is being interpreted as awareness of wrongdoing. That's not how I meant it at all. What I was referring to poorly and flippantly was the discretion commanded by those socials and professional circles. The idea you don't talk about who you meet. I don't know, Peter. This seems like revisionist history. A little bit. I mean, personally, to me, as I'm viewing this, third hand, right? Just from the outsider perspective. Now, Peter says he did ask Jeffrey about his 2008 conviction because all this happened afterwards, right? He characterized it as prostitution-related charges. In 2018, I learned that this was grossly minimized. I was incredibly naive to believe him, and then later explains that in 2018, November, he read the Miami Herald investigative article, told him he needed to accept responsibility for what he did, and said he even asked Epstein to provide therapy to Epstein.
I guess there's no emails of that stuff, huh? What a sad state of affairs that the only emails that exist is him glazing Jeffrey Epstein for pedophilia. Guys. When I found out, I was like, oh, how dare you, sir? You just haven't seen me say that. And oh, well, it was in private and now the guy's dead. So you can't even ask him.
These victims, which is an interesting approach to have here. Now, the funny thing is, there are some more emails between Peter Attia that we need to read because remember that he said he read this 2018 article from the Miami Herald. I believe it's this one by Julia K. Brown in November 28th. It's about Jeffrey Epstein assembling a large cult-like network of underage girls. But in December, Peter Attia says, home is very good, work stressful, making some changes. He asks him, what's the fallout from the recent story? Apparently talking about the Miami Herald. Now, maybe I just didn't see the emails, that where he was demanding accountability. I don't know what that's about. But Jeffrey Epstein says, same as usual, just tougher. Peter Attia says, legally, any change.
Same as usual. As in he was aware of the previous charges too, huh? Interesting.
Jeffrey Epstein, 0. So, I don't know. Maybe this whole, you gotta provide therapy to, these victims happened. I haven't seen it yet. I definitely could see it. But it's just kind of shocking. I just kind of don't buy it. Like the whole, is there any change legally? That more sounds like you're covering yourself. I mean, just to be honest. But maybe I could look past all of that if not for the thing we're about to see, which just in my mind is maybe the worst thing I've seen in the files. Not for its, explicitness, the amount of simping that people did for Jeffrey Epstein. Now they all say, oh, it was a personal mistake, blah, blah, blah. I regret it. I didn't look into it enough. But the level is just, you've never seen anything like it. So remember I said I read a book by Peter Attia. It was called Outlive, and he's supposed to be this doctor who knows a lot about longevity. So he writes it, and I picked it up because at the rate we're getting rid of these crimes, I need to live forever in order to try to stop some of these scams. But as I pick up this book, and one of the things in the book is Peter Attia kind of reflecting internally about how he's kind of been a bit, and I'm paraphrasing here, but a bit of a psycho in his life. and he needed to focus on family stuff. And so he it's almost a confessional of some embarrassing things in his life. And honestly, it comes off as very vulnerable, very self-reflective. You know, he's this doctor telling other people what to do, but he's not a very good patient. That's kind of how it comes off. And one of the stories is awful. I won't go too much into it, but basically his son has this horrible medical emergency. It's described in this book like this. A few months ago, Tuesday, July 11th, 2017, that date is important. At 5:45 to be exact, I received a call from Jill, my wife. She was in an ambulance with our infant son. Now, again, I'm not gonna get into the details here because, it's tragic and I'm not trying to bring that into it. What is relevant is that Peter Attia talks about how he stayed in New York and didn't show up because he was, quote, busy with his important work. Even today, just thinking about what happened, I feel nauseous about my behavior. I can't believe I did that to
Oh my God,
family.
was he on the island? Oh my God, does the timeline match him visiting the island? Oh my God, I didn't know this part. Oh.
Now, at the time I read that and I was like, well, it's at least as good that you self-reflected on that. It's horrible, but, yeah, you were a bit of a psycho. But what's crazy, now we find out some of the important work, it's a little unclear, but some of the important work may have been Jeffrey Epstein, which is just, it's so dark to imagine. Remember, he says July 11th, 2017 is when this all happened. And then he says he did not come home to San Diego until Friday the following week, 10 days later. So July 11th, 2017, 2 days after this happens, he's talking to Jeffrey Epstein. And they seem to be coordinating about something. Sure, what time? Jeffrey Epstein, 9:30. Peter Attia responds, sure, I can come earlier. Also, if you have a hard stop at 10, let me know. You're hanging out with Jeffrey? I don't even know what to say. This is out of pocket. There's no explanation for this. I didn't see this in the response from Peter. Maybe he thinks he addresses it because he already admitted that was like scummy, but that is just. There's a reason that didn't make it in the book, is what I'm trying to say. I didn't see that in the book when I read it. I was actually, one of the things I needed to do, my important work was seeing or talking to Jeffrey Epstein. Isn't that weird? That's the simping that I'm talking about, is these people love this guy. Or that's how it seems to me. What are all these rich and powerful people doing, protecting him, missing emergencies for Jeffrey, fawning over Jeffrey, asking for Jeffrey's harem, saying their biggest problem is the life they lead is so outrageous they can't tell a soul. What is going on here? And is it true they all didn't know, right? Because, I'm reading these documents and it's hard to say who exactly knew what, when, but I don't believe, remember, they're all denying it. I don't believe nobody.
I want to point something out here, but Attia is a Barry Weiss acolyte. And Barry Weiss, when this data dump came out and people were like, wait a minute, isn't he one of the new podcasters that you hired for CBS? Barry Weiss was defending keeping him on and straight up said, oh, it's just cancel culture nonsense to not go along with the hiring process for this wonderful individual that must remain at CBS News. I love Barry Weiss so much because she makes my job so easy. She's just consistently wrong. She's bad at her job. You couldn't wish for a better pro-Israel advocate. I don't want Israel to have competent propagandists. I want Israel to have Barry Weiss.
Knew, right? Clearly, some people knew what was going on, and there's all this kind of coded language in the files where they talk about this stuff almost in like a nudge kind of way. Here's some Woody Allen stuff. He was in the files. He says his business office, if you can make out the check to me, it looks very
Woody
bad.
Allen? No, not Woody. Wow, that's surprising.
Because then it looks like a gift to me. He says that to Epstein. He says, I don't want to be one of your women, or should I say, girls. And what's that? How do we? Come on, guys. Woody says, I would be much more.
Bro, there's literally an email between Jeffrey Epstein and Woody Allen where they're both like, yeah, we're files. Isn't that crazy? like they jokingly go, oh yeah, can't wait to go to the Elia conference in France. And then the other one's like, yeah, because we're files who love having children, pretty much. I'm paraphrasing. Isn't that insane? And then you still got motherfuckers being like, oh, dude, what kind of code words are they using? Are they using pizza? No, man. The code word is pedophilia and children. There's no code word. They just say it out loud.
More expensive than your girls. You wouldn't be able to afford me. Jeffrey responds, yes, the price to pay would be too high. Woody says, this will be a beautiful friendship. And then Jeffrey says, as long as I follow orders, smiley face. Woody Allen sends a message saying Woody says the exact same thing, but in a dirtier way. Jeffrey responds, what did he say? Woody Allen, are you kidding? I can't put it in writing. I mean, no evidence, no evidence. Come on, I think I see a little bit of evidence. I'm squinting, but I think I can see a little bit of evidence. I mean, guys, like Jeffrey Epstein right here, where he's talking to a guy, he says, Paris with Woody, and the person responds, for le pedophile convention. And Jeffrey says, I think pedophile is the plural. I mean, no evidence. I mean, is that no evidence?
In their emails being like, there's nothing like children. There's nothing I enjoy as much as nubile flesh. I love consuming it. And then people still turn around and they're like, wait a minute. Did they bring up cheese pizza at any point? Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and assume that when they're talking about cheese pizza, it's most likely cheese pizza, big dog. Because when they're talking about children, they just say children.
It's nothing. We don't even want to question these people. There's no investigations going on. So, yeah, it's honestly really sad to see how, look, I'm not saying
Barry Weiss's wife
people
is
around
in
the
there
world
too.
are having crazy consequences. But a few people are resigning, thank goodness. You know, a few people are at least facing a little bit of scrutiny, but here Elon Musk lays out the...
I think outside of Palestine, this was probably the other thing that I've consistently talked about nonstop, even though people looked at me kind of weird. And I guess they like kind of changed their tune after the Jeffrey Epstein side, quote unquote side, where people were like, okay, maybe there's more to this story. But yeah, this and like the anti-Zionism have been two of my major points of advocacy throughout the years. And it's been an incredible moment of vindication, even though, you know, it's the events are horrifying.
Look, apparently for our guys, you know, we had...
OG Hasanabi has I once did an 8-hour Jeffrey Epstein analysis, and it was so long that YouTube completely blacklisted my channel, and I had to delete it. I uploaded 8 whole hours of going through the Epstein stuff that we knew of back in like 2018, 2019, and YouTube straight up, the Ep stream, YouTube straight up took it down with Matt Chrisman, with Brace Belden of TrueAnon. Noam Chomsky's wife calling Jeffrey Epstein a hero? Wait, what? You were a hero, Jeffrey. I just can't understand why Max has been doing all this to Noam for all these years, and Deborah had been following Max's agenda. Wait, are they talking about, who are they talking about? Is it like Max Blumenthal? There's 5 hours of Jeffrey Epstein coverage you never asked for. Oh, this is it. It was initially 7 hours. Cut down to 5 hours. Then there was also this. So we're all in agreement that we think someone's going to kill Epstein before he gives up names, right? Any prison that doesn't put Epstein under 24/7 surveillance and solitary confinement right now is also responsible for him getting assassinated. I wrote that on my birthday, July 25th, 2019. Yeah, y'all think I'm pre-watch Piker new. Y'all think pre-watch Piker is a new thing, okay? It's been around. It's been around for so long. Mother, I did it when pops off.
Nothing. We deny everything.
Subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service to get tomorrow's news today. That's right. For a voluntary subscription of only $6 a month, you can support the show. That's the only way to support the show. You can also subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service, now available on YouTube with a membership. That's right. We haven't figured out what the membership rewards are going to look like for YouTube, but you can subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service both on YouTube and also on Twitch. Tomorrow's news today.
We blame others. We just push the spotlight onto other people. And unfortunately, that's what you've seen the whole time from all the people in the files. You know, all of them say, oh, I was so happy these files came out. It's about shining accountability and justice for the victims, but I had nothing to do with it. Okay, so then where's the justice for the victims? So nobody, you know, all of you say somebody else had something to do with it, but everybody says nobody had anything to do with it. The FBI says they don't have any other, you know, investigations, any other kind of leads despite the fact we have one of the procurers of the women just walking free, apparently, like no charges against him. Have we investigated him? I mean, it's just shocking how much the Epstein files show the powerful, how they protect their own, how so many of them knew what was going on, to the extent they found out later, a lot of them tried to protect Epstein, like literally make PR campaigns for his reputation. And this is a dark look at the state of the world, honestly, because Epstein happened a while ago, but the reason everyone cares is because there's other Epsteins around, right? There's other people evading accountability all the time. There's other people that this band of billionaires and power brokers and PR people, even lawmakers, they circle the wagons and protect their own to the point you can never get accountability for anything. So anyway, that's it. It's a hard look at the Epstein files, but it's one we needed to do. But I want to make the disclaimer once again that, look, I've tried to read people's individual denials where I could, but you should just assume everyone that we are talking about firmly denies any kind of criminal wrongdoing. They deny anything untowards about any kind of minors. And given the fact that our government doesn't seem to want to investigate anyone, I would just assume everybody here is completely clear. And so I want to get all those caveats in here because we are talking about some very powerful people with enormous means. And I don't want to be seen as I'm saying stuff. I'm reading the files. I'm giving my personal opinion. But ultimately, this is an indictment of our FBI and the people in power. And that's what I think the Epstein files have really shown us. This has been a long road. Can you believe it all started over here? And we have come all this way with all these files coming out. And it seems like the question is on the table. Are there going to be consequences?
Is there any chance that any of these individuals...
Why does he have to make this kind of disclaimer? Are you kidding me? Millions of people watch his videos. He already explained it. Do you see the 4chan post that was posted before Epstein's death that was publicly revealed, confirmed to be posted by a guard in his unit? Yes, I have. I remember it at the time. I remember all the conspiracies at the time. I think this is a crazy one.
Individuals who partied with Epstein and engaged in relations with minors will be prosecuted. Any chance?
I'll never say no, and we will always investigate any evidence of misconduct. But as you know, it is not a crime to party with Mr. Epstein. And so as horrible as it's not a crime to email with Mr. Epstein. And some of these men may have done horrible things. And if we have evidence that allows us to prosecute them, you better believe we will. But it's also the kind of thing that the American people need to understand, that it isn't a crime to party with Mr. Epstein. It isn't a crime to have
Didn't look like that's all that was going on some of those photos. I mean, if the photos could speak, some of them look pretty bad.
That's right. And unfortunately, photos can't speak.
I have to acknowledge the elephant in the room at this moment. Your ex-husband.
Guys, nothing to see here. Deputy Attorney General, former defense attorney for Donald Trump, Todd Blanche, said, nothing to see here. It's not a crime to party. All right.